legislations ko po ay sa kalusugan. Bilang doktor ng medisina at abogado, ako po ay magagawa ng batas na magpapahalaga sa kalusugan by establishing a Research and Development Science Center.
Ako po ay tumakbo sa Senado upang ituloy ang mga reforma na sinimulan ni Presidente Rodrigo Duterte, isang serbisyong malasakit at matapang.
Ang isa sa pinakamalaking problema natin ngayon ng bansa ay ang pagkawalan ng trabaho. Ang kinakailangan natin dito ay mga permanenteng trabaho at kinakailangan natin ng micro-industrialization na magtatayo, mag-ihikaya tayo ng mga negosyante at mga investors na magtayo ng mga maliliit na mga factories, mga pabrika sa mga bayan-bayan upang matugunan ang pagkawalan ng trabaho.
Bilang chairman ng Senate Committee on Finance sa unang 3 taon ng Duterte administration, nakatulong po tayo sa pagpondo sa maraming mga magagandang programa ni Pangulong Duterte. Nakikita ko po na kailangan
Well, dapat mag-participate din kayo upang malaman kung ano ang inyong mga opinion sa mga issues, no? At lahat naman dito ay pantay-pantay, wala namang advanced questions dito, walang advanced information as to the topics. So, hindi naman masasabi na wala kayong expertise sa isang bagay o ano. Lahat naman yan ay pantay-pantay ang pagtingin ng SMNI.
Pero sa atin po, importante na magkaroon ng balitaktakan sa mga issue na nakaka-apekto sa buhay natin mga kababayan. And congratulations at salamat po sa SMNI for it.
Well, this is really fantastic. I think sana itong debate na ito magiging modelo sa lahat ng mga istasyon. Yung mga hindi pa kilala sa lipunan na pipigyan ng pagkakataon upang may paliwanag nila ang kanilang mga hadikain, plataforma, pang-gobyerno.
Nagpapasalamat nga ako sa SMNI na naimbitahan nga ako kasi para sa amin na mga neophyte, importante talagang makilala kami.
First, it's well organized and I'm very thankful na na-invite din tayo dito.
Itong SMNI debate, nagsisend talaga ng trend eh. Every time na nagkakaroon ng SMNI.
Ayan, magandang gabi po sa inyo lahat mga ka-Reaksyon TV, ano? Ayan, nasa naman si Tita Pia. Tita Pia, saan ka na? Mega love shoutout po sa inyong lahat. Ayan, live tayo sa Facebook, sa YouTube, sa Reaksyon TV, at saka sa... Bakit ganun? Parang... Bakit ganun? Ayaw. Diba? Parang ano. Ayan. Gawa tayo ng ano, ng reaction natin dito mamaya. Gawa natin ng reaction to. Yan. Ma'am Richie Daroy, mega love shoutout. Sa mga nasa Facebook po dyan, maraming salamat po sa inyong lahat. Yan, kay Ma'am Jordan Red. Ba? Jordan, pangalan na palang babae ngayon, Jordan Red. Yan. Helen Balatan. Gawa po tayo ng live reaction mamaya dito. Okay, no sound po. Ayan. May sounds na po ba? Maraming salamat. Yan yung lahat. Yan. Sabi ni Ma'am Gemalyn Selda ng Saudi Arabia. Ano si Ma'am Gemalyn, ha? Si Ma'am Seti Air. Yan. Jocelyn Herrera, pro Pilipino ng Facebook. Ba? Nasa Facebook ka, ha? Kay Sir Edgar Intal. Maraming salamat, sir. Bakit may problema tong ano ko? Ayan, ha? Ayan. Hello, magandang hapon sa lahat. Ayan. Boss, Harvard, parang nakita ko si Corina Sanchez. Tama ba ako? Di ba kahapon, parang sinabi ko, parang kamukha lang siguro, baka kamukha lang ni Corina. Ayan. Glenn Resurrection, maraming salamat. Thank you. Pa-like na lang, pa-share na lang po sa Facebook, mga kababayan. Nag-aano pa naman tayo eh. Nagsisimula pa lang naman tayo. Ayan. Share natin. Tapos sa ano. Andali, ha? Ang hirap pala ng ganito. Andali, ha? Tingnan ko lang dito. Shout out sa inyong lahat. Dali. Saan ba tayo?
They came from panelists who were subject matter experts, but they were able to answer them intelligently. So I think nakakabilib kasi marurunong yung mga kandidato.
Oh my God, this is another exciting debate, and I'm sure the people like it, and I'm sure trending na naman ang ating debate, and I'm very happy with the turnout of our event tonight.
Muli ay itinaas ng SMNI ang antas ng political debate dito sa ating bansa. Nakikita natin na talaga pong ang mga tanong dito ay hindi lamang nagmula sa mga matitinik na mga utak mula sa public service at saka sa academe, kundi ang mga tanong po nila ay may lalim at may sustansya at hindi po parang game show o palaro lamang.
Tama.
Mula sa Sunshine Media Network International, ang kauna-unahang senatorial debate ngayong halalan 2022. Live mula sa Okada, Manila, the best integrated resort in the Philippines.
Nasaan na si Tita Pia? Nandun na po sa GC yung tita, yung link.
Magandang gabi Pilipinas at sa lahat ng ating mga kababayan sa buong mundo. Katuwang ang ALB Events International at the Manila Times live mula sa Okada, Manila. Ito ang Smni Senatorial Debate 2022 at sa inyo ng Sunshine Media Network International.
Hanggang ngayon ay trending pa rin ang Smni Senatorial Debate sa social media matapos ang naging tapatan ng husay at banggaan ng plataforma ng unang batch ng senatorial candidates kahapon. Maraming salamat po sa inyong pagdalo. Pinamangha po ninyo ang buong sambayanan sa inyong husay at talino. At syempre, sa ating mga kababayan na hindi bumitiw sa panonood mula umpisa hanggang matapos ang sobra sa 4 na oras na balitaktakan.
Ngayong gabi naman, Angel, bibigyan natin ng pagkakataon ang iba pang mga kandidato na tumatakbo sa pagkasenador. Sino kaya sa kanila ang karapat-dapat at kwalipikado na mailoklok sa Senado? Sa muli, sabay nating kilatisin, sukatin ang mga plano, polisiya at isusulong na batas ng mga susunod na senador ng bayan.
Live na live tayong napapanood ngayon via via Free TV Channel 39, sa Digital TV SMNI News Channel, sa Sky Cable, Signal at iba pang cable TV affiliates. Napakikinggan rin tayo sa 17 Sunshine Radio Station sa buong bansa. We are also seen live worldwide through the internet via different media platforms of Facebook, YouTube via SMNI News at Sunshine Radio.
Bago naman ang lahat, nais muna namin na pasalamatan ang utak na nasa likod ng world-class debate na ito. Walang iba kundi ang Honorary Chairman ng SMNI, Reverend Dr. Pastor Apollo C. Kibuloy. Salamat po, Pastor, sa pagbibigay ng pagkakataon na marinig ng taong bayan ang mga pangakong plataforma ng mga nagnanais maging senador ng ating bansa.
And of course, ang mga utak na nagpainit ng ating debate, Troy, dahil sa talas at bigat ng kanilang mga tanungan, makakasama natin muli ang mga batikang panelist na susubok sa talino at husay ng mga kandidato.
At sa punong ito, ipapakilala na natin ang next batch ng senatorial candidates na tumanggap sa hamon ng SMNI Senatorial Debates 2022!
Nagtapos ng Bachelor of Arts in Economics sa De La Salle University, Manila. Naging spokesman ni Imelda Marcos ng halos isang dekada. Isang negosyanteng hinubog ng panahon sa pagtulong sa mga Pilipino para magkaroon ng sariling hanap buhay. At ngayong halalan, sa unang pagkakataon ay nais sumabak sa politika. Tumatakbong senador sa ilalim ng Partido ng Pilipinong Pagbabago, Fernando Ding Diaz. Mula sa isang prominenteng pamilya sa Sulu. Sa katunayan, siya ay anak ni Sulu Sultan Mahakuta Kiram. Nagtapos ng Communication and Media Studies sa University Institute Mara sa Selangor, Malaysia. Nakatanggap ng Doctor of International Affairs mula sa Norman Academy of Ruggiero II sa University of Rome, Italy. Pangulo ng Hunka Global Group of Companies at Direktor ng iba't ibang kumpanya sa bansa. Vice President din ng Anti-Crime Community Watch. Ngayong halalan, susubukang sumabak sa politika upang maging senador para magsulong ng batas para sa mga Pilipino. Tumatakbong senador bilang independent candidate, Princess Noor Mahal Kiram. Nagtapos ng Public Administration course sa Trinity University of Asia at Special Course on Accounting sa University of the Philippines. Naglingkod sa iba't ibang ahensya ng gobyerno kasama na ang Senado, Office of the President, Commission on Filipinos Overseas hanggang maging USEC ng Department of Energy. At ngayong eleksyon, sasabak upang maging mambabatas. Tumatakbong senador mula sa PDP Laban, Astravel Astra Pimentel. Nagtapos ng Zoology degree sa University of the Philippines, Diliman at ng Medicine sa University of the Philippines, Manila. Hinubog ng panahon sa larangan ng medisina at tumangan ng iba't ibang posisyon sa pagbibigay ng serbisyo publiko. Founder at CEO ng IBAN Foundation of the Philippines. Naging consultant at technical advisor ng Department of Health. At ngayong halalan, susubukang kunin ang tiwala ng taong bayan para isulong ang mga batas para sa kapakanan ng mamamayan. Tumatakbong senador sa ilalim ng Partido Demokratikong Reforma, Dr. Maria Dominga Mengita Padilla.
Galing sa pamilya ng mga magsasaka, isang batikang journalist at agribusinessman, nagtapos na kanyang bachelor's, master's at doctorate degree sa University of Southern Mindanao. Unang sumabak sa politika taong 1995 bilang mayor ng kanyang hometown sa Malang, North Cotabato. Naging Cotabato Governor mula 1998 hanggang 2007 at Vice Governor sa sunod na 3 taon. Noong 2016, idinalagang kalihim ng Department of Agriculture ni Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte at noong 2019 naman bilang Chairman ng Mindanao Development Authority o MINDA. At ngayong halalan, susubukang tanganan ng Senado mula sa Nationalist People's Coalition, Emmanuel Manny Pino. Nagtapos ng economics degree at ng master's in public administration sa University of the East, kung saan ginawaran din siya ng pamantasan ng Doctor of Humanities. Iba't ibang serbisyo publiko na rin ang kanyang tinanganan ng ilang dekada. Naging konsultant ng maraming ahensya ng pamahalaan, kabilang na ang Dangerous Drugs Board, National Bureau of Investigation, Department of Energy at Presidential Anti-Smuggling Group. Isang advisory council member ng Philippine Coconut Authority Governing Board. Sa unang pagkakataon ay sasabak sa politika, tumatakbong senador bilang independent candidate, Dr. Jesus Lim Aranza. Nagtapos ng Marketing and Management sa San Beda University at ng International Trade and Commerce sa University of California. Isa sa 42 unang nagtapos ng Executive Master of Arts in National Security Administration sa National Defense College of the Philippines. Unang sumabak sa politika noong 2004 bilang konsehal ng lungsod ng Maynila sa kanyang pagiging lingkod bayan. Tangan niya ang laban kontra korupsyon sa pamahalaan. Noong 2013, kinusyon niya ang pork barrel system sa pamahalaan at pinanindigan ito na hindi naaayon sa saligang batas. Kinatigan ito ng Korte Suprema, kaya nasabing landmark ruling ay kalaunang tinawag na Belgica ruling. Ang dating chairman ng Presidential Anti-Corruption Commission, tumatakbong senador sa ilalim ng federalismo ng Dugong Dakilang Samahan o PDDS, Greco Antonius Bellica. Nagtapos ng Political Science degree sa De La Salle University. Unang sumabak sa politika noong 2001 bilang alkalde ng San Juan at tumagal ito ng 3 termino. Kasunod nito'y nahalal naman bilang kinatawan ng lungsod noong 2010. Sumabak sa National Post noong 2013 at naging senador sa 15 Congress, kung saan napabilang siya sa top 15 most outstanding congressman at kinilala bilang isa sa most prolific lawmakers. Ilan nga sa mga batas na kanyang sinulong sa Senado ay ang Free Medicine for the Poor Act at ang Batas Kasambahay at ang Child Safety in Motor Vehicles Act. Muling pakbong senador noong 2019, ngunit hindi pinalad, pero ngayong halalan muling susubok lumaban mula sa Nationalist People's Coalition. Tumatakbo sa Senado, Joseph Victor J.V. Ejercito. Nagtapos ng Political Science at ng English degree sa University of Nueva Cáceres at naabuga siya sa University of the Philippines. Nakilalang batikang defense lawyer ng ilang malalaking kaso sa bansa, kasama na ang 2009 Maguindanao Massacre case at ang 2013 PDEF scams. 2016 naman nang gawing Chief Presidential Legal Counsel ni Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte at tagapagsalita ng Pangulo noong 2018. At ngayong eleksyon, sasabak sa National Post bilang senador. Tumatakbong kandidato mula sa ruling party PDP Nawan, Attorney Salvador Salpanelo. dating sundalo, mambabatas at kalihim, tumanggap ng iba't ibang natatanging pagkilala bilang sundalo ng bayan. Pumasok sa politika noong 1995 matapos mahalal bilang senador, kung saan tumagal ito ng 4 na termino sa panunungkulan. Iba't ibang mga batas ang pinanday sa Senado para sa pangangalaga ng kalikasan, pagpapatibay ng sandatahang lakas at marami pang iba. Sumabak noong halalan 2016 bilang vice-presidente pero bigo itong manalo. Itinalaga naman ni Pangulo Rodrigo Duterte bilang kalihim ng Department of Information and Communications Technology noong 2018. At ngayong halalan, tumatakbong senador bilang independent candidate, Gregorio Gringo Onasan. Isang abogado, pinuno at mambabatas. Unang sumabak sa Kongreso noong 13th Congress at ngayon nasa ika-5 termino na sa pagsusulong ng mga batas para sa mahihirap. Isa na rito ang Magna Carta of the Poor. Mas nakilala ng sambayanang Pilipino bilang matapang na lumaban sa oligarkiya, partikular na nang may pasara ang abs-cbn dahil sa problema nito sa prangkisa. Matapos ang halos 10 taong pagpapanday ng mga batas para sa mga Pilipino, tumatakbong senador, kinatawan ng Sagip Party List, Attorney Rodante Marcoleta.
Nasa inyong harapan ang senatorial candidates na haharap ngayong gabi sa taong bayan.
We would like to request everybody to please stand for the opening prayer to be led by Franco Baranda and remain standing for the singing of the Philippine National Anthem to be led by Miss Geneva Cruz.
Let us all pray. Almighty Father, once again, we are thankful for the second part of senatorial debate that will give another chance for the Filipino to see the vision of the senatorial candidates for the good of our people and country. May all participants who are here tonight once again build respect for one another, broaden our thinking, enlighten our thoughts, discussions, and ideas as we seek to work together for nation building. Bless the organizers, panelists, the participants, and everyone for their cooperation and unity in making this event astonishing once more for everyone to see. Bless everyone who's present, as well as those joining us through TV and on live stream, that this event will become a blessing to all the Filipino people. All this we ask in your mighty name. Amen.
Kayang magiliw, perlas ng silanganan, alam ng puso, sa dibdib mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, duyan ka ng magiting, sa manlulupig, di ka pasisiil, sa dagat at bundok, sa simoy at sa langit mong bughaw, may dilag ang tula at awit sa paglayang minamahal. Ang kislap ng watawat mo'y tagumpay na nagniningning. Ang bituin at araw niya kailan pa may di magdidilim. Lupa ng araw ng luwal, hatid pagsinta, buhay ay langit sa piling mo. Aming ligaya ng pag may mga api ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
Maraming salamat, Ms. Geneva Cruz. At this point in time, maaari na pong pumunta ang ating mga kandidato sa kani-kanilang mga podium. Samantala, malugod ko namang ipinakikilala ang ating debate moderator para sa gabing ito. Isang batikang television host at broadcaster, author at entrepreneur, Miss Daphne Osenia Baez.
Thank you, Troy and Angel. Good evening, everyone. It is an honor to be part of tonight's SMNI Senatorial Debate 2022. Last night was really an excellent night of intellectual discourse between our senatorial candidates who'd like to win the hearts of the Filipino people for this coming 2022 national elections. Tonight, we're also looking forward to have another night of interesting debate between our next batch of senatorial candidates who have accepted the challenge of SMNI. Before we begin, let me tell you the mechanics of the debate. Basically, we have the same rules of what we had last night. We'll still have 3 rounds. The first and third rounds will be debate questions coming from our panelists, while the second round will be questions from some of our SMNI anchors and correspondents around the world or from a particular sector. All candidates will be given 60 seconds to answer each question. For our interpolation and rebuttals, we will have the same amount of time. All will be given 30 seconds. Now, if you're wondering why we made the interpolation shorter from 45 seconds, we now made it 30 seconds because we really have to limit our time. As you know, what happened last night, we almost went past 4 hours, so we had to cut it short. So again, we have 30 seconds for interpolations and rebuttals. Meanwhile, if you hear this sound, it means you only have 10 seconds left to answer. Meanwhile, this sound cues your time is up. Again, for the knowledge of everybody, our senatorial candidates here are wearing an ear monitor so they can hear our panelists' questions better. Also, notepads and pens are provided by our organizers, so if our candidates wish to jot down their ideas while the debate's ongoing, it's okay. The audience are reminded to observe silence at all times, no boos, no shouting, no heckling. The Okada management and the organizers have the right to compel any violator of these rules to leave the vicinity. Let us all participate in this debate with respect. Now, at this point, it is also with great honor to introduce to you our brilliant panelists coming from different fields of expertise. First, we have political scientist at the University of the Philippines, Professor Dr. Clarita Carlos. Former Iloilo Vice Governor and Congressman, Attorney Rolex Suplico. Next, we have political scientist Ana Malindog Uy. And the Manila Times' chairman and CEO, Dante Clink Ang II. Ladies and gentlemen, our expert panelists for tonight's senatorial debate. Don't go away, SMNI Senatorial Debate 2022 will be back.
Ayun. Ayan, kumusta Tita Pia? Commercial sila. Ayan, bati muna tayo. Tita, bati ka muna at magre-refresh lang ako ha. Medyo nasisira yung ano ko.
Okay, hello, good morning. Lalong-lalo na sa mga nandito sa GC, sa GF mo, at saka sa RTV, at saka sa Facebook. Hindi ko mabuksan kasi ginagamit ko yung may Facebook. Kaya good morning, good afternoon, good evening kay Trixie, kay Jocelyn Herrera, kay Ginia. Hello po sa inyong lahat, kay Mighty Baisa, kay Bulindang, kay Berna, kay Monica, sa lahat pong andito sa GC. Gandang-gandang umaga po sa inyong lahat. At sana'y mag-enjoy kayo sa panonood at sa pagbibigay ng kanilang sagot sa mga itatanong ng mga panelist. Enjoy ho sa panonood habang nag-iintay tayo na mag-on air ang SMNI at sa pagbabalik ni Gemma. Gemma, saan ka nagpunta?
Andito na ako. Oh, ang bilis na. Ayan. Hindi, may inaayos kasi ako, tita. Medyo nagloloko kasi yung aking ano.
Alin? Anong
Nagloloko
problema?
yung aking connection, yung aking ano.
Internet?
Hindi naman internet. Yung
headset?
may ano.
Headset?
Oo.
Nakala ko may AirPods ka. Yun na lang gamit.
Hindi kakayanin ng
capture.
AirPod. Oo. Ayan. Anyway, ayan, sa lahat po ng mga nandito nasa Facebook, sa page po natin, maraming salamat po sa inyong lahat. Kasama po natin si Tita Pia Di Gospel. Sa mga naandito po ngayon, maraming salamat sa inyong patuloy na pagsuporta sa Reaksyon TV at bibigyan natin ng live reaction yung gagawin ng mamayang mga interview sa debate po ng SMNI. At ang video na napapanood natin ay courtesy to SMNI at maraming salamat po sa kanila at congratulations sa kanilang very professional na ginagawang debate sa mga kandidato na tumatakbo sa pagkasenador. Sana lahat suportahan po natin ang SMNI, ang mga tumatakbong mga politiko sa mga nakikita ninyong maganda at may maitutulong sa ating bansa. Di ba, Tita Pia?
Exact. Ating subaybayan kung paano nila ma-resolve, mabibigyan ng solusyon ang problema ng ating bansa. Kaya dapat pakinggan natin kung talagang gagawin nila yung kanilang sinasagot sa mga tanong ng mga panelist. Kasi lahat problema ito ng ating bansa. Kaya dapat nating pakinggan kung alin ang makakatulong sa ating bansa at kung talagang gagawin nila ito. Kasi meron tayong mga kandidato na pagka ganitong nasa debate, ganito ang gagawin. Pagdating na nanalo na ay nasa isang na yun. Iba na ang
Ang SMNI Senatorial Debate 2022. Before we continue, before we begin, I would like to remind our participants that we would like to encourage an intelligent discourse tonight. We ask that you please refrain from engaging in personal attacks. Our time is precious, and I'm sure your time is as well. So let's use it to discuss issues. Should the organizers find that you are straying away from the issue and you're engaging in personal attacks, your microphones will be silenced. On that note, let us continue. Umpisahan na natin ang debating ito. Magbibigay muna ang ating senatorial candidates ng kani-kanilang opening statements. For the opening statements, candidates must answer the questions in 90 seconds. What do you think is the most pressing issue in the country that the Senate must address? We're starting with Mr. Ding Diaz.
Good evening, everyone. The most pressing issue that the Senate must address is this total economic emancipation. This means the Senate must arm the people and the government in being able to defeat poverty, which is actually the very reason why everything is in shambles right now. And I believe it is also the reason why there is so much corruption. This is the reason why there is so much crime. This is the main reason why we're having a drug problem at the moment. And this is the very reason kung bakit nawalan na po yata ng kakayahan na mangarap ang karaniwang mamamayang Pilipino. What I'm trying to say here is this. Ako po ay hindi tumitigil sa paniniwala na ang Pilipino, ang karaniwang Pilipino ay mayroong kakayahan na umangat sa kanyang pamumuhay. Ang kailangan po lamang natin ay ang mga namumuno sa pamahalaan, maging ito'y nasyonal at lokal, na mabigyan ng tamang pagkakataon, suporta. Hindi po kailangan ng mga karaniwang Pilipino ang ayuda. Ang kailangan po nila ay maramdaman nila na ang pamahalaan at ang mga namumuno ay nasa likod nila at sila mismo ang gagawa ng paraan upang umangat sa pamumuhay. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Mr. Diaz. Next, we have Yusek Astra Pimentel.
Maayad, haduluman, tayo alan, magandang gabi sa inyong lahat. Naniniwala po ako ng 4 na bagay na kailangang unahin ng Senado. Unang-una, ang kapakanan ng ating mga OFW. We call them the modern day heroes, and yet they do not really feel that they are treated as one. Ang ating mga OFW ay wala pong pension plan. Ang ating mga OFW ay walang madaliang access to decent housing. Ang ating mga OFW ay wala man lang discount benefits. Ang ating mga OFW ay nangangailangan ng mas marami pang programa para sa edukasyon ng kanilang mga anak. Pangalawa ho, ang ating turismo. The Philippines is a very beautiful country, and yet we do not have a roadmap of our tourism industry. Tourism will bring jobs to our people. Federalismo, kailangan na pong baguhin ang ating konstitusyon dahil dapat lamang na maibigay sa ating lokal na mga pamahalaan at sa ating mga taong bayan ang tunay na kapangyarihan. At pang-apat po, siyempre, dahil ako ay isang katutubo na mula sa Higaunan at Alaandig Tribe, bigyan ng prime opportunity and welfare ang ating mga IPs at lalong-lalo na ang kababaihan at kabataan ng Mindanao dahil 35 years ago pa lang po nagkaroon ng babaeng senador.
Thank you, Yusek Pimentel. Next, we have Secretary Manny Piñol.
Magandang gabi po sa inyo lahat. Before I left my position as chairman of the Mindanao Development Authority, we asked the United Nations Development Program to conduct a study. Paano nakaapekto ang COVID-19 sa pamumuhay ng ating mga tao? And 3 issues came up: food, jobs, health. Pagkain. Nakita natin na dahil sa COVID-19, the global food supply chain was disrupted. The lesson? We should produce our own food. Jobs. We saw for ourselves that in the face of the economic crisis, businesses shut down, people lost their jobs, and even our OFW program was imperiled. There is a need for us to assist local industries to create jobs, and these local industries would most likely be in the food processing area. Health is another issue, but I would defer that to my party mate, Dr. Mingita Padilla, later on, because he's an expert on that. My dear friends, food is something that we could produce in this country, but our problem is we have relegated agriculture to number 9 in our budget allocation. If and when blessed with the opportunity of serving as Senator of this Republic, that is the first advocacy that I will carry. Reform the budgeting process so that agriculture will get its fair share from the national budget.
Thank you, Secretary Piñol. And next to tell us the most pressing issue in the country that the Senate should address is Commissioner Greco Bellica.
Ako po si Greco Bellica, nagpatanggal ng pork barrel at DAP sa Supreme Court at ang namuno sa Presidential Anti-Corruption Commission, ang opisinang itinatag ng Pangulo para pangunahan ng kanyang kampanya laban sa korupsyon. Ang problema po ng ating bayan na haharapin ay trabaho, healthcare at edukasyon. Dahil sa pandemya, marami ang nawalan ng trabaho at kapasidad buhayin, pambayaran ng ospital, buhayin ng kanilang sarili. Kung ako po ay ipag-aadya ng Panginoon Diyos na maglingkod bilang isa sa inyong mga senador, itatatag ko po dito sa ating bansa ang Philippine Venture Capital Funds Office at palalagyan ko po yan ng 100 bilyong piso para ang mga negosyong nagsara ay makapagbukas muli at magkaroon ng access sa kapital para bumalik po ang trabaho. Pangalawa, lalabanan ko po todo-todo ang korupsyon dahil ayon sa Ombudsman, 20% po ng budget mapupunta lamang sa korupsyon. That is 1 trillion pesos for this year. Kung atin pong malalabanan yan and bring it down to the barest minimum, meron tayong pondo para pambigay sa edukasyon, sa trabaho, ayuda at lahat ng tulong na kailangan ng Pilipino para makaahon tayo dito sa pandemya.
Thank you, Mr. Bellica. Next, we have Secretary Salvador Panelo.
Marami pong mga bagay-bagay na napakalaga na dapat pagtuunan ng pansin ng ating bansa. Ekonomiya, kahirapan, edukasyon, at kung ano-ano pang bagay na kailangan tugunan dahil ito'y kailangan ng bayan. Subalit, meron pong isang kalakaran na nakalimutan ng lahat ng pamahalaan ng daan. At ito po ay tungkol sa children with special needs. Alam po ba ninyo na 5 milyon at 100,000 ang mga anak na may kapansanan sa kanilang kapanganakan? Ako po ay merong anak ng Down syndrome at naranasan po namin ni Dr. Panelo kung gaano napakahirap mag-alaga ng isang special child. Napakamahal po ng pag-aaral para ka nagpaparal ng medisina. Napakamahal ng therapy. Kinakailangan panahon na ang gobyerno ay obligahin po natin na bigyan ng special education, special therapy at lagyan ng mga caring facilities sa buong bansa na merong mga special children. Ang mga special children po ay mga munting anghel. They're little angels. They've been sent to us by God, so we can have the opportunity to show our humanity to them. Ang mga special children, kung paano po natin siya titingnan, ito magiging salamin kung anong uri ang lipunan natin at kung anong uri tayong mga tao.
Thank you, Secretary Panelo. Up next, we have Deputy Speaker Rodante Marcoleta.
Our economy is severely beaten. Yes, as a matter of fact, it was beaten blue. Ang ating pong priority is to grow our economy. Kapag hindi po natin napausbong at napasigla ang ating ekonomiya, kahit ano po ang gawin natin, hindi natin mabibigyan ng pondo lahat ng iniisip natin para sa ating OFW, para sa ating mga farmers, para sa ating mga eskwelahan. Importante po na makalikom tayo ng maraming revenues para ma-expand ang ating taxes at ma-reduce naman po yung ating deficit. Ito lamang po ang paraan. Kapag hindi natin napausbong at yumabong ekonomiya natin, mahihirapan po tayong bumangon sapagkat talagang nalugmok po ang ating ekonomiya. Tama po yung projection ngayon na kailangan tayo lumago between 7 to 9% ng ating GDP. Yun lamang po ang paraan. At bukod pa dyan ay kailangang mailatag natin ang marami pa pong mga programa katulad ng sinasabi namin na ang presyo po ng kuryente kailangan maibaba na natin sa bansang ito. Sino po ba nang may gusto sa inyo na pati yung ninakaw na kuryente tayo pa yung magbabayad? Ito lamang po ang negosyo na wala pong kalugi-lugi. Pati po yung sumisingaw na kuryente mula sa kanilang mga kawad, tayo pa rin ang nagbabayad. At hindi rin natin tatanggapin ng mga anak natin ay kulila doon sa pinag-uusap o pagkukumpara sa mga bata ng ibang bansa.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker Marcoleta. Up next, we have Senator Gringo Honasan.
The problems of our country have not changed. Food, clothing, shelter, education, health services, and now what is considered the right and access to information. Accurate, complete, timely information. It needs a serious response. The globe is suffering from economic problems, social problems, security problems, political problems, environmental problems. It needs a serious people and serious leaders elected and appointed. We are managing the only critical variable, which is time. And we are doing this in terms of our most precious, strategic, and renewable resource, our next generation of citizens and leaders, our children. And for this, we need political unity, social cohesion, and this must lead to economic prosperity and effective crisis management and serious development. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Honasan. And the next one to tell us opening statements is Senator J.V. Ejercito.
Good evening. We are in the midst of a pandemic, and first things first, we have to survive this pandemic. It's not over yet. The Universal Healthcare Act, which I principally sponsored, I think would be very, very helpful, especially in this time that we are fighting COVID. This pandemic exacerbated or exposed the weaknesses of our healthcare system, our inadequate health facilities, our problems with healthcare workers, our perennial problem with PhilHealth. I, as a bystander and a private individual just looking, I told myself, if the Universal Healthcare Act was given importance and priority, I know for a fact that all of these problems that are arising right now will be given importance and will be solved by the Universal Healthcare Act. And probably that's one of the reasons that made me decide, although admittedly this will be an uphill battle for me, but I have a mission and obligation that is to complete the Universal Healthcare Act and see to it that it is implemented properly and it will be felt by the people, especially in this time of pandemic. Second, after we survive this pandemic, we have to look at our economy. We have to fast-track infrastructure development because this will provide immediately jobs. And likewise, after we have completed the major infrastructure developments, the railway system, modern airports, it will spread out the development all over the provinces. It will create jobs and opportunities not only in Metro Manila. It will spread out the development in all the provinces. Ayan po ang trabaho at hanap buhay.
Thank you, Senator Ejercito. Mr. Marcoleta?
Interpellation po.
Interpellation.
Pwede po ba namin itanong sa inyo tungkol po sa binanggit niyong PhilHealth? Sa ngayon po kasi, ang coverage lang ng PhilHealth ay naglalaro sa 30% lang. Kahit na po nagkaroon tayo ng malaking tagumpay tungkol sa bagay nito, pero nananatiling 30% lang ang coverage po rito. Kung sakasakali po, paano ninyo ipo-cover sapagkat at least 60% po dapat ma-cover ang ating mga mamayan ng PhilHealth, lalo na po yung nasa panig ng moralita. Kung wala po tayong pera, paano natin gagawin?
Senator Ejercito, we will give you 30 seconds and then we have to move on to the rest of the opening statements before we have the rest of the rebuttals.
Well, tama po. No? Ang intention po natin, mapababa ang out-of-pocket expense ng bawat Pilipino. Ngayon po, ay nagsimula 70%. Nung pumasok po ang Universal Healthcare Act, bumaba po ng 50%. Pero tama po, minsan 30% lamang. Ang initial budget requirement for the implementation of the Universal Healthcare Act was 257 billion and it will progress. Ang problema po, 170 billion lang. Kaya nga po, isa sa rason, as the principal sponsor and author, I would like to oversee and make sure that oversight function and make sure that the budget is allotted for the Universal Healthcare Act's implementation.
Thank you, Senator Ejercito. Now we go on with our opening statements from Mr. Jess Aranza.
Ang problema ho natin ngayon ay ang walang katiyakang katapusan ng pandemya, ang malaking utang ng ating bansa na halos 14 trillion pesos at ang deficit na halos 1.6 trillion. Ang kasagutan, pera. Saan ho natin kukunin? Yan ho ay alagaan natin at ibalik ang sigla ng tinatawag nating local industries. Sapagkat yan lang ang maghuhubog sa ating bansa at dadagdag ng pera sa ating kabangyaman. Pangalawa, ang agrikultura ho. Tulungan natin sapagkat ang agrikultura ay dinudumog ng lahat ng imported na wala namang nagbabayad ng buwis at yan ho ay kakulangan. Ang smuggling ho ay nagnanakaw sa ating bansa na halos 250 billion pesos a year. At ang halaga niya na pumasok sa ating bansa ay halos 2.03 trillion pesos. Pag yan ho ay nasawatan natin at napalakas natin, yan ho ay pera kaagad na babalik sa atin. At yung iba ay kaya nating sulbarin sa pagdaan ng panahon. Yan po ang dapat nating gawin. Buy Filipino, stop smuggling, buhay ng agrikultura, modernize. Nakakaawa hanggang ngayon sa katakot-takot na ginastos natin sa post-service facilities, ang mga magsasaka ay nagbibilad pa rin sa karsada. Nasaan napunta ang pera?
Maraming salamat, Mr. Jess Aranza. Susunod, si Dr. Mingita Padilla.
Magandang gabi sa inyong lahat. 12 po ang aking plataforma, pero siguro pinaka-importante dito ay tinatawag kong health security, economic recovery, food security, at labanan po ang korupsyon. Kailangan tayong makasigurado na lalabas na tayo sa pandemya at magkakaroon ng economic recovery. Magkadugtong ho yung kalusugan at ekonomiya, hindi mo mapaghiwalay itong dalawa. Tapos po, PhilHealth reform, overhaul po ng PhilHealth. Kasi ho, alam ko, grabe ang mga sistema, problema dun sa loob ng PhilHealth. Korupsyon, porous ang IT system, etc. Tapos sa food security, makadugtong yan ho, yung mga magsasaka, mangingisda. Yung climate change resiliency, makadugtong ho yun. Pati yung aking soberenya, makadugtong sa food security. At lahat ho ito, hindi mangyayari. Wala tayong hindi tayo makapag-economic recovery, health security, food security, anti-smuggling, kung hindi ho natin susupuin ang korupsyon. Pero kung magagawa ho natin itong lahat, isa rin ang gusto kong mangyari. Mabigyan ho ng pag-asa ang ating mga mamamayan, lalo-lalo na ang ating mga kabataan na susunod na henerasyon. Dapat maniwala sila sa kanilang puso na ang Pilipino ay hindi likas na magnanakaw, hindi likas na corrupt. Tayo ay mabubuting tao. Kailangan natin ng inspirasyon, kailangan natin ng pag-asa. Yun lang po. Maraming salamat po.
Maraming salamat, Dr. Padilla. Susunod ng opening statement ay si Ms. Nur Mahal Kiram.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ang nakikita ko pong isa sa mga problema ng ating bansa is pagdating sa Muslim community, pagdating sa minority, pagdating sa tribes, nababaliwala po sila. Ang problema po dito, sabi nagsisiksikan sila dito sa national. Pero etong mga minority, etong mga Muslim community, meron po silang lugar pero inaalisan po sila ng karapatan. Inaalisan po sila ng pribilehiyo. Ito po ang tututukan natin. Yung pribilehiyo na magkaroon po sila ng pantay na sahod po dito sa national, na pantay na pagtingin tulad sa mga batas, kasi lagi pong na babaliwala, lagi pong nadidiscriminate. Kahit hindi po nila kasalanan, ito po ang nagiging kasalanan at nagiging problema ng bansa. Ang sa amin lang po, sana magkaroon ng boses ang Muslim community dito po sa national, na laging nakakalimutan na sila rin, na itong mga Muslim community, mga tribes, Pilipino rin. Yun po ang isa sa mga problema ng bansa natin.
Maraming salamat, Ms. Nur Mahal Kiram. And now we have heard our senatorial candidates' opening statements. We have some ideas of what their legislative agenda will be like if they get elected to the Senate. And now don't go away. We will hear their answers and solutions to our nation's concerns when SMNI Senatorial Debate 2022 returns.
Wow. Lahat nila topic economic, social.
Oo, naglilista kasi ako, Tita Pia. Ayan, naglilista ako. Ayan. Nagnanote ako. Ayan, sa lahat po ng mga nanonood, yung kay Hunasan, ang gusto niyang anuhin yung sa problema daw ng yung yung sa bansa natin kay, 'di ba?
Yeah.
Yung marami siya sinabi, tapos
shortage ng mga pagkain natin.
Oo, shortage ng mga pagkain.
Self-supporting tayo, hindi dapat tayo nag-i-import ng mga pagkain. Dapat talaga yung ating agriculture ay ating pinalalakas at sabagay talaga nung panahon ni Marcos, walang nag-i-import ng bigas.
Tama.
Since Marcos is lahat i-imported, kahit galunggong imported. Dahil napabayaan.
Tsaka yung kay naman, kay Congressman Marcoleta, ang sinasabi niya, katulad din nung sinabi niya kahapon, yung opening statement niya, yung, 'di ba, yung sa mga napag-usapan kahapon, yung sa energy, yung sa sa
Oo.
presyo, pababain ang presyo ng mga dapat pababain,
Correct,
'di ba? Ayan 'yon. Tapos yung kay JBE Hearst ito, mga kababayan, ito ho kasing Universal Act na sinasabi ho, tama ho si Congressman
JB.
Marcoleta, na yung 30% lang talaga ang
Ang coverage.
nakakasama, 'di ba? 30% lang talaga yung
Yung
recover, yung
health.
coverage, parang gano'n, coverage. 30% lang. Tapos, ang sabi nga ni Kong Marcoleta is dapat man lang sana maging 60%. At least, 'di ba Tita Pia, na merong mataas-taas at hindi mahihirapan yung mga beneficiary nito, 'di ba? Tapos yung kay Aranza naman, yung opening niya kay Aranza is
Yung
stop
problem ng
smuggling,
COVID,
'yan.
yung
Oo,
ating
tapos
deficit,
corruption.
yung utang, yung
Oo,
ano.
'di ba? Tapos
Yeah.
si Padilla naman yung economic recovery. 'Yan,
Yeah.
tapos yung PhilHealth din
Saka
katulad kay JB.
corruption
Oo.
siya din.
Oo, kay Padilla. Economic recovery, tapos PhilHealth na katulad nung kay JB Ejercito, yung
Yeah.
food security. Tapos
Job
kay Mahal
infrastructure.
Kiram, yung alam niyo ito nakikita ko hindi naman sa discrimination sa mga Muslim. Actually, ito yung mahirap kapag sinasabi kasing Muslim, 'di ba? Dapat nagiging pantay-pantay din ang trato. Pero dapat 'yan gumawa ng batas yung mga senador natin, tapos na walang discrimination, pantay-pantay lahat, walang inuuri. Ang
Equality.
problema kay Mahal Kiram, ang gusto niya lang pagtuunan ng pansin maging boses lang ng mga Muslim.
Yeah.
So ibig sabihin tumututok siya para dun sa mga Muslim.
At sa mga IP, yung
O sa mga IP, 'di ba? Yung mga indigenous people. So ayan
Oo.
po yung mga kababayan, yung kay
Bakit
Kiram. Tingnan natin Tignan natin mamaya Tita Pia kung ano yung mga sasabihin nila. Pero ito yung mga nakikita ko. Actually, nag-focus sila Tita Pia sa lahat, yung economic talaga. Oo. Economic talaga recovery yung inaanuhan nila. Then si Hunasan, maganda rin yung sinasabi ni Hunasan na parehas sila, 'di ba?
Yung right to
Parehas sila, 'di
information,
ba?
economic and social problem, yun
Oo,
ang
tapos
kay
yung
Hunasan.
maganda yung sinabi niya.
Mm.
Tapos ulitin natin yung kay JBR ito, parehas po sila ni BBM ng gusto. Bakit? Ang gusto ni BBM, yung infrastructure, yung mga major, 'di ba? Tapos yung railway natin. 'Di ba may sinabi si BBM na aayusin niya ang linya ng tren at pagaganahin ang tren yung mga taga Bicol para mas madali na ang kanilang biyahe. Si Madam Lenny taga Bicol, hindi mo lang naisip 'yun, tagal-tagal na 'di ba? Bakit kailangan si BBM pa mag-isip no'n? Yun yung sinasabi natin. Pero sa mga kababayan, sa kabuuan po ng kanilang opening statement, okay, ay tumutok ho lahat sila, halos lahat ng mga senatorial
Kailangan
ay
talaga.
economic recovery po talaga. Yun ang number one. Yun talaga ang number one, Tita Pia, because of ang economic natin ay napakababa. 'Di ba?
Katulad nga ng sabi ni Kong Marcoleta, dapat ang ating GDP ay mga 7 to 9% per annum.
Pero alam niyo ito, Tita Pia,
para magkaroon ng economic recovery.
Pero Tita Pia, alam mo, madali kasing sabihin ito. Ang tanong kasi diyan, magagawa kaya nilang batas ito? 'Di ba? Madali yung sabihin, magagawa kaya? Sana yun ang anuhan natin. Yung mga sinasabi ho nila rito sa mga debate, wag ho natin kakalimutan. Kasi madali hong magsalita, mga kababayan, tandaan po natin.
Pero para gawin ibang usapan.
Oo, ibang usapan. 'Di ba? Para lang makakuha sila ng simpatya sa mga taong bayan.
Voting.
Sasabihin nila, 'di ba? Ganun ang ano nila. Wala. Kaya ho tayo mga kababayan, lagi natin tatandaan kung sino yung mga nanalo, 'di ba? Kung sino ho yung mga uupo. Tignan natin kung ano yung mga pinagsasabi nila at kung hindi nila nagawa, ayun. Nagawa nila, thank you.
Ang isa, hindi natin natalakay yung kay Pimentel.
Mamaya, Tita.
Senatorial Debate 2022. Earlier, we heard the opening statements of all our candidates here, and I know there are some questions. We will allow it a little later on, but we have to move on now to our first round. Mahaba po ang ating diskusyon ngayong gabi. So please allow me to call on our first question. Will be coming from Professor Dr. Clarita Carlos. Professor Carlos, your question, please.
Thank you very much. Good evening, everyone. I was listening to all of you and I was taking down notes like yesterday. And I thought that if all of you were to be elected senator, we would indeed be moving towards a better Philippines. Congratulations. Let me also acknowledge my colleagues here, my friend Clink Ang, and two of my former students, Anna and Rolex. Sanggang na kami dito. All right. I've always felt that your work as senator will be centered on ratification of treaties, international conventions, agreements, and the like. That is the reason why for all the questions that I've asked here, they really are focusing on foreign policy, defense, and security. Here's the question. I think everybody knows that there is an ongoing DND review of the 1952 Mutual Defense Treaty. There are two options: abrogate the Mutual Defense Treaty or amend some parts of it. If you are not for abrogation, then please tell me which parts should be amended.
Thank you, Dr. Carlos. We will hear from Yusek Astra Pimentel.
I am for the amendment of the Mutual Defense Treaty, simply because there is an important part of our relation with other countries, and we know that there are countries that would like to take power over other countries. And the Mutual Defense Treaty must be protecting also our people. Kinakailangan po na ang defense treaty natin ay nakalaad doon because ang panahon natin ngayon ay matagal na yung Mutual Defense Treaty. Marami na pong nagbago. Right now, our women and children must be protected even through sa ating dito sa ating paggawa ng mga batas at sa ating pag-ratify nito, dahil nangangailangan po tayo na magkaroon ng magandang relasyon sa ibang bansa at hindi din tayo maging agrabyado sa panahon ng seguridad ay maging we will be in the forefront of any war that's going to happen around the world.
Thank you, Yusek Pimentel. Any follow-up? Should we move on to Secretary Piñol?
The Mutual Defense Treaty is just one of the manifestations of the very close relationships between the Philippines and the United States of America. As you all know, the US is our biggest trading partner. So I would favor the retention of the Mutual Defense Treaty, make some improvements, whatever they may be, but I believe that we should hang on to this treaty because this manifests our strong relationship with our oldest trading partner, the United States of America. Thank you.
Chairman Belhica.
War is around the corner. So the Philippines must strengthen its military capabilities and its relationship with other countries. The Mutual Defense Treaty must be amended so that America, when Philippines gets attacked or gets into war, can automatically respond to our aid. Ngayon po kasi, the President of the United States will have to get permission from Congress. Mahihirapan po tayo pagka napasok tayo rito ng malalaking mga bayan para basuhin. So as we strengthen our security, we must also amend the Mutual Defense Treaty and cultivate our relationship with our neighboring countries.
Thank you. Next we have Secretary Panelo.
Sa akin pong pananaw, kailangan tanggalin muna natin itong Mutual Defense Treaty at pumasok tayo sa bagong tratado. Palaging titingnan po natin ang interes ng ating bansa, ang territorial integrity at ang sovereignty. Hindi maaari na ang katratado natin ay palaging may bentaha at tayo ay wala. Kailangan isa-isahin po natin ang provision na magkakaroon ng tunay na proteksyon. Hindi lamang sa isa, kundi dapat, kaya nga tinawag na mutual. Kailangan kung anong panganib sa isa ay magiging panganib din sa katratado nito at gagawa sila ng mga galaw upang maproteksyonan. Hindi po pwede yung merong panganib dito pero hindi pa rin gumagalaw ang katratado natin. Kailangan talagang i-abrogate muna ngayon. Pumasok sa bago.
Okay. Deputy Speaker Marcoleta.
I am for an amendment and to renegotiate the terms of the MDT. Ang tanong po ay anong i-amend natin kung sakasakali? Yung article ito po sinasabi, both parties have the obligation to help one another in order for them to achieve the capacity to resist armed attack in the Pacific. Paano po kung yung armed attack ay hindi naman sa Pacific? Halimbawa ngayon po ay sa South China Sea. Palagi ko po, geographically speaking, yung South China Sea, parte po ng Indo-Pacific yun. Hindi po siya talaga, kumbaga sa Pacific side, which is the western side of the Philippines. So kailangan po nating ayusin. Pagkatapos po, 70 years na nakararaan, pero hindi naman nila tayo tinulungan in order for us to be capacitated to resist an armed attack. Article 3 po, sinasabi rin doon, kailangan palagi silang nag-uusap itong dalawang partido whenever they feel that each other is being threatened politically or their independence is somehow being threatened. Hindi rin po nangyayari ito, kaya kailangan nating i-renegotiate po.
Okay. Senator Hornasan.
The Mutual Defense Treaty is driven by Commonwealth Act No. 1, drafted more than 70 years ago by Major Dwight Eisenhower and William Ord. Hindi ako nagiyan sabihin sa inyo na magkasing edad kami ng Commonwealth Act No. 1. And it drives, the consequence is a non-existent national security policy that is anchored on a clear definition of what constitutes our national interest. Let's overhaul the whole thing, renegotiate the whole thing. In the meantime, self-reliance. Let's prepare to defend ourselves in any situation. Thank you po.
Thank you, Senator Hornasan. Senator,
may I
yes,
have
go
a
ahead, Mr.
follow-up,
Carlos.
For General Hornasan. Yesterday, I think Biden talked about installing nuclear warheads in Japan. If we are going to renegotiate our relationship with the United States and the U.S. demands that we also set up similar nuclear warheads, what will your position be?
Unsolicited advice to the U.S. President. Hinay-hinay tayo dito. Let us not start something that we cannot finish to the detriment of the global community. Pag nagbabalyahan kayo doon, tumataas yung presyo ng langis dito. Sino nahihirapan? Hindi lang kayo. Kami, the entire global community. Unsolicited advice. Something for us to think, reflect, and pray on.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Speaker Marcoleta, yeah.
Senator Greg, hindi ba nung kinanyon yung ating mga kinanyon ng tubig, yung ating mga mangingisda at kinuha naman ng China yung ating Scarborough Shoal, hindi ba dapat nag-operate na yung Article 3 na kung saan kapag natetreten, sabi niya doon, yung ating political independence or even our security, kailangan nag-uusap itong dalawa. Wala akong nakitang pag-uusap. Ano kayang masasabi mo ron?
Una-una po, hanggang ngayon, kaya binanggit ko kanina, yung national interest. Ano ba gigirian natin doon? No? Isda, langis, lupa, tubig, nasa ilalim ng tubig. Let's be very clear about what we are going to fight and die for as a people.
So are we going to die for fish? Yes. Well, because I think we're also talking food security. I think Secretary Piñol talked about food security as the top of the list. Because it seems to me that that is really what we're fighting for. Not really oil, because we're moving away from oil. General Honasan?
Well, ma'am, yun nga ho hindi malinaw. It may be clear to some of us, but it is not clear to every able-bodied, freedom-loving Filipino. Dapat alam nila ito. Dahil ang nakataya rito, hindi yung survival ng bawat isa sa atin. Ang nakataya rito is survival of the Filipino nation.
Thank you. We have a question from Yusek Pimentel.
Ang sabi ni Senator Honasan is that dapat maghinay-hinay ang Amerika. Based on experience, never po naghinay-hinay ang Amerika. Tayo dito sa Pilipinas, maraming eksperyensya ng ating mga kabataan at kababaihan ay nagkakaroon ng masamang eksperyensya when it comes to war, and even kahit doon sa Mindanao, lalong-lalo na kami, marami tayong eksperyensya even dito sa mga bases and ng ating mga karatig na bansa at lalong-lalo na sa Amerika.
May I reply?
Yes, go ahead, sir.
Wala naman ho tayong military bases sa California. Kung patas talaga ang laban, dapat patas pareho. May bases sila rito. May EDCA. Bakit wala tayo dun sa California? So, hindi ko alam kung tama yun.
Salamat, Senator Honasan. Let's move on to Senator J.B. Ejercito.
As the name of the treaty suggests, mutual defense treaty, dapat ho ito pantay-pantay. No? We are considered the little brown brothers of the United States of America, one of the staunchest allies. Nagtaka rin ako noong una, bakit si Presidente Duterte noong una, bakit hindi gusto ang Amerika. Pero looking back, looking at the military aid, doon na lang po sa aid, military aid. When you talk about military aid, they give us 5, 10 million, 50, probably $30 million in military aid. When you look at other countries, hundreds of millions of dollars. And yet we are supposed to be the staunchest ally. Pag sinabing Pilipinas, kakampi kagad na Amerika. Pangalawa po sa West Philippine Sea, probably now that aside from mutual defense treaty with the United States, we can already forge alliances with Australia, Japan, UK, and other Asian countries that have disputes with China, because we cannot fight China. They are a superpower. We may have 30 jet fighters, they may have 500. Meron tayong 30 frigates, they may have 800. So it should be a good cooperation among the different countries in ASEAN.
Okay. We move on to Mr. Jess Aranza.
Mahal kong kababayan, sa silak mo ng aking dibdib ngayon, gusto ko i-abrogate. Ngunit, yan ay emosyon. Siguro, pag-aralan natin mabuti sapagkat ang tao, pag kay nagagalit o masaya o natatakot, dapat huwag mong gawan ng desisyon sapagkat ang desisyon mo may be a wrong decision. I will be for abrogation. However, I would rather that we wait and we study this carefully sapagkat ang pabigla-bigla ho ay nakakatakot. Unang-una, hindi naman ho ako sanay sa mga war o defense na ganyan. Pero sa aking pananaw, iba na rin yung may nasasandalan ka paminsan-minsan. At iba na rin yung sana magaya rin tayo sa ibang tratado na ginawa nila. Halimbawa sa Taiwan na wala na yung sinasabing based on our constitution that when it allows. Isaalasin na natin yun. Yun lang ho ang aking masasabi. Salamat po.
Yes, Deputy Speaker Marcoleta.
Bakit po, Mang Jess, nung yung pong mga vessels ng China na sinide-swipe yung ating mga mangingisda, at kaganyan sinabi ko, binugahan pa ng mga tubig, at pagkatapos ay kinuha yung Scarborough Shoal, nautakan tayo doon. Bakit hindi kumibo ang ating Senado given the Mutual Defense Treaty? Sapagkat nandun sa Article 3 na kinakailangan silang magkatulungan sapagkat nakikita na natin na ito'y bumabangga na sa seguridad ng ating bansa kung hindi man political independence.
Kaibigan, hindi ako nasa Senado noon eh. Kaya pasensya na po, hindi ko masagot. Ngunit, ang sasabihin ko lang, may mga pagkakataon ho, mga kababayan, na hindi uraw-urada na emosyon ang ipapalabas natin. Mahirap po yun.
dapat pag-aralan ho. Lahat ng bagay, lalo na yung mga relasyon natin sa ibang bansa, pag-aralan pong mabuti sapagkat pag ikaw ay pumasok na, mahirap ka nang lumabas dyan.
Hey, Secretary Ginoong Aranza, just have a follow-up. Kayo po ba ay naniniwala dun sa pinromesa na Indo-Pacific Security Umbrella ng Quad?
Pakiulit po, hindi ko narinig.
Kayo po ba ay naniniwala dun sa Indo-Pacific Security Umbrella na supposedly ay pinopromesa ng Amerika? Is America still a reliable partner? Kasi I think this is where Mr. Marcoleta is going, isn't it?
Well, sa nakikita ko ngayon, sa kasalukuyan nangyari, ay sa tingin ko nga ho, parang balat bunga lamang ang pagsasabing tutulong. Kaya nga sabi ko, kung sakali ba, baka natin ma-adapt din yung katulad ng ginawa sa kontrataryo nila sa Taiwan, na wala na yung mga pakundangan kung paano, basta kung may problema, sugod kagad sila at dapat sumabay sila sa depensa. Yun lang po ang aking masasabi.
Okay, we have a question from Mr. Bellica.
Like what I said, we have to prepare ourselves for war and push for peace at the same time among our regional neighbors, that we do not want to get into war, but we have to be prepared for war. Sa ganyan pong panggaan, tayo lahat ang talo kung hindi tayo prepared. So we have to look at this treaty and we have to prepare ourselves and secure ourselves in our country and take leadership among the region to talk things out to abrogate war.
Thank you. Let's hear from Dr. Menggita Padilla.
Agree po ako kay Congressman Marcoleta, no, na kailangan talagang amyendahan. We cannot abrogate kasi kailangan pa rin natin. What's happening in Ukraine now, wala silang mutual defense treaty, hindi rin member ng NATO o Ukraine. No? Tayo naman, ang kailangan lang natin gawin, iklaro natin, no? Let's make it clear anong ibig niyo sabihin ng national security, ng national interest. Yung pagbabangga at pagkakanyo ng vapor, yung mga bangka, no? At yung mga sa West Philippine Sea, I think that should have merited something. Kahit man lang nagalit sila o nagsalita sila. Hindi naman ibabomba yung China. We cannot do that, no? But we have to amend. And siguro ngayon, mas powerful tayo kasi baka may problema in China, Taiwan. They'll need the Philippines also, strategically. Baka we can demand more from them as far as what they owe us and what they will give us as part of the treaty. Hindi lang yung conditional, but bibigyan ka tayo unconditional. Certain things we also need for our own strength and security on our own.
Okay, Congressman Marcoleta.
Ma'am, hindi ba dapat alisin natin yung phrase na armed attack? Kasi hindi naman talaga aatakin siguro tayo ng China. So kapag ka hindi armed attack, kahit kailan hindi mag-operationalize yung Mutual Defense Treaty. Ang gusto kong mangyari, pag may threat lang sa ating security or political independence, mag-operationalize na kagad. Katulad ng binangga tayo, sinabuyan tayo ng tubig, huwag na nating hintayin yung armed attack. Parang may konting panluloko dito, ma'am.
Actually, agree ako doon. Hindi kailangan ng armed attack, no? Any attack on our people. Alam mo, kinakausapan namin yung mga mangingisda doon sa Quezon. Sinabi marami raw nawawala na at hindi na nakabalik. And they think talagang in-attack yung mga tao. Hindi mo kailangan armed, pwede mong banggain, pwede mong whatever, no? So, dapat nga mas klaro yon at hindi dapat hintayin pa na magbarilan bago sila kumilos.
Okay, Senator Honasan.
Sandali lang po ito. So, to our audience, no, just look at the map. Look at where the Philippines is at the map. Tayo ho ang may hawak ng traffic light. Airlane, sea lane, submarine. We can be the digital, the political, the social, the economic hub, not only of the Asia Pacific, but of the world. Yun ho ang potential natin. We are blessed not because of, but in spite of lack of policy.
Okay, Secretary Panelo.
Kaugnay po ito sa katanungan ni Professor Carlos kanina, Secretary Olasan, na ang Amerika ngayon may intensyon na mag-deploy ng nuclear arms weapons doon sa Japan. At ang tanong niya po kanina, kung dito sa ating bansa, ano ang magiging posisyon? At ang sagot po ni Secretary ay hinay-hinay lang. Ibig ko lang po ipaalala sa ating lahat na bawal sa ilalim ng ating saligang batas ang mag-imbak ng nuclear weapons or arms dito sa ating bansa.
And let's go back to Dr. Padilla.
No, may sasabihin na ako na sa sinabi ni Secretary Greg, no, talagang strategic ang Philippines in so many ways. Kaya we can demand more out of the treaty. And hindi lang yon. Yung freedom of navigation is very important for so many people. Hindi nila pahabayaan ng West Philippine Sea. So talagang hindi tayo nag-iisa. We can actually enter into treaties with other nations who need freedom of navigation in the West Philippine Sea. Huwag tayo magpapakawawa o magpapaapi kasi meron tayong lakas.
Okay, we would love, I'll get back to you, sir, but let's hear from Ms. Nur Mahal Kiram.
Yes. Sa tingin ko naman po, okay lang tayong makipagkaibigan sa kanila, pero hanggang doon lang po muna. Dahil kung hindi naman po yan concern sa Pilipinas, kung hindi naman po yung mga away or gulo na related po sa Philippines, siguro pagtibayan na lang po natin yung lakas po natin. Kasi pag ang nangyayari po is etong Mutual Defense Treaty, pag sinabi ng isang bansa na eto ka-allies ka namin, ibig sabihin kahit hindi wala tayong gulo, nadadamay tayo. So pagdating sa natin sa gas natin, sa pagkain natin, tumataas kasi nga nakikita ng ibang bansa na marami silang kalaban. So mas maganda siguro, dahil kami sa Mindanao, ibabalik ko sa Mindanao. Marami po kami, nagkaroon din po kami ng gera. Siguro ito na lang pagtunan natin ng pansin, yung mismong sa Pilipinas.
Okay, let's hear from Secretary Bellica.
Yeah, as we talk to our neighboring countries, we first must prepare because danger is imminent. The threat is already present. Then we push for peace. If the Constitution and the laws need to be changed, then we must change it. Dahil wala hong ganitong threat nung ginawa yung Constitution na yan.
Okay, we will have...
Hello? Daphne?
Yes.
Is it okay to...
I suppose. Go ahead.
A follow-up question to Mr. Bellica. You've said earlier that, we have to prepare for war and at the same time you have to push for peace. And you've mentioned also well that there's such a thing as a threat. Now, my question is, how would you prepare for war and what's the threat that you're trying to, you're trying to say?
It's based on the question of the doctor and...
But the question of Dr. Carlos is all about the U.S. trying to deploy nuclear warheads in Japan. Is it a threat already to the Philippines?
Yes, the threat is already there because you're deploying nuclear warheads in countries beside us. And a war can just, happen anytime. So we have to prepare. It's better to prepare than to be caught surprised.
How would you do that? Yeah, but is that, Anna, is that something that can be prevented? As a matter of fact, it's not only in Japan that U.S. wants to
deploy
nuclear warheads. Yeah. Even in South Korea, they want to do that. So,
yeah, the thing is, ma'am, hindi naman tayo pakikinggan if we will be negotiating in a weak position. As I've said, let us negotiate for peace. Let us take leadership in the region. Bring them all in the negotiating table, but make sure that we have something that they will listen to. And without this equipment and without being prepared, hindi ko tayo pakikinggan.
Okay, I see you, Mr. Mintel and Mr. Aranza and Dr. Padilla, but let's first hear from Mr. Ding Diaz. You have 1 minute.
We cannot abrogate for the simple reason that it will not be allowed. It will not be allowed by our neighbors. It will not be allowed by our allies. It will not be allowed by the United States of America. Nasabi po ni Senador Gringo Honasan na ang Pilipinas po is strategically located. Ito po ang pinakayaman po natin dito. Sa kabila po ng mga abundance ng mga likas na yaman pa po na meron po tayo. Now, kung ako po ang tatanungin, we don't need an amendment to the Mutual Defense Treaty. What we need is a complete overhaul so that it will be attuned to the times since that particular treaty served the needs of the Philippines and the United States 70 years ago. A lot has changed. A lot has changed now, and we have to have a lot of overhauling to do.
Okay, before we continue with the rebuttals, we have a follow-up question, sir.
Yes, I'm sorry.
No,
Ma'am.
you go first.
Okay, address to Mr. Ding Diaz.
Yes, sir.
Walang pakialam ang kapitbahay natin kung anong gagawin natin dito sa Pilipinas. The conduct of foreign relations is exclusively lodged with the President.
Totoo po yun.
To a certain extent, to the Senate on the ratification of treaties. That is found in Section 4, Article 18 of the transitory provisions of the 1987 Constitution. I'm sorry, sir. I don't want this country to just follow another country around us. We are a sovereign country.
Yes.
You are very correct. You are very correct, Mr. Suplico. Unfortunately, a lot of things that are happening internationally happens because of maneuverings, not directly, but indirectly by the superpowers. Now, what I'm trying to emphasize here is this. America needs the Philippines. So let us maximize on this. If they really need us, we have to get something really worth our while.
What if we don't need America?
Madam, at this point,
Is it mutual?
Yeah.
Madam, at this point, if we don't need America, then the professor said, then it's not going to be mutual. But what I'm telling you here is this. We cannot say that we don't need America because China is a friend or Russia is a friend or other countries are friends. I believe that we have a long way to go. What we should focus on, if that is the point, we should build ourselves really strongly, not just militarily, but more importantly, economically and diplomatically.
Okay, let's hear from Yusek Pimentel, Mr. Aranza, and Dr. Padilla in that order.
In relation to the preparation of the Philippines, kailangang maamendahan ang defense treaty na ito to include technology. Because dito sa ating nakikita natin ng Amerika, despite having a relationship with us, laging tira-tira ang binibigay. They should give us priority also in terms of technology dahil kahit ngayon wala tayong sariling satellite, wala tayong sariling eye of the sky, habang sila ay napakaraming teknolohiyang ginagamit.
Comment lang po ito.
Mr. Aranza.
Comment lang po ito. Sa aking nabasa, kung tama, ang Estados Unidos ay merong katratado na 69 countries. Ito kayang 69 countries na composed of 75% of goods and composed of about 2 billion inhabitants. Ito kaya ay na-review ng ating mga foreign affairs para makita lang kung ano kaya ang mga experience nitong mga bansang ito. Samot, pag nakaupo tayo doon talagang pagsusunugan ko ng kilay ang
Dr. Padilla.
Ilalagay ko lang sa konteksto, no? Kasi yung nangyayari sa Ukraine, di ba? Invaded by Russia. Everybody was saying, hindi gagawin ni Putin yan, hindi siya sirang ulo. Pero ginawa niya, unprovoked. Ngayon, sa North Korea, he keeps testing nuclear warheads. O hindi gagawin yan. Pero who knows? I think that's the reason why America is putting nuclear warheads in Japan and South Korea. Ngayon, we have to demand more in the treaty and treat us like an ally, more like an ally than a little brown brother. So we can also defend ourselves and help more.
Follow-up question for Dr. Padilla about the Ukraine crisis that you mentioned. You've said that Putin attacked or had the military intervention in Ukraine unprovoked. Do you really think it's unprovoked if what is happening right now and the action of Putin, given that, Ukraine is being persuaded or to a certain extent influenced by the West in joining NATO. And if you look at it, NATO is a military alliance. So if Ukraine will be part of NATO, to a greater extent, there's a possibility that nuclear warheads will be in Ukraine. Do you really think it's unprovoked, given that it's a border country between Ukraine and Russia?
Okay, I know, I believe that Russia really attacked Ukraine because they were afraid that they were going to join NATO. No, because pag sumali ang Ukraine sa NATO, lahat ng former USSR, NATO na. Okay? And it's the closest to Russia and they can definitely attack them.
So do you
but it was not provoked by an attack. It was not provoked by an attack. That's different.
So do you think Russia doesn't have any right to defend its national security given that it's being threatened by the very fact that, there's a possibility that will be military bases in there and also nuclear weapons in Ukraine, if in any case it will be part of NATO. Do you think so?
I don't think they had the right to attack the way they're doing, because Ukraine also has a right to put whatever they want there in order to protect themselves from an attack by Russia. That's none of the business of Putin. It's a different country already. If they had started attacking him, if I said they had started doing other attacks, for example, cyber attacks, a little bit of weapons, then maybe yes, it would have been provoked. But it is the right of Ukraine, self-determination.
Thank you, Dr.
Okay, we have, before we have a follow-up question from Mr. Ang, we will hear from Secretary Piñol.
May I just share my thoughts on this conversation about war, about nuclear warheads? While foreign policy, I understand, is an exclusive domain of the president, if I were a member of the Senate, I would, as an expression of the sentiment of the Senate, join the voices against the fielding of these nuclear warheads. War is not easy. It's painful. I know, because I was born in a war-affected province, and I know the difficulties, the pain, and the anguish of war.
Thank you. Follow-up question, Dante Ang.
Thank you, Daphne. I wasn't going to ask because I always defer to Professor Carlos with regards to foreign policy. But, well, first of all, I'd like to remind my co-panelists that Ukraine gave up its nuclear weapons when it exited from the Soviet Union. But the question is this, foreign policy is anchored on national interest. And in my humble opinion, our national interest is to preserve peace. You guys mentioned education, economy, tourism, smuggling, all sorts of issues, which I think are conditional on the preservation of peace. Now, my question is, do you agree that our national interest is to preserve peace? And if you do or you do not, could you please state what you think is our national interest?
Raise your hand, anyone. Okay, go ahead now.
Preservation of peace is very important, especially for us women, because we are the ones who care for our children, those who are less fortunate, and even those who are most vulnerable in times of war. And in that is why President Duterte's policy is always friend to all, enemy to none.
Okay, Mr. Ding Diaz.
Who does not want peace? Everybody wants to live in peace. But together with peace, there must also economic stability. Then, if we have economic stability, we have a supportive government, we have a cooperative people, it's not just peace, it's going to be prosperity.
Okay, Secretary Bandiga.
Yes, in order to have peace, we have to remember that we have to let our enemies know that we are ready for war at any time. Yan po ang sinabi ni President George Washington sa mga kabataang sundalo nung siya po ay bababa na sa pwesto. We have to let our enemies know and prepare for war and push for peace. We want peace, that's why we prepare for war.
Okay, a rebuttal from Secretary Piñol. Go ahead.
This is in response to the question of Klink. Yes, peace should be our national goal. And I can say that with certainty because of what happened to us in Mindanao. For over 60 decades, or 6 decades, we were torn in a brutal war. We were underdeveloped, but now that the president has signed a peace agreement with the More Islamic Liberation Front, things are turning out right for us. And we're turning out better now. We're producing more. So I believe that the key to our progress and prosperity as a nation is peace, not only in Mindanao, but all over the country.
Senator Harnasan.
We cannot give, in answer to the question, we cannot give what we do not have. Our immediate national interest, to my mind, is to unite as a people, fix our backyard, and promote Article 3 of the Constitution. Protect life, liberty, and property. Any possible happiness. What use is life, liberty, and property if you're not happy? That constitutes our immediate national interest.
Okay, Senator JD.
When you talk about peace, let us prioritize peace in the country, especially in Mindanao. There has been this insurgency to the east, and there's rebellion in the west. The root cause is poverty. That is why I am really supportive of the infrastructure development of the president. I think with massive infrastructure development, it will spread out the development towards the different provinces in Mindanao, and that will provide jobs and opportunities because we will be creating growth development areas. When there's already food and there's jobs and opportunities, all the rebellion and the insurgency will slowly die a natural death.
Thank you. Let's hear from Ms. Noor Mahal Kiram.
Yes po. Yung peace na tinatawag dito sa sa Mindanao, actually kung pagbibigyan nga po ng trabaho, kasi laging pag sinasabing Mindanao, laging may terorismo, laging ganon ang ano nila sa tao. Pero kung tutusin, pag binigyan niyo po ng opportunity yan, syempre magkakaroon ng peace. Tapos ibigay po sa kanila yung lupang para sa kanila talaga. Pagyamanin po nila ang kultura at the same time po yung lupa nila.
Okay. Yusek Pimentel and Dr. Padilla.
In addition to our aim for peace, dapat kailangang malaman natin na importante para sa atin sa Pilipinas ang peace of other nations because there are Filipinos in all of the nations that we have. Ang ating mga OFW, ang ating mga OF ay nandoon. And if there is war in any of those countries, we will be affected.
Okay, we have 30 seconds. Dr. Padilla?
Peace is an aspiration of everyone, but I agree that we need to have economic stability to have peace. You give economic stability, social services, free education, hospitalization. The NPAs come out of the mountains and they join the people. Economic stability, economic progress. But I also agree with Mr. Belica. Sometimes you need to negotiate from a point of strength in order to have peace.
Okay, Secretary Panelo first, and then Secretary Pinal.
Peace in any country can only be secured by securing the internal threats as well as the external threats. Doon sa internal ay kailangan tingnan natin kung paano natin susugpuin yung panganib sa loob. At pagdating naman sa labas, ay kailangan palakasin natin ang ating bansa upang tayo ay handa sa anumang panganib na darating sa atin.
Mr. Piñol?
Ang kapayapaan po ay nagsisimula sa isang busog na tiyan. And so while we have been talking about the abstract word peace, may I ask everybody to focus on food security, because without food, we will not have peace. Without food, our people will go hungry, they could rebel against government. And so food security is the most important issue that I believe we should discuss in this forum today.
Okay, we are just in round one. We have a follow-up question from
just
Dr.
final follow-up. Anyone can answer, Daphne. Do you think the U.S. is still a reliable defense ally?
Let's go this way. Go ahead, sir.
As long as
Yeah.
they will always be reliable as long as it will suit their better interests.
Correct.
So in any situation, if it does not suit their interest, they will find a way to get out of it. But if it will suit their interest, they will do everything to be in it. Okay? So what I'm trying to say here, let's build ourselves strongly so that America will always feel that they need us.
Okay, go ahead, ma'am.
America's reliability as a partner depends also on the leaders that we have in the Philippines. Because if we have competent leaders that leads our people and is able to talk to them and have the great respect of these people, then they will give us what we deserve.
Okay, Secretary Piñol.
Reliability as a partner may be in question. The mere fact that America as our partner could be an effective deterrent against any threat.
Okay, go ahead.
We have to be open to all as a sovereign state. We have to be talking to everyone because we are not at war with anyone, but we can be in the middle of any war. America being reliable to the Philippines tingnan natin kung ano po ang gagawin nila. Pero we cannot stop or we cannot base our decision on what they will do. We have to pursue the interests of the Philippines as a sovereign state.
Thank you, Secretary Panelo.
Yung pong pagbibigay natin ng sagot sa katanungan ngayon, depende po yun sa interest talaga ng bawat bansa. Pag ang interest ay makakabuti sa kanila, magiging talagang kaibigan natin. Nakita po natin, marami na ang karanasan ng Amerika ay hindi natin naasahan sa mga ibang mga pagkakataon. Kasi pabor sa kanila. Yun ang katotohanan dyan.
Hey, Deputy Speaker Marcoleta.
Hindi na po reliable sa akin ang Amerika dahil sa maraming mga pangyayari. Dito lamang sa panig ng ating mundo, nung kunin ng China ang Scarborough Shoal, hindi siya kumibo. Nung sagasaan yung ating mga pangingisda, di man lang tayo tinulungan, di man lang tayo nilingon. Nung binomba tayo ng tubig, yung ating mga mangingisda, ganun din. Napansin din natin sa bansang Vietnam, iniwanan din naman ang Vietnam. At saka yung bansa sa Africa o sa Middle East.
Okay.
So hindi na siya reliable para sa akin po.
Maraming salamat, Senator Honasan.
I don't think America is as strong as before. The internal problems in America is...
Sorry, sir. Let's just go down the line. Senator Honasan first, and then I'll go down to you.
You called me kasi. That's why I answered.
Honasan na muna.
Reliable ho ba na kaibigan ng US? Abi, inventaryohin natin ang lahat ng security, bilateral, multilateral security and economic arrangements with the US. And let's conduct a performance audit. Baka naman reliable tayo sa kanila, pero sila ay hindi reliable para sa atin.
Senator J.D. Ejercito.
As I mentioned earlier, we are considered the little brown brothers, but I think we have to amend and renegotiate that if ever there will be a new mutual defense treaty, it will now be as partners. Nabanggit ko kanina, pag nagbigay po sila ng military aid sa atin, mga junk, mura lang, a few $1 million. Kumpara po sa ibang bansa na hundreds of millions of dollars, dapat ganun din po ang pagtrato nila sa ating bansa. They have also to equip us with equipment just like a partner. Dapat strategic partner tayo, dapat pantay-pantay, hindi po bilang isang maliit na kapatid.
Mr. Jess Aranza.
I don't think America is as strong as before. They are so divided. After the election, the entire country have problems on supply, they have problems internally. So I don't think that they can give us all the support before, like before, because this time they have problems internally.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Padilla, please.
Like any country should, ang first interest ng Amerika is self-interest. So they are reliable when it is also for their self-interest. Ngayon tayo naman, we have to also look out for number one, the Philippines, always. So we should really have partners for other countries. We should not only put all our eggs in one basket. Magka-partner tayo sa iba't ibang bansa na interesado sa kapayapaan ng West Philippine Sea. So that's my answer. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Nur Mahal Kiram.
Pagdating po sa Amerika, I don't think pwede pa tayong mag-rely sa kanila. Kasi sa dami ng ginawa sa dami ng mga batas na ginawa, walang nangyari, walang natupad. Pero pag pwede naman tayong makipagkaibigan sa kanila to that extent na kahit sa ibang bansa, iba-ibang bansa, pwede tayong makipagkaibigan po. Pero hanggang dun lang po.
Okay, maraming salamat. First round pa lang to ng round one. Marami pa tayong pag-uusapan. So for now, thank you so much, Professor Carlos. After the break, we will hear questions from the other panelists. SMNI Senatorial Debate 2022 will be back.
Okay.
Yan, sige, tita.
Defense. I think we need a military defense treaty agreement. We need, I think it's obsolete already. It's in 1935 military defense treaty, and there is a lot of changes now with advancement of technologies. And besides, we have to revamp us and others are to examine what is applicable for the now because sometimes it doesn't ano na in our country, hindi na tama yung MDA nila, yung Mutual Defense Treaty. 'Di ba dapat katulad nga sinasabi ni Kong Marcolita, bakit pinabayaan ng US na makuha ang Scarborough Shoal? Bakit pinabayaan nila na bombahin ng tubig ang mga fishermen? Wala man lang silang sinasabi o hindi man lang nila kinokondena. And as we friends, I don't know if according to the MDA, to the treaty agreement, hindi ko alam kung kasama doon yung pag-aggression. Kasi ang alam ko yung pagka tayo sinakop lang, yung ginera tayo. But yung aggression as like that, I don't know kung kasama yun sa treaty. Yun ang dapat tingnan. Kaya kailangan i-revamp or anuhin dahil obsolete na yung agreement na yan.
Tama. Maganda yung sagot ng mga kasi
magaganda yung sagot ng mga
magaganda yung sagot nila kasi hindi sila pumapabor sa Amerika talaga. Actually, hindi na talaga magiging reliable ang Amerika.
Wala
Alam
na
niyo
silang
ba,
ano eh.
ito mga kababayan, sa Saudi Arabia, sila ho ang nakapagpabagsak ng ekonomiya ng Pilipinas ng Saudi Arabia because kasi puro
The oil.
'di ba puro gera-gera tapos inanuhan nila lahat ganon. So ngayon mga kababayan, ang nangyayari talagang yung Amerika ho, tama yung sinasabi ni Hunasan, tayo reliable tayo sa kanila kasi may makukuha sila sa atin.
Strategically, yes.
'Di ba? May makukuha sila sa atin. Pero tayo wala tayong makukuha, wala tayong aasahan kundi pagkos yung papel lang, yung kasunduan lang.
Exact.
'Di ba? So ngayon, ito kinikwento, sinabi ko na ho ito kahapon sa live natin because yung question nito ngayon at saka yung question kahapon is the same. Same lang po sila. Ang sinasabi ko nga ho, hindi talaga tayo, ako ayoko ho na kasi yung Mutual Defense Treaty na yan, pag sinabi mong mutual, may kasunduan kayo. Ano't ano man ang mangyari, magtutulungan kayo. Di ba? Ano't ano man, may magtutulungan kayo, ipagtatanggol ka nila o ipagtatanggol mo sila. Pero mga kababayan, ang nangyayari ho, tayo ang nangangailangan pero hindi tayo. Natatandaan niyo ba yung tungkol sa West Philippine Sea? Ano nangyari sa West Philippine Sea? Ang US pa ang nagsabi, 'di ba? Sila pa mismo ang namagitan pero ano nangyari? Wala hong nangyari. Bakit? Pinaatras ang Pilipinas, umatras naman itong sila Del Rosario. Hindi naman umatras ang China. Ngayon may ginawa bang aksyon ang US? Wala. 'Di ba? So ngayon tayo ang nagiging kawawa kasi ang sinasabi ng China sa atin, example na lang, is umatras kayo eh. Ibig sabihin, na kayo, sumuko na kayo, umatras na kayo. Ibig sabihin nun, mga kabayan, dapat meron hong ginawa. Yan o, yung dahil ho dyan sa pakikialam ng US na yan. Di ba? Yun o ang sinasabi natin. Kaya ako, pabor ako sa sinasabi ho natin na maging neutral. Di ba? Tama rin yung sinasabi ni Mahal Kiram. Anong sinasabi ni Mahal Kiram? Na na makipagkaibigan sa kanila. Pero hanggang ganun na lang. Hanggang doon na lang yun. Huwag na yung lalagpas. Just a friend. Diba? Kasi pag mayroong kalamidad naman tayo, siyempre bilang kaibigan, tutulungan ka niyan. Kaibigan ka eh. Pero yung Mutual Defense Treaty na tinatawag, iba na ho kasi ang usapan doon. Diba? Iba na ang usapan doon. Ibig sabihin, didepensahan ninyo ang isa't isa. Diba? Katulad niyan, mga kababayan, kailangan ba natin anuhin yung Mutual Defense Treaty na yan? Kung halimbawa, sinabi ko na sa inyo kahapon, ang Ukraine ngayon ginigera ng Russia. Ngayon ang Russia, sino ba mga kaalyado niyan? Ang kaalyado ng Russia ay yung China. May problema pa tayo sa usapin sa West Philippine Sea na China. Tapos North Korea. Paano kung halimbawa malaman ho ng na kinundem natin yon? Hindi magagalit, magkakaroon ng na naman ngayon? Problema? Yun lang ho. Tuloy natin ito mga kababayan.
Bumabalik ang Smni Senatorial Debate. Sa ating pagpapatuloy, ang susunod na tanong ay mula kay Attorney Rolex Suplico. Attorney Rolex, your question please.
Okay lang. Wala pa sila, okay lang? Okay, thank you. Ang katanungan ko po ay sa campaign finance. Ang ating pong
Ako, masisira yung ano.
Republic Act 7166, in particular, Section 3, ay nagsasabi na ito lamang ang gastusin sa kampanya ng mga kandidato. 10 pesos for President and Vice President.
Per head.
And for the other candidates, 3 pesos for every voter currently registered in the constituency where he filed his certificate of candidacy, provided that a candidate without any political party and without support from any political party may be allowed to spend 5 pesos for every such voter. And for political parties, 5 pesos for every voter currently registered in the constituency or constituencies where it has official candidates. Currently po ay merong pending Senate Bill. Ang tawag po dyan ay Senate Bill 810 na in-increase. Nagkaroon po ng uniform rate na 20 pesos per voter depende sa constituency ng tumatakbong kandidato. Uniform, 20% per
20 pesos.
voter. Ngayon po, meron tayong 67 million registered voters. Ang katanungan ko po, dahil po kayo nasa Senado at ang primary role ng mga senadores ay magpasa ng mga batas, kayo ba'y payag na papalitan na ito? Itaas na natin ang ating limits ang gastusin sa bawat kandidato per registered voter?
20 pesos.
Yes or no, and why?
Thank you, Attorney Rolex. We start with Secretary Manny Piñol.
Ako hindi ako covered dyan. Wala akong pambili ng ano eh. Wala akong paggastos na ganun eh. But the reality, Congressman Rolex, actually is this. We talk of 20 pesos per voter. The reality on the ground is that votes are being bought for 500, 1,000, 2,000, 5,000 pesos. And this is precisely the reason why there's so much corruption in this country. Because every politician will have to save money for the next elections so that they'll be able to buy votes. I think instead of focusing on the increase on the allowed expenditure per voter, we should focus actually on how to eliminate vote buying, because this is where the massive corruption in government starts.
Agree.
Thank you. We move on to Secretary Belhica.
Isa ko sa pinakamalaki problema natin yan sa korupsyon dahil ang mga politiko na nanalo nagbabawi after election. I think election should be state-sponsored para hindi na gumagastos sa mga politiko kung sila ay mananalo at magkakaroon ng pantay-pantay na oportunidad ang lahat ng Pilipino, ilatag ang kanilang isipan at ilatag ang kanilang mga nagawa na para sa kagaganda po ng ating bayan.
Kayo po ay sumasang-ayon doon sa sinabi ng isang presidential candidate, si Leo de Guzman. Nasabi niya ang gobyerno dapat ang mag-bankroll ng kampanya ng mga tumatakbong presidente or vice-presidente.
Without knowing that that was his opinion, I agree with that statement dahil po, you know, there are good candidates that are not popular and there are popular candidates that are corrupt or bad for our country. However, hindi makilala at hindi marinig yung mga kandidato mahuhusay dahil walang pera, and it is to the detriment of our country.
Pwede po mamalaman na Commissioner Belhica, sa ngayon po, mula February 8, kung magkano nang ginasto niyo?
Hindi ko po alam, sir, dahil sa totoo lang, sa mga posters na nakikita ko sa lansangan ngayon, ni piso wala pa ako nagasto sa poster. Totoo po yan. Nagpapasalamat ako sa lahat ng mga tao na naniniwala sa akin printing up their own posters.
Maraming salamat po.
Okay, I saw a hand from Yusek Pimentel. You have 30 seconds.
Follow up quickly for Secretary Piñol.
Okay.
Rolex.
Yes, ma'am.
Alam ko wala talagang salapi si Secretary Piñol kasi consultant niya ako sa DA, no? So, Secretary Piñol, actually, pag parliamentary system, your political party will pay for your campaign expenses. Have you thought of that?
Yes, actually, we have been advocating the amendment to our political system. Masyado kasi pong nakakonsentrate sa kapital. No? Kaming mga probinsyano, maski maganda pa yung programa namin, maski maganda pa yung aming advocacies dahil hindi kami nakaka-access sa advertisements sa telebisyon at sa mainstream media, nalulugi kami. So we had long advocated that the representation in the Senate should be by region or by state if we should become a parliamentary form of government.
Okay, we have a reaction from Yusek Pimentel.
Okay.
On that note, as I have said during my opening statement, federalism answers this. Under the federal system that the PDP Laban has been proposing, it is also included there that the anti-turncoatism and also that political parties must be state-sponsored. This is also to level up, and two-party system as well is better so that there will be loyalty among the candidates, loyalty among the people, and loyalty among the politicians.
Secretary Piñol, sir. According to RA 7166, ang isang partido politika ay maaaring gumastos ng 5 piso bawat botante. At kung i-multiply po natin by 67 million registered voters, ang total po niyan ay 335 billion pesos. Ang Partido Reforma ba, hindi ba kayo tinulungan? Kasama niyo si Doktora?
Wala, kanya-kanya kaming gastos eh. Yung aking kinakampanya, kawayan eh. Siblings ng kawayan, no? Ang pinamimigay ko sa mga probinsya para lang makilala ko as an environmental advocate and as an advocate of the greening of the Philippines. No? Honestly, this is one of our problems actually. Kaming mga mahihirap na kandidato, dahil wala kaming access sa advertisements and media, we could hardly get across. In fact, that's the reason why I believe even if we have been advocating for good programs in government, even if our track record is unblemished by corruption, nasa tail end kami ng survey.
Thank you. Let's hear from Dr. Padilla. You were mentioned.
Agree ako kay Secretary. Totoong sinasabi niya talaga, no? Yung aming gastos kanya-kanya. Alam mo, hindi ako nakaka-advertise sa TV. Dito lang sa SMNI kaya ko. Hindi ko biro mo naman sa isang malaking istasyon, 30 seconds, 643,000. How can you afford that? Kung hindi ka,
Pakiulit po.
643,000 for a 30-second advertisement.
Kasama na yung 50% discount, ha?
Hindi ko alam, pero yun ang rate na binigay nila.
Nandun po yan sa COMELEC Resolution 10730.
Anyway, I'm just telling you, ganda ng bayaran. So, how can a candidate now who never stole money, wala naman siyang pork barrel, wala naman ayaw niya kumuha ng pera kung saan mga malalaking how can you afford that?
Thank you, Dr. Padilla. Let's move on to Secretary Panelo. We would like to hear from you.
Ang katotohanan talaga, hindi po nasusunod yung batas na yan. Yung mga mayayaman, may malalaking pera, may mga koneksyon, talagang gumagastos sila. Kaya matagal ko na pang iniisip na kailangan baguhin natin ang election law with that particular matter. For instance, para mabigyan naman ng oportunidad kami mga kandidato, lahat ng kandidato, obligahin po natin ang mga telebisyon at radyo na pagdating ng eleksyon in a certain period, kailangan lahat sila ay libre. Ganun din po ang mga dyaryo para maging pantay-pantay. Otherwise talagang mahihirapan yung mga walang pera. Aasa na lamang sa suporta ng kanilang mga kaibigan, personal, at paano kung wala. Ay talagang walang mangyayari sa kandidatura ng kahit na sinong tao na salat sa pera. Hindi po nasusunod yan. Baguhin na po natin ang election.
Deputy Speaker Marcoleta.
Sa totoo lamang po ay ang nangyayari talaga, marami pong funders ng mga political candidates. Ito ay open secret po yan kahit kanino kayo magtanong. Ang tinitingnan po ng mga funders na yan, lalo na yung mga malalaking kumpanya, titingnan nila yung kung sino yung nauuna sa survey. Sila po talaga ay hindi gumagastos. Halimbawa, nasa unang 5 kayo o unang 8. Wala pong relasyon itong kung 5 piso o kung 2 piso. Kung pare-pareho po sana yung economic standing ng bawat isa, baka sakaling magkaintindihan tayo rito. Pero kagaya ng sinasabi, sa 5 piso lamang po, 355 billion at 335 million po ito. Saan naman kamay ng Diyos kami kukuha ng ganun? Kahit na po lagyan mo ng 20, ito po 1.2 billion, lalo na po hindi namin kaya yon. Sa makatwid, hindi po importante kung magkano yung magagastos. Ang importante sana, kami magkaroon ng pagkakataon, kahit hindi kami gumastos ng ganun, makilala rin kami as equally competent candidates sa lahat ng pagkakataon.
We have a reaction from Mr. Ding Diaz.
Ang kailangan po natin,
Go ahead.
ang kailangan po natin ay total overhaul. Diyan po tungkol sa mga batas tungkol sa eleksyon. Tama naman po yung sinasabi ni Secretary Panelo. Tama rin po yung sinasabi ni Secretary Bellica. Tama rin po yung sinasabi ni Calio de Guzman. We have to level the playing field. Kasi po, at the end of the day, ang kawawa po ang mga Pilipino. Dahil ito pong mga iboboto sa eleksyon, sila po sa kanilang kamay ang kinabukasan ng bayan. Kaya dapat yung tama lang ang pwede po nating mahalan.
Okay. Senator Gringo Honasan, let's hear from you.
Governor Rolex, not because I am an independent candidate, but political parties in this country do not exist. It's not just a question of funding. It's a question of platforms and programs. Pansinin po ninyo, pag may narinig ka, ang tanong ka agad, sino ang nagsasalita? Dapat ang tanong, ano sinasabi? Multi-party or bi-party system? Para pag narinig mo yung plataforma, alam mo na kagad kung anong partido, anong grupo. Salamat po.
Alam niyo po, sa Iloilo, kayo lang pong may poster na silk screen. Nung picture nyo sa EDSA pa.
Okay, I just saw the hand of Yusek Astra Pimentel.
That is why it is very important. That is why it is very important that we build strong political parties. And I beg to disagree with Senator Honasan that political parties do not exist in the Philippines. The PDP-Laban has a very strong history of integrity in the Philippines as a political party, 40 years of existence without any oligarch supporting it. So thank you very much.
Senator Honasan, would you like to react to that?
I agree completely po.
Oh. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Oh, that was easy. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Dr. Padilla?
Secretary Greg Honasan, I also have to disagree with you. Partido Reforma has a platform. And tatlong kaming senador sa Partido Reforma, Senatorial Bong, si Elazar, De Rosario at Padilla. At lahat kami, we carry the platform of our president, a presidential candidate Ting Lacson. So kami, seryoso kami. Pero one more thing, voter education po ang kailangan. Alam mo, I go to barangay captains, ang ganda-ganda ng programa, then hihingi sila ng pera.
Okay.
Ang bigay ko, gamot. Gamot lang, hindi pera.
Okay, a reaction from Mr. Ding Diaz?
You know, no offense meant po kanino man. Pero I've seen a lot of electoral exercises come and go. Noong pong panahon ni Ferdinand Marcos, everybody wants to be KBL. Konti lang po yung laban. Di ho ba? And then, nung naging Cory Aquino, halos lahat ng KBL, naging partido ho ni Cory Aquino. And then and so on and so forth. Sa madali pong salita, whoever will be in power, lahat po nagkakaroon ng shift. Even PDP laban. Sa totoo lang, I was with the president when he was campaigning. Wala po kaming kasama. Nung nanalo, santambak po gustong sumumpa para sa PDP.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ding Diaz. We will still get around to your 1 minute in a little while. Let's move on to Senator JV Ejercito.
I also believe that we have to give others a chance. No? Napakabigat po talaga ng tumakbo bilang senador sa totoo lang po. No? Sana po kung ma-enforce lang yung talagang limit ng TV ads, no? Or other ads to level the playing field para naman po lahat ay marinig. No? Hindi naman po pwedeng lahat na lang ng tatakbo ay yung may kaya o kaya suportado ng mga may kaya. We have to give chance to others. If also given the chance, kung talagang magkaroon tayo ng overhaul of the political system, no, dapat hindi na tayo maging personality based, dapat ideology platforms, no, two-party system, but that would require an amendment. Pero sa ngayon po, I hope that there will be a way now to level the playing field. Dapat yung political ads dapat pantay-pantay, no? Kasi po yung nakakalamang siyempre mas marami, napakabigat, kaya sinabi ni Dr. na napakabigat talaga, no?
But do political ads matter?
They do.
Yes,
Have you done your research on whether, putting in 1 million or X number to, you carrying a cavan of rice or, dancing here and there, do they matter? I think you should dig that up first, before you put in so many zeros to these political ads.
Yes, unfortunately, political ads still matter. No? Based on surveys, it's still free TV, radios. No, social media, of course, it's already a big help, but it's still free TV and the radio. That is that will really keep you on the mind, no? On top of mind of the voters. So pag nawala ko kayong political ad, mawawala rin kayo sa survey. Kaya unfortunately, nung pumasok ko, nagkaroon na rin na tumulong. So it's really difficult. It's very, very expensive. Sana ma-level natin play field so that we can give chance
With all due
to others.
with all due respect, I disagree.
About that.
Political ads do not matter. Listen to me as a political scientist. Pay attention to the data. Kaya wag na kayong magkalkal ng salapi para dyan sa ads ninyo.
Okay, would anyone like to react to that?
Well, according to COMELEC Resolution 10730, promulgated November 17, 2021, for TV ads, meron kayong diskwentong 50%. For radio ads, 40% ang diskwento. For print, 10% ang diskwento.
Wala.
Okay, let's get those
Meron din ako
discounts.
ditong meron din akong data ng Nielsen Ad Intel as of December 31, 2021.
What does it say?
Sa listahan ng mga senadores, huwag ko na sabihin ng pangalan, no? Pero ang pinakamalaki dito, na gastusin, na ginastos na pala, 910 million pesos.
Okay, reaction from Dr.
This is for traditional media.
Okay, Deputy Speaker Marcoleta.
Ang problema, Gov. Rolex, ay yung COMELEC resolution na yun, kung saan ay merong 50% discount sana, ito naman ay base sa published rate. Ang ginagawa po ng mga networks, yun pong 50% na yun, i-jack up na nila sa presyo nila, pagkatapos at saka nila ibibigay yung 50%. Parang wala ka rin nakuha ang porsyento. Dapat sana, doon sa negotiated 3-year contract sana, doon ibabase para makita natin talaga nagbibigay ng discount.
Alam niyo po, ang pinake up yung Senate Bill 810 sa Senado, meron akong report na hawak dito. May 19, 2021. Actually, this is a news article. Ang sinabi ng ibang senadores, huwag ko na sabihin ko anong pangalan ng senador, no? Sabi nila, we have to resort to under-the-table arrangements.
What do you mean?
Just so ang kanilang SOSI will still be on the limits. In fact, ang siya nagsabi dito, sabi niya, we all cheat anyway. Huwag ko rin sabihin ang pangalan ng nagsabi nun, nasa report siya. Okay. Ang sabi naman ng isa, dinudoktor namin ang aming SOSI. Discussion on the Senate floor ito. So I hope that when you file your SOSI, 30 days after the elections, you will tell the truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Yusek Pimentel, you've been raising your hand.
The lucky 7 of the PDP Laban slate. Wala pa yata kaming mga TV ad. Personally, me, wala akong TV ad. Wala akong ad. Even in the Facebook, I don't boost. Pero napakaganda po ng programa ng PDP Laban. The Lucky 7 have the 11-point agenda that we would like to present to the people through grassroots.
Okay.
Maraming salamat po.
Thank you. Yes.
I have a follow-up question earlier. Mr. Diaz actually said that
Yes, Madam.
there's a need, or he is in favor of overhauling as well the laws, electoral laws. Am I right? Did I hear
Yes.
it right?
Yes, Madam.
Okay. So if that's the case, if you become a senator, let us say, you be given a chance, would you also propose to overhaul the COMELEC, given the so many issues that it's faced with and it's being challenged with so many credibility issues? Would you propose that as well?
Whatever it takes. Madam, for me, my belief is very simple. The Filipinos, kaya po naghihirap. Medyo may kamalasan po sa mga leader. Because bihira po sa mga leader ng Pilipinas ang nag-iisip at nagtataguyod ng kapakanan ng karaniwang mamamayang Pilipino. Kailangan pa po ang isang karaniwang mamamayan pumunta po sa ibang bansa para po sila magkaroon ng pagkakataon sa mas magandang buhay. Dito po sa atin, kulang.
Okay. Sir, we still haven't heard from Mr. Jess Aranza. Go ahead. You have 1 minute, sir.
if a parliamentary system will cure and will give equal opportunities, I will be for it. But let me do this and say this publicly para sa mga taong bayan. If I have 100 million today, hard-earned, why should I spend it and change it with bad money? Tandaan po nyo, ang masyadong malaking gumastos, babawiin niya sa inyo. Dugo nyo ang dadana. Pawis nyo ang papatak. Maawa kayo sa mga pamilya nyo. Ang magastos, yan ho ay walang pakundangan sapagkat madaling kitain ng pera. Pero kaming mga hard-earned money, pinahalagan po namin. We value it so much for our family. Salamat.
Thank you. We hear from Mr. Marcoleta.
Mr. Diaz, sinabi po ninyo kanina na meron po kayong sasagutin kay Dr. Malindog. Tinatanong niya kung sagaling maging senador kayo, anong gagawin niyong batas para ma-reforma ang COMELEC? Hindi po niya yata sinagot.
Hindi po. Okay.
Saka na lang after the election.
Yes, okay, let me open the question to all candidates now because this is a very important question and I think we can start with you, Mr. Diaz. Yes.
When you said overhaul, I agree. Yes, we need to overhaul. Because sa totoo lang ho, doon nag-umpisa ang problema eh. Even with the budgetary figures, yung mga allowed, sa totoo lang, it's unrealistic. Kaya po, alam nyo, nagiging salasalabat na po ang problema. Ngayon, kung ano po ang batas na dapat kong gawin, siguro po, I will adhere to what Secretary Bellica said, na dapat po gawing state-sponsored po ang eleksyon para it will level the playing field para po sa tama. At palagay ko panahon na para magkaroon po ang Pilipinas ng karapat-dapat na mamumuno sa kanilang pamumuhay.
Okay,
Go ahead. Regarding the napaka-unfair naman po din siguro sa mga tapat na naglingkod sa Commission on Elections, ang sabihin natin na lahat sila ay na-corrupt na because there are so many employees, especially doon sa baba. Me personally, nagsimula ako sa pinakamababang trabaho sa Senado as the front desk officer and I know that in all government offices, napakarami pong tapat.
Okay, Secretary Piñol, and then let's go back to Dr. Padilla and Ms. Kiram because we have not heard from them first. Go ahead, Mr. Piñol.
Hindi ko alam kung ano ang ibubunga nitong ipagtatapat ko sa inyo.
Wow.
Pero merong isang area, hindi ko banggitin ko saan. Ang bilihan ng boto, umaabot ng 15,000 pesos per voter. Yes. Ang problema, pagkatapos ng eleksyon, nandun sila lahat sa supermarket, ubos yung tindahan ng supermarket. But after the election, pipila sila sa gilid ng kalsada para kumuha ng tubig sa isang faucet na maliit because that politician who spent hundreds of millions of pesos to win his electoral post will not spend any money anymore on any project because he has to save.
Thank you.
So it's a vicious cycle actually of corruption which starts with our political system. Something has got to be done about it.
Okay, let us stick to our time limit. Let's move on to Dr. Padilla and Ms. Kiram.
Talagang may problema ang political system natin, no? Talagang it's very hard for good people who don't have money to win. Totoo 'yun, no? So talagang nagkakalabanan sa sa pera. And we have to really amend it, no? Tapos siguro voter education importante, pero may pag-asa ho tayo kasi ang dami mga kabataan ng bumoboto ngayon. At nakikita ko sa kanila na naghahanap talaga sila ng mga bago. Naghahanap sila ng mga tao na iba. No? Sawa na sila sa luma. So it seems there's hope. And we need to give them that hope. But the COMELEC, for example, the party list system, may mga iba talagang represented by the nurses, hindi sila binigyan ng accreditation. Iba naman, di mo intindihan kung ano yun, binibigyan ng accreditation. So there's so many rumors that abound. Makano daw magpa-party list, etc., etc. So you cannot blame the people. So yes, we need to do major reforms in the COMELEC, just as we have to do major reforms sa ating electoral system. and methods. That's thank you. Yeah.
So shouldn't you shift, Dr. Padilla, to a parliamentary system, because all the challenges you have identified will in fact be resolved under that system?
I am actually open to a parliamentary system of government and even a federal system. You know, one thing about the federal system, no, you know, like magkakakampi kami sa same party, pero in effect, we're competing against each other. Because the senators are representing nothing except the whole country. If you had a federal system, we would be representing a certain region at least. Hindi kami mag-aaway, di ba? At least there'll be some order. So yes, I'm open to both.
Okay, let's go back to
Dr.
Secretary.
Padilla, Daphne, please.
Yes.
Dr. Padilla, nabigyan na ba kayo ng prescription ng butante at hiningihan kayo ng pera?
Prescription? What do you mean?
Ng gamot?
Marami ho yan.
Minsan 2 taon na nakalipas.
Opo, alam ko ho yun. Tama ho yun. Lalo namin yun. No, marami na ho ganon. Yeah.
Just a minute, we have Secretary Panelo.
Alam po ninyo, ang katotohanan talaga, kahit na i-reforma natin ang election code, mayroon talaga tayong malaking problema. Sapagkat ang majority ng mga elektorado ay kulang sa edukasyon.
Yes.
Kung ang lahat na butante ay kapareho po natin na mataas ang pinag-aralan, ito po ay tama ang pagboto. Sa ngayon, siyempre, open sila sa lahat. Buying, intimidation, coercion, and everything. Yun na importante, edukasyon muna para mabago natin ang kalakaran dito sa ating bansa.
I agree.
Let's hear first from Ms. Noor Kiram.
Bilang independent, sinasabi nila pag tumakbo ka ng senador, dapat may at least 500 million ka. 500 to 1 billion. Ang inisip ko, bakit ako magbibigay ng 500 million sa isang tao, isang grupo? Kung kaya kong ipamudmod sa mga tao yon. So, yung sa amin lang, sana magkaroon ng fair na lalo na sa mga independent candidates. Kasi ang nangyayari ngayon, pag independent ka, hinihingan ka, pinepera nila. Yun yung totoo.
Tama.
Matapang ako magsalita dahil nangyari sa akin ngayon.
Okay.
Ma'am, may follow-up question ako.
Yes po.
Kasi itong pagtakbo mo ng senador, siyempre malaking bagay ito.
Yes po.
Sa tingin nyo ba, nag-prepare kayo ng budget dito? At kung nag-prepare kayo, magkano ang pinrepare nyo?
Actually po, nung tumakbo po ako, ang nagpatakbo po sa akin, yung grupo ko, yung ACCW, Anti-Crime Community Watch. Dahil wala na silang boses, at the same time ang Muslim community. So sinabi ko, wala akong ganong kalaking pera. Magkano lang ang pera ko? Kaya nyo ba ako? Kasi hindi na iaano yan sa pera, kundi sa boto ng bawat isa.
Thank you.
So magkano ang budget nyo po?
Konti lang po.
Konti lang. Okay. Mr. Jess Aranza has been raising his hand.
Si Atty. Suplico, ito totoo yun, yung mga reseta. Mayroong mga grupo na talagang magbibigyan ng reseta, pero ibinibigay dun sa kalaban. Yan ang tigabawas ng pera ng kalaban.
Magaling yan si Mang Jess.
Ang punto ko lang dito, sinasabi ko na ako tumakbo, ang tama lang ho ang kakayanin ko. Naggawa ho ako ng sarili kong coffee table book at binebenta ko sa membro ko sa Federation of Philippine Industries as doon ko lang kinukuha ang models ng aking kampanya.
Let's move on to Senator JV.
Ako po, ang paniniwala ko dapat sana maging basihan ng pagpili ng kandidato ay yung performance, yung track record at character ng kandidato. Ay hindi rin po ako naniwala, sana po wag basihan ang popularidad. Kaya nga po ako po'y umaasa at sana po hindi popularidad ang magiging basihan po natin. Kaya hopefully with ako'y naniniwala man ay ang tigpiling matalino, titignan nila ang character at syempre ang integridad at ang performance ng kandidato. Sana po yan ang basihan, hindi po ang popularidad.
Okay, thank you. Let's go back to our original question. We have 1 minute for Mr. Diaz, and we'll go down the line to Ms. Pimentel.
Yes.
The original question, did you ever get to answer that one?
Yes,
or?
I think so.
You're done?
Yeah. And I have a follow-up question with former Senator Hercito. With regard to campaign funds, sa inyo po, how much is your budget for this senatorial campaign? Is it something way beyond before, di ba nagkandidato kayo before nanalo kayo, and then nagkandidato kayo ulit, hindi pinalad, pero this time you're running again. Do you think it's within those budget that you have before or not anymore, or much lower, and how it impacts your campaign?
Definitely, it's much lower because I have to be honest with you, I'm not prepared to run 2 consecutive national elections. Talagang nagdalawang isip po ako talaga dito. So itong pagtakbo ko, dahil gusto ko, may mission at obligasyon po ako. Dahil sa dumang pandemya, sabi ko nga, Universal Healthcare Act, kailangan matutukan. Kaya mas mababa man ang budget ko, sabi ko sana yung aking passion, yung aking obligasyon na tapusin to kahit na mas maliit ang aking pong budget this year. Mas manipis ang aking ads, pero sana po sa performance sa track record at sa ating pong balak ay sana po ay magwagi pa rin tayo.
Okay, thank you. Let's go back to you, Sec Pimentel. You still have your 1 minute. Go ahead.
Ako ay nananawagan sa ating mga kababayan, suportahan natin ang programa ni Pangulong Duterte. Ituloy ang pagbabago, ituloy ang pagsulong ng federalismo, ituloy ang parliamentary change ng atang federal parliament government para sa Pilipinas. What happened here sa atin ngayon? Maraming beses nang naipasa sa House of Representatives ang charter change, but it never passes through the Senate. Importanteng makuha natin ang suporta ng taong bayan para sila ay bumoto ng mga senador na magsusulong na baguhin ang saligang batas. The Senate has become 24 republics of the Philippines, a stepping stone for them to become president or to become vice president. Kaya nga po ako ay nananawagan sa ating mga taong bayan, let's push for true change. Let's push for real change.
Baka closing statement nyo po, ma'am. Later on siguro, parang closing statement nyo kasi tinatanong pa eh.
Hindi siya, yung 1 minute niya kanina kasi paikot tayo ng ganun. Okay, we have a reaction first from Ms.
Minsan hindi rin natin masisi ang taong bayan. Napakarami yung mahihirap sa ating bansa. Sabi nga nila, in a feudalistic society, there can never be a free election. Yung mga mahihirap kung makita mo, informal settlers, kailangan naman may angat lang sila. Bigyan ng kunting edukasyon, basta huwag ng formal. Turuan lang kung paano mamili at paano ang epekto kung sila'y nagtumatanggap ng pera. Ako'y lalakarin ko ang ganyan kahit nasa sanay kong pera.
Thank you. Okay. Round 2, we're done. Any follow-up? Okay, let's move on. Thank you very much, Attorney Rolex Suplico. Let's take a quick break. SMNI Senatorial Debate 2022. We'll be back.
Sa kanila ba ang problema ng choppy?
Sa kanila.
Okay. Hindi, I'm thinking it's mine. Okay.
Nag-choppy. Hindi ho sa akin. Anyway, yung pinag-uusapan nila, maganda yun, yung budget ng
election.
Election. Pero alam mo tita, totoo yun, yung sinasabi ni
Yung mga vote buying.
Ni Piñol, totoo yung ganun. Kasi alam niya mga kababayan, meron nung ngayon na kumakalat, sa totoo lang, may kumakalat ho ngayon mga kababayan, na yung, meron yata ako ng kopya eh. Dali ha, may kopya yata ako nun, alam ko eh.
Diyan kasi nag-i-start ang corruption eh.
May kopya ako niyan. Ito ho yung kopya ko. Papakita ko lang sa inyo. Ayan. Yung kopya ko na ang nakalagay ho dito, stub na may QR code, ginagamit umano sa vote buying sa Cagayan. Governor Mamba nakiusap sa COMELEC na nabigyan ng pansin ang mga kandidatong bumibili ng boto. Kailan ho ito? Nung isang araw ho lang ito. March 1. Oh, di ba? Stub na may QR code, ginagamit umano sa vote buying Cagayan. Oh, Governor Mamba nakiusap sa COMELEC na bigyan ng pansin ang mga kandidatong bumibili ng boto. Oh, di ba? Usap-usapan ngayon sa probinsya ng Cagayan ang ibang klaseng pamamaraan ng vote buying ng mga kandidatong tumatakbo para sa halalan 2022 maliban sa pamimigay ng mga kandidatong bumibili ng boto ng 500 piso. Sinasamahan pa nila ito ng stub na may QR code kung saan nakalagay ang pangalan at address ng isang botante. Tinatawag na barangay coordinator ng mga tauhan ng mga kandidato na namimigay ng stub. Matapos mabigyan ng stub ang mga botante, pinapapunta sila sa isang lugar kasama ang kanilang stub para kumuha ng pera kapalit ng kanilang boto. Ayan, maliwanag.
What COMELEC did to that news.
Di ba? Ngayon, ang sabi naman dito, maging ang COMELEC hindi nila malalaman kung sino ang ibinoto ng tao. Kaya niloloko tayo sa QR code na yan. Kaya huwag kayong maniwala, ani Gob Mamba. Di ba? Tingnan nyo naman. Tugigaraw po yan, Tugigaraw.
Tugigaraw.
Ayun, Tugigaraw City.
Wow.
Kasi ito Cagayan Provincial Information Office. CPIO. Yan po yung ano. 'Di ba? Hindi ko pa ho na i-discuss sa inyo 'yan. Gusto ko lang sana i-discuss 'yan. Hindi pa naman mapapanis yan. Susunod pa.
Hindi talaga maaalis yung vote buying Alam mo kasi kung bakit. Kasi karamihan sa ating mga mahihirap na Pilipino pinagpapalit nila 'yan.
Tapos yung isa pa kanina si Padilla. Si Padilla ba 'yun? Tama? Yung hindi yung taga yung taga PDP Laban. Pimentel yata, Pimentel. Pimentel ba 'yon? Ang sabi niya doon sa PDP Laban, nagkakaisa raw sila at meron daw silang 11 points of agenda. Ngayon, paano niyo sasabihin na nagkakaisa kayo kung kayo nga mismo yung partido ninyo ay walang nabuong presidente? Nagkawatak-watag kayo, nagkapaksyon-paksyon kayo. Ngayon, meron pa kayo tinatawag nagkakaisa kayo. 'Di ba? Ito mga kababayan, napakaliwanag aalamin natin lahat. Ito ang nakikita ko diyan, si Mang Jess, magaling ho yan si Mang Jess. Kilala niyo ba si Mang Jess? Si Dr. Jess? Yan po yung kasama ni Mang Juan Enrile doon sa SMNI. Siya ho yung co-host ni Enrile sa Bayan ni Juan. Yan po si Mang Jess. Yan Jess, po mga kababayan. Si Jess.
Jess Aranza?
Jess Aranza. Yan si Mang Juan.
Oo. Dahil napanood ko na nga yung yung kay Juan Ponce Enriling
sa Bayan ni Juan, di ba?
Yung Bayan ni Juan na pag hinahanap ko yung bayan mo, yung sa iyo, ay yun ang lumalabas.
Yan si Bayan ni Juan, di ba?
Pero maganda din yung yung sinusulong nila federalismo at parliamentary form of government. Kasi magiging dito sa dalawang ito, magiging patas ang bawat bayan.
Tama.
Walang naiiwan. Kaso sa atin, hindi pa mulat ang pag-iisip ng mga tao para sa ganyan. Kaya hindi masyadong pinapansin.
Ayan si Mang Juan, ito si Mang Juan. Ayan si Mang Juan.
Ayan
siya.
Ayan nga.
Ito yan, si Aranza. Yan, taga SMNI po yan. Alam niyo naman, pag nasa SMNI,
diba?
Taga SMNI. Yan loyalista yan si Mang Jess. Tita Pia.
Okay.
Loyalista yan. Kaya dapat bibigyan natin ng pagkakataon. Kaya tignan nyo kanina. Pag nagsasalita sila, walang kontra. Kasi, alam niyo yun,
yung mga sinabi niya dito
Teka, ito na. Ayan na, teka, nandito na.
Okay.
Ayan na. Game na. Game na tayo. Game na. Ayan, Yari na tayo dito,
And we are still at the SMNI Senatorial Debate 2022 live at Okada, Manila. Now at this point, bago tayo magpatuloy, I would like to go through every candidate 1 minute, give every candidate 1 minute to answer before we interpolate or react and do follow-up questions so we can get through the evening, and we have a lot in store still. So let me call on our next question. Will be coming from the chairman and CEO of the Manila Times, Mr. Dante Clink Ang II. Go ahead, Mr. Ang.
Good evening to you all. I'm glad to hear that many of you are interested in education and the economy because my question is related to that. According to one estimate, the Philippines has about 460,000 seafarers before the pandemic. I believe that number has been severely reduced since then. Still, Filipinos outnumber other nationalities in the pool of seafarers. However, the Filipino seafarers, about 55,000 before the pandemic, working for European flag carriers, may be blacklisted if the European Maritime Safety Agency, or EMSA, finds that the Philippines has failed to comply with the 1978 standards of training, certification, and watchkeeping, or SCTW convention. Even the Maritime Industry Authority, or Marina, is not optimistic, and it warned that the Philippines will likely get a negative EMSA report, according to a story in the Manila Times last December. The question is, what bills or amendments are necessary to improve the national standards on maritime training, education, and certification in order to protect the interests of Filipino seafarers and their dependents?
Okay, Secretary Belhica.
The problem really with this is that yun pong mga seafarers are being asked, on top of this, are being asked to para bang mag-training pa ulit-ulit ng same trainings and being trained by people who hasn't even gone up the boat. So pagbaba po ng mga seafarers po na yan, wala pong trabaho yan. And asahan na po natin na hindi tayo papasa. In fact, yun na po ang pag-uusapan dyan. So we have to prepare. The government has to prepare for these people, to give them jobs, to give them resources. And that's why I said, one is to take care, fund agriculture, open up the Philippine Venture Capital Funds so that we can put money dito po sa mga kumpanya na nagsara at mga SMEs na gusto magsimula ay meron pong kapital na makuha.
Okay, Secretary Panelo.
Ang nakikita ko pong problema dyan, kailangan ang gobyerno natin ay magpasa ng batas kung saan lilika po tayo ng mga eskwela para sa kanila. Kinakailangan kumuha tayo ng mga eksperto sa labas ng bansa. At pag-aralin po natin at gawin nating libre. Sapagkat ang katotohanan naman po dyan, mga seamen, seafarers, talagang mahihirap yun. Otherwise, hindi naman pupunta sa ibang bansa para magtrabaho. Pakahirap sa dagat. Kaya kailangan po talaga, kung bumabagsak yung galing ng mga Pilipinong seafarers, ay dahil sa kakulangan ng aral at ng training. So, lumika po tayo, magsusulong po ako, kung ako'y maging senador, ng isang batas na lilika ng libreng eskwelahan para dito sa mga seamen at seafarers at kumuha tayo ng mga eksperto upang sila ay may train, upang lumakas ang grupong yan.
Okay, Deputy Speaker Rodante Marcoleta.
Nakakalungkot po yung tinuran po ninyo, Dr. Ang, pero yan ay manifestasyon po lamang ng napakalaking problema ng education system sa ating bansa. Sa totoo lang po, ang Department of Education for 25 years ay nilalabag po niya yung Republic Act 8047 na kung saan doon ay sinabi na sa kanila na wag na silang gagawa ng libro. Ito'y ipagkatiwala na lang sa private sector publishers. But after 25 years, the DepEd is in continuing contravention of that law. Yung pong sinabi ninyo ay tama. Manifestation lamang ng babang pagkilala ng Department of Education sa mga batas na ginagawa ng Kongreso. At kailangan po, in the context of your question, yung mga seafarers natin, kailangan talagang makakuha tayo ng mga magtuturo sa kanila competent at saka yung mga pasilidad nila para sa ganoon ma-fast track natin yung pag-i-standardize ng kanilang mga skills at yung pag-certify po na kailangan po ng kanilang employers.
Okay, Senator Honasan.
Dr. Klink, our approach to this situation, whether through legislation or executive action, must be data-driven and science-based. We must derive the data from those who are on the ground. We must conduct a quantitative and qualitative inventory of every Filipino seafarers, domestic helpers, teachers all over the world so that we can hammer out policy. Let me add, partly in response also to an earlier question by Dr. Ana, that we are managing time here. Whether it's elections or attending to the immediate needs of our disenfranchised seafarers, we must be sure that we are faster than the situation on the ground.
Thank you. Senator Ejercito.
Our most precious resource is our human resource. Kaya nga po ang ating OFWs, pati ang mga seafarers, ay in demand sa buong mundo. Kung ganyan yung balitang yan ay nakakalungkot, pero we just have to level up. We have to improve our training. We have to re-educate and probably establish more training centers so that we will make sure that our human resource, our OFWs, our seafarers, should always be a cut above the rest. Kahit hanggang ngayon, sila pa rin po ang most sought after, but probably we just have to improve the standards. We have to level up and improve the training centers para na sa ganun ay magtuloy-tuloy pa rin na mabigyan ng pagkakataon ng mas maganda buhay kanilang pamilya. No? They are our modern day heroes, no? Kahit na mahirap ang buhay sa ibang, lalo na po sa laot, sa ibang bansa, they are still there for their families. Kaya nga po, we have to maintain that we have to be a cut above the rest. We have to improve our training. We have to establish, we have to level up again our training methods for all seafarers.
Hey, Mr. Jess Aranza.
We have to enact laws that will serve as criteria for establishing school, setting standards for teaching, and even apprenticeship. Because these are things that are so important. I have seen the maritime school in San Fernando, La Union. My wife is from that place, and I pity them. Walang dating. Ibig sabihin, talagang sa tingin ko, hindi nag-aaral, bubulak-bulak yung mga estudyante. So, selection, standardization, higpitan po natin yan. Parang naghigpit ang flying, if you recall, nung private yung ba, nung pinasukan ng Philippine Airlines ang aviation school, maganda ang mga pilotong lumalabas. Bakit? Kumpleto sila ng standard, kumpleto ng training, at kumpleto ng apprenticeship you're flying. That should be the case. A stricter and high standard level of teaching.
Thank you. Dr. Mengita Padilla.
Nakakalungkot talaga, pati ito nangyayari sa mga seafarer schools ay isang reflection lang ng ating educational system. Hindi lang dito, ang dami. Marami sa kanila, mga high school, hindi marunong magbasa. Shocking, no? So something is very wrong with the educational system. Now, hindi tayo mag-give up dito. Agree ako sa marami sa kanila. Dapat may batas, level up, ano bang kakulangan? We can get experts from abroad, lagyan ng pera, bigyan natin ng tunay na eskwela na may mga equipment. Because nowadays, high-tech na equipment, baka wala tayong ganun. Tapos ang dami-dami mga eskwela na walang standards. We have to be stricter now with the standards. So it can be done, but we have to admit first that there's a problem. No? So once there's a problem, matuto tayo sa mga eksperto sa abroad, we can even have review classes, paggastusan ho natin. So as a senator, I will enact a law for this. Kasi we need our seafarers, not only are they OFWs, dapat proud tayo sa kanila. We have always been a seafaring country.
Ms. Noor Mahal Kiram.
Yes po, siguro magkaano po tayo ng bill na may proper education, free education, pati po yung pagpapadala sa ibang bansa, mas maganda po yun. Dapat po meron din tayong complete facilities at the same time mga equipments. Kasi yun po ang kulang sa atin dito. Kaya nga po yung mga trainings nila hindi makumpleto. Yung substandard po yung way of education nila. Kasi po wala po tayong facilities, yung complete facilities and equipments. Thank you po.
Okay, Mr. Ding Diaz.
Hanggang sa huli, hindi po mawawala ang aking pagtitiwala sa kakayahan ng mga Pilipino. Kung nagkakaroon man po ng kakulangan, Kaya po sa mga international standards ay hindi po pumapasa ang ating training. Ang pwede ko pong sisihin dito ay ang mga nagre-regulate ng industriya po nito. O yung pong sinabi nga po ninyo, yung marina. I would agree, again, it goes back to education. Even training goes to education. And kahit na po anong ganda naman ng education po natin, if there are no proper facilities that would aid them in their training, wala pong mangyayari po dito. Again, I would like to say, hindi lamang ho sa mga seafarers, kung hindi sa lahat po ng ating mga kababayan na naghahangad ng magandang kinabukasan. Kaya po natin mag-excel, kaya po natin umangat sa ating pamumuhay. Ang kailangan po lamang natin tamang suporta ng mga namumuno sa ating bayan.
Okay, Yusek Pimentel.
The Filipino seafarers are the #1 competition of European seafarers. Itong move ng Europe to blacklist the Filipinos sa seafaring industry is not just a political but also an economic move. Huwag nating bigyan ng pagkakataon ang mga European to blacklist the Philippines because we know that around the world, it is the Filipinos that is very highly required ang kanilang mga trabaho. Even the seafarers, we have so many seafarers that have excelled. That is why all the shipping industries in the world are taking the Filipinos. In fact, the Europeans, during my term in the Commission on Filipinos Overseas, came to the Philippines to study the seafaring industry of the Philippines. Thank you.
Thank you. And Secretary Manny Piñol.
The huge demand for Filipino seafarers actually resulted in the mushrooming of so many maritime schools, fly-by-night yung iba, and that actually resulted in the deterioration of the standards. Now, the thing that should be done here is first audit and evaluate existing schools, and then come up with a refresher course which would be compliant to the European Union standards. Wala tayo magagawa dahil sila nag-employ. We have to come up with refresher courses that would be compliant to EU protocols on maritime services, and yung mga hindi papasa, then we will have to provide them with livelihood opportunities. We don't even have to enact the legislation to do this.
Thank you, Secretary. I think one of the issues is that there's confusion on which agency is responsible. I think for a time, this was being tossed between Marina and the Commission on Higher Education. I think DepEd is not part of the situation here, but there are even some complaints among schools that even the regulations or policies change over time. I heard one school invested millions of pesos in a simulator because they were required to do so, only to find out later when policies change that simulators are no longer required. My question is, what laws, what bills will you introduce in the Senate to address the situation?
Go ahead, ma'am.
Isa sa mga dapat nating ipasa is that the requirement for maritime institutions to have a facility for the training. Kasi marami tayong schools, maritime industry institutions na walang facility to train. In fact, there should be partnership between the government, the maritime institution, and the foreign agency or the foreign company to bring in a ship that is world-class for the training of our seafarers.
I think that's one of the problems. And ironically, the Philippines is a maritime country. Yes. Testified by the fact that we man most of the world's vessels, except that our maritime industries are underdeveloped relative to other countries. In fact, one of the criticisms in the Philippines is that we have one of the worst maritime safety records in the world. So maybe I'd like to hear what laws you would like to propose in the Senate to remedy this problem.
Okay, let's get specific for the laws. Go ahead.
We could remedy this by having a law on because this is about education sa ating maritime industry. There are a lot of foreign governments that are willing to send in their teachers in the maritime industry. That's a partnership that we should build on as well.
Go ahead, Mr. Belchica.
The problem with the maritime industry is nag-pop up nga ho yung mga eskwelahan na hindi naman nagdi-deliver ng tamang pag-aaral, pinagkapirahan yung mga seaman. So this is an opportunity and this is the right time for government to put up schools that will put up the right standards and get the right professors and trainers to train these seamen. Dahil po, ang nirireklamo di ba mga seaman, yung mga nagtuturo daw sa kanila, hindi pa raw nakatapak ng barko. So that's a problem why the Philippines has went down its quality.
Okay. Go ahead, Secretary Pineda.
Ang una dapat na i-resolve siguro is saan ba dapat yung ating maritime schools? Should it be with SED or Marina? Number 2, kung gagawa man tayo ng batas, dapat yung batas na yun magsiset ng standards for allowing a school to operate as a maritime school.
Thank you. Dr. Padilla?
Yeah, basically, kailangan ng Maritime Standardization Education Act. Parang ganon, no? Para standardize lahat. Like nangyari noon sa mga nurses, nag-crop up yung mga mushrooming of nursing schools sa puro substandard kasi maraming kailangan ng nurse. Same thing happened here. We have to have standards. Tapos yung permits, very strict sa permits kasi doon din nagkakaroon ng problema. So Standardization Act for Maritime Education and stricter tayo sa giving permits. And that includes, the standardization includes everything.
Thank you.
One of the complaints of the private education sector is that there is too much regulation. In fact, a lot of them are complaining that even as there are measures in government, for example, raising the salary of teachers, it only applies to those working in the public education system, but not to those in private. So it results in an uneven playing field. For those who are espousing free education, right? What do we do about the private education or private maritime schools that have invested private capital for a public good?
Go ahead, Mr. Marcoleta.
I think the oversight function of Senate should be strengthened along that line, Dr. Because these too much regulations must be studied, and Congress, I think, is in a position, particularly the Senate, to look into which regulations are harming the particular interest or the concerns of these maritime schools. Let us also accredit the schools. There should be a legislative action to accredit the schools so that masiguro po natin ang skills and standards na kinakailangan po para maproteksyonan ang ating mga seafarers.
By the way, thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'm not yet a doctor, pero sinusulat ko na po ang dissertation ko. Malapit na po. But thank you for the promotion po.
Mr. Am. Okay, let's hear from Secretary Belhica.
The tuition fee voucher fund po ang aking pinopropose dyan where the students will choose which school he wants to go to. So meron siyang voucher na dadalhin sa kahit anong eskwela na gusto niyang puntahan para siya po mamimili ng pinakamahusay na eskwelahan na the least cost instead of having the scholarship program na binibigay mo po sa eskwelahan and then students. This way, we will get the best schools giving the best services at the least cost na choice ng estudyante.
Okay, I saw your hand, Ms. Kiram. Go ahead.
Yes. Hello. Dahil sa too much regulation, siguro mas maganda kung magkakaroon ng monitoring side dito sa national. Kasi pag minsan, dahil sa backing system, kung halimbawa mataas yung position ng nasa nakakapasok. So yung standardization is bumababa. Siguro mas maganda yung may monitoring talaga dito sa natin, sa national.
Okay, Mr. Aranza.
Hindi lang ho sa standard. Yan ay maganda, pero kailangan din i-screen natin ang mga papasok. Sa Philippine Airlines, out of 1,500 na nagpasok sa non-paying, only 15 ang kinuha. 1 month ang examination every other day. So, ganun din dapat because alam mo mas mahirap daw ang barko iliko kaysa sa aeroplano. Ano niya? Milya-milyahe ka bago ka makaliko. Kaya tandaan nyo, mas mahirap. Practical. Totoo yan.
Thank you. Secretary Panelo.
Babalikan ko po yung original na proposal ko na isang legislation na lumikha ng free school for seafarers na kukuha tayo ng mga eksperto para matuto itong mga kababayan natin. Pangalawa, alam po ninyo, kailangan libre para magkaroon ng kompetensya dito sa mga private schools para i-improve nila. Pag nakita nila na itong libre, mas okay pala. I-upgrade nila mga sarili nila.
Actually, Asik Pimentel mentioned something very interesting, and I find it ironic that we have the best seafarers in the world, except that most of them are working abroad. And that, I think, is a testament to the state of our maritime industries. And I was wondering if you have any bills in mind that will help strengthen the maritime industries.
He asked Secretary Belica, and then we go to Senator Honasan.
Yeah, yun nga po ang problema. Meron tayong mga libre, pero libreng bulok. Mga libreng eskwelahan, pero wala namang gamit, wala namang teacher. Kaya nga po babalik na rin natin sa sitwasyon. If you have a tuition fee voucher fund, then the student can choose the best school for the least cost. So mga eskwelahan will raise their standards according to na kinakailangan ng mga estudyante to deliver the services or to deliver the education that they need.
Okay, Senator Honasan.
Dr. Klink, a maritime industry inventory and performance audit bill is in order. It must also occupy, our seafarers must occupy a precise location in our national order of priorities. This goes beyond education. There is the funding requirement. Pero once we determine kung nasaan yung seafarers natin, automatic na yung funding. Ibig sabihin, ito lang ang pera natin, ito ang unahin natin. What is their contribution to our GDP? The domestic maritime industry. What is the contribution of the overseas seafarers to our GDP?
It's about 10% of GDP.
That should be the basis.
Total remittances.
Yes, Doctor, that should be the basis for any legislation or executive action.
Senator JV, you're... Oh, go ahead. Mr. Marcoleta? Oh.
Dr. Padilla, kanina po may sinabi kayo na legislation ang sagot dito. Pero yung sa tanong po ni Dr. Ang kanina is there is an imminent danger talaga na kailangan talagang ayusin na sapagkat kapag hindi natin na-address ito, kawawa po yung mga seafarers na talagang matatanggal at pati kanilang pamilya. Alam naman po natin ang legislation magtatagal. Ano po yung, bukod sa legislation, ano po yung ibig niyong sabihin na para ma-address natin ito?
Dr. Padilla.
Ano po, kung kailangan mabilis ho, pwedeng mag-EO, no? But ang dami mga private schools naman who have better facilities. But they're languishing. Tanong nyo rin yun, no?
Hindi po.
Yung
Ang EO po kasi ay
partnership.
executive department po yun. Ang pinag-uusapan po natin kung sakaling nasa Senado
Kasi
tayo.
legislation ho tayo or oversight
Kaya
muna.
nga po, ang legislation po magtatagal. Pinakamadali lamang po dyan yung first reading. Pero pagdating mo sa second and third reading, kung nasa mababa kang kapulungan, pupunta sa Senado, magtatagal kayo.
Kung declared as urgent, di ba, priority bill, mabilis siya. It will also depend on the executive, di ba? It will also depend on the executive. But can I finish what I was saying? Can I say something about the public-private partnership? Because even sa other schools, the public schools, the private school owners are languishing. Nagko-complain sila, nahulugi sila, wala silang suporta. Maybe a partnership can do. So kung meron na silang equipment, magagamit sila ng mga public. So at least, magtutulungan sila. And you don't have to reinvent the wheel.
Okay, just a reminder that we should let every candidate finish their time before we continue. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Ransa.
Yung tanong ni Mr. Ang kung paano mapaigting ang negosyo ng vessel. Siguro, sa ngayon, mayroon ng bagong 7 ports na nagawa ang San Miguel. Siguro, pwede naman yung foreign vessels, pag dumating, i-unload nila so that the vessels in the Philippines will be one to carry. That way, we can also prevent smuggling. So, marami yung bagay na po pwede. Pero yung sinasabi kong malibis magliko, natabo kayo, ang eroplano pwedeng lumiko kagad. Ang vessel, milya, bago siya unti-unting lumiliko. Meski magtanong po kayo sa mga maritime.
Hey. Are we satisfied?
Well, last year po, the Philippines was assigned as the ASEAN country representative to the European Union. This is a 3-year assignment from ASEAN. What posture po ba would you recommend that the Philippines could take with regard to the EMSA regulation and the improvement po of domestic standards in maritime schools?
Who would like to answer that?
May I?
Secretary?
Actually, yung compliance sa EU protocols, hindi lang confined sa maritime. When I was with the DA actually, tinututukan ng EU yung compliance natin sa illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing. No? And ang threat was that kapag tinuloy nyo yan, we will ban. The same thing, the same story here. Now, I will agree with Dr. Padilla. Kung mabagal yung legislation, then let's ask the next president to issue an executive order directing Marina to conduct an upgrading of the skills and the training of our maritime people.
Thank you. Anyone would okay, go ahead. Congressman Marcoleta.
Given my experience in the House of Representatives, kahit na po certified yung bill, talagang magtatagal pa rin po yan because it has to go to the process. Pupunta sa committee, magkakaroon pa ng TWG, pupunta ngayon sa plenary, magdidebate ng napakaraming panahon hanggang sa mag-second reading and third reading, hanggang sa dumating po sa Senado, kung wala nang advice, baka sakali po. But the question is very imminent po eh. Merong threat talaga na mawala. Ang iniisip ko sanang isasagot nila po ay gamitin ng oversight function. Tawagin lahat ang mga responsible offices para gawan ng paraan kagad.
Thank you, Dr. Padilla and Secretary Panelo.
Actually, Congressman Marcoleta, sinabi na namin kanina yung oversight function sa mga nangyayari ngayon, no? Pero bukod ho doon, siguro kung magaling ang ating next president, ay makikita niya yung urgency. Pwede siya mag-EO na, executive order. Bakit ka pa mag-oversight? Hearing pa rin ho yun, di ba?
Magaling talaga po yung susunod na president.
Okay,
Dapat magaling yung susunod na presidente.
Okay, Secretary Panelo.
Iniisip ko, balikan natin yung kanina na nabanggit dito na maraming problema din yung mga private training school. Aba, di kung may problema sila sa pondo, ay bigyan natin ng pondo. And then, gawin natin istrikto ang paggamit ng pondo. May mga requirements tayo, kailangan maging compliant sila. Para nakakatulong na tayo, nagiging strict pa tayo at nakakatulong din sa industriya. Yan po ang pinakamagandang gagawin ng ating gobyerno.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Belgica.
I think the problem lies with Marina dahil sa kanila bumagsak ang level ng pag-aaral. So maybe we should just remove the entire thing from the Marina and put it in another department na mag-i-improve talaga ng quality and education na tinuturo po sa mga seafarers natin. Dahil sobra pong reklamo dyan sa Marina na natanggap ko ng kusina. And I think this what happened here is a result of their failure.
Any further follow-up, Mr. Danteang?
Well, yeah, the problem there is that, the agency that might be responsible is the Commission on Higher Education. And there are already people who are complaining that the CHED is imposing unreasonable regulation on private schools. In fact, there is a bill pending in the House Bill 10282, which will make all SUCs an instrument of the national government. And I think there's grave concern among not only the SUCs, but the entire tertiary education system about this particular House bill.
Okay, any reaction? Go ahead, Secretary Panelo.
May naisip po ako, ito bang mga seafarers natin, ito ba ang karamihan nito'y mahihirap? Ito bang karamihan nito'y mga hindi nakatapos sa edukasyon? Kasi may problema tayo kahit yung tertiary act. Alam po ba ninyo na 12% lang ng pinakamahihirap ang nakakapasok ng free education at 17% ang galing sa mayayaman at 64% ang nasa middle class at nahihirapan po sa pagpasa kasi nga ang problema ang mahihirap kulang siyempre sa meron silang mga proctor, meron silang mga trainee, iba. Kaya lang may problema talaga tayo yung portion.
Thank you. Any follow-up? Okay, go ahead. We have room for two more.
With regards to the too much regulation complaint of the Marina, the President has issued and implemented ARTA and the ease of doing business. This is the first step towards that. I believe that what is important is that we adopt a modernization of our, we should be data-driven. Like for example, right now, Marina, the Marina should have the exact numbers of Filipinos, where they are, and even I'm saddened that the Marina was not included in the Department of Migrant Workers.
Okay, thank you. Secretary Piñol.
May I just go back to an earlier concern raised by Dr. Ang? Yung paano natin i-improve yung ating local maritime industry. Alam nyo, yung mga barko natin napakaluma na. Ang iba dyan, World War II vintage. And napakabagal, napakamahal. In fact, it is more expensive to ship banana from Mindanao to Manila than to ship the bananas from Davao to Japan. So kailangan talagang tutukan ito at magpasa tayo ng batas na dapat may age limit yung mga barkong ginagamit sa ating...
You're correct, Secretary. The problem is in 2015, the Senate passed, the Congress passed the cabotage law.
Yeah.
Except that since 2015, all of the benefits that were expected from the passage of that law remain unrealized. And as you said, mas mahal po magpadala ng cargo from Cagayan de Oro to Manila than it is from Manila to Hong Kong, despite 6 years, 7 years of the cabotage law.
Well, since 6 years na po yun, I think it's due for review. And Congressman Rolex Suplico would know the process involved in the review of the existing law.
Okay. Thank you so much. If there are no further follow-up questions, we need to take a break. We still have a lot of questions coming up. So we'll have to take a break for now, but please stay tuned. SMNI Senatorial debate will be back shortly.
Wow, special mention na si Ferrer dito.
Tsaka Tita Pia, ang dyan, nakikita ko dyan. Corruption pa rin yan Tita Pia.
Tsaka palakasan system pa rin
Oo, corruption pa rin yan. Kasi alam mo ang problema sa atin, maraming gusto mag-aral. Ngayon, ang problema nga, yung mga nakaupo doon sa eskwelahan na yon, mga corrupt pa rin.
Exactly. Kaya kahit na meron silang kaunting kakayanan para makapasok, ay tinataas nila yung standard kung paano sila matatanggap doon. Kaya sila ay hindi makapasok. Dahil nga, kailangan may under the table para ikay makapasok. Di ba?
Tama. Tsaka ang isa pa sa kulang sa atin, yung tinatawag nilang standard na hindi naman, alam nyo, hindi talaga magagawa yan hanggat, ito ang problema kasi, ang mga eskwelahan, katulad yan, di ba? May mga accreditation ang TESDA. Di ba? Ngayon, may mga accreditation ng TESDA ng mga eskwelahan, titingnan dapat ng TESDA yan kung yan ba ay pumasa sa kanilang standard bago nila bibigyan ng accreditation. So, dapat yung mga ganyan mga superior school, di ba, maritime school, dapat titignan nila ano ba yung mga equipment niyo. Meron ba kayo equipment? Baka turo lang kayo ng tulo. Puro books lang kayo.
Exactly.
Iba kasi Tita Pia ang turo sa books sa aktual.
Exact.
Diba?
Tama yan.
O kahit pa sabihin mong by the book tayo, kung yung by the book kasi na yan, isa ho yan sa paraan na malaman natin kung ano ang mga tawag ng mga yan. Di ba? Ano yung mga tawag yan. Then, after nun, kung meron kayong mga theoretical, yan Di ba? May theory yan Then,
theory.
actual. Di ba? Yan
Theory muna. Actual training talaga na dapat
katulad yan, Tita Pia. Di ba? Sa akin.
Dapat meron sariling boat na pag-trainingan nila.
Yes. Tapos alam mo ba sa amin, Tita Pia, ito i-share ko lang. Sa amin, yung halimbawa ako, nag-training ako. Ngayon, tapos na ako, Tita Pia master na ako with certification and Ngayon, ang sinasabi ko rito, doon sa pagiging master ko, halimbawa, sa aking skill, ay mag-e-exam kami. Mag-e-exam kami, then after ng exam, baka malaman na alam nyo lang sa tawag yan, ang sagot, pero sa actual hindi ninyo alam, mag-a-actual kami. Ngayon, after na mag-actual kami, Tita Pia, kapag hindi kami nakapasa ron, call attention. Call of attention yon. Bakit? Kasi, sino ba yung nag-handle nito? Sino? Babalik kayo uli. So, ibig sabihin, ang sinasabi natin dito, yung facilities with equipment, dapat meron tayo. Marami tayong facilities pwedeng gamitin, pwedeng gawin. Di ba? Ang problema, yung napakamahal na equipment, papaano sino magpo-provide? Papaano may po-provide ng mga private school, di ba? Mga special tools, whatever. Kung ang gobyerno, merong public maritime school na sinasabi nga natin, Na nandun lahat ng facilities, training center na andun lahat na nandun.
Yeah.
Then maging mahigpit sa kung iyan ba ay Then tama yung sinasabi ni ni Panelo kanina na bigyan natin ng libre. 'Di ba? Bigyan natin ng libre pero dapat with yung equipment and lahat ng mga pwedeng gamitin para maging
with monitoring.
Yes, dapat. Tapos yung mga private school, na yan, matcha-challenge na sila. Dapat ganon. Pero isa lang ang nakikita ko rito, corruption pagdating ho sa kanyan. Marami ho. Tapos pag may mga training na ganyan, galing ng probinsya, pupunta ng Maynila, Diyos mio, Marimar. Diba? Ang laki ho ng gastos nila. Dapat meron sila hanggat hindi sila natapos doon sila sa eskwela na yon, libre silang lahat. Di ba?
Oo.
Okay. Ayan. Yun lang yung masasabi ko.
Welcome back to the SMNI Senatorial Debate 2022. Now, many of you may be wondering, where is attorney Karen Jimeno, who normally is the one moderating this series of debates? Unfortunately, she is in the middle of having an important family affair that she has to attend to, and that's why I was called in. So thank you very much for having me here. Now let's continue. Okay, so for this round, we will have the question will be asked from political scientist, Miss Ana Malindog-Uy. Ma'am Ana, go ahead.
Yeah, good evening to everyone. My question would be more on constitutional change. Okay, it has been argued for some time now by many that the 1987 Constitution, which took effect in 1987 under the leadership of then President Corazon Aquino, needs to be revisited. Either it will be amended or revised altogether. Now, on this note, are you in favor of constitutional change? Yes or no? And why? And if the answer is yes, how would you propose it? Would it be an amendment or would it be a revision? Now, if it's an amendment, what specific provision in the Constitution would you want to amend? Now, if it's revision, because that's two different things, then are you in favor of a parliamentary form of government as against the presidential, what we have right now? And at the same time, are you in favor of a federal system of government as against to a unitary system that we have at the moment? So that is the question. So it's up to you to put it together, your answer, in briefly.
Thank you, Ms. Ana. For this round, we start with Secretary Panelo. You have 60 seconds.
Unang-una ho, ako'y pabor dyan. At kailangan po yung foreign ownership, baguhin na natin yan. Kailangan, like for instance, dun sa renewable energy, kailangan, sa ngayon, 40% pwede lang silang pumasok. Ownership. Mahirap pa nga kumuha ng mga partners. Kaya kailangan taasan natin yan para makapasok ang investors. Pangalawa, gusto ko pong baguhin yung pagpili ng mga justices, ng mga judges. Sa aking pong pananaw, yung pong present system, mali yun. Kailangan base natin sa examination at oral para papasa sila, kaya sila i-appoint para wala po silang utang na loob doon sa mga nagpapadrino at sa appointing power. Ayun po ang pinakamahalaga.
So you're in favor of amendment, not revision?
Marami po kasi, kulang ang oras natin para isa-isahin ko yun. Yes. Pero sa ngayon, yung dalawang yun.
Thank you. Deputy Speaker Marcoleta.
Either revision or amendment, ang importante po ay may mapalitan tayong mga ilang provision dyan. Unang-una naman, kahapon po pinag-uusapan yung pag-claim sa Saba, pero ang sabi ko, hindi natin magagawa yon sapagkat sa 1987 Constitution, inalis po yung historic right or legal title. Kaya po kung gusto nating i-pursue yung claim sa Saba, ibalik po yun na nandun sa 1973 Constitution. At ako po ay laban din sa political dynasty. Gusto ko po tanggalin yung as may be provided by law para hindi na po kailangan magbatas. Sapagkat wala naman pong sigurong legislator that will legislate against his interest. Hindi mangyayari po yung anti-dynasty kapag nilagay po yung as may be provided by law. Dapat period na yun. At yung nga pong economic provisions, talagang marami po talagang dapat baguhin doon. Kailangan nating maimbita yung maraming mga ngalakal at magbibigay ng kapital dito sa ating bansa.
Thank you. Senator Gringo Honasan.
Whether it's amendment or revision, it must address certain issues. Unity, productivity, centralized planning, decentralized execution. If we decide to move into a federal form, no part must be bigger, stronger, or richer than the whole. Otherwise, there is no logic to this being a republic. Those will be the issues.
Okay, let me clarify things first now. Because when you talk about constitutional amendment, what you do there is you just revise or you just change the text of certain provision. But when you talk about revision, you actually propose a change in political structure in the country. Like, for example, from a presidential to a parliamentary form. So that's why I'm asking which of which you would push for if you be elected in the Senate. Because when you revise, it means you have to choose parliamentary, federal, presidential, or parliamentary. So that's two different process, I think, or nature of change. So that's why you make a choice, amendment, revision, then the follow-up
Dr. Ana,
question.
if it's an either or,
It's an either or.
I would go for revision.
Okay.
And we do it now.
Okay.
And we decide that this occupies top priority so that we can address systems and not personalities. And that includes the political party system. Let me add that I have not changed my position on political parties. When I just noticed Yusek Pimentel and Dr. Padilla getting mad with Dr. Claire, I defer to their better judgment.
Thank you. Senator J.B. Ejercito.
I'm in favor of amending the 1987 Constitution because it's been more than 40 years since it has been written. The world has changed, so much. The time it was written, there was no such thing as World Wide Web, internet, information technology. The world has become so small at this point. So we need to make the Philippines more attractive to foreign investors. That's why I'm more particular that I am in favor of amending certain economic provisions, be it allowing foreigners bigger share by owning land. Anyway, hindi naman nila maiuwi yung lupa, Pwede sila mag-invest, but the land will stay here. So we have to study that, but I'm in favor of economic amending the economic provision so that we can adapt and be attuned to the changing times and be more competitive as compared to our ASEAN neighbors.
Okay, Mr. Jess Aranza.
I'll go for revision. And manner, I would like it to be a con-con so that it will avoid former mga politicians to meddle again. And I don't want to have some amendments because it's so hard to amend, and especially giving people, the foreigners, to own land. The moment they come in and go into subdivision to residential, then that will be the end of the ability of our poor people to buy house and land. The price will rise. Kaya sana, doon lamang, if they want to, then they do reclaim. And when they reclaim, they can do whatever they want, but not an existing land that will be for our poor brothers and sisters in the Philippines.
Hey, Dr. Mengita Padilla.
I'm in favor of revision. I think we should really consider a federal form of government. I believe it should also be done early. Whatever revision should be done early. We have to give more leeway for foreign ownership of certain businesses so we can be more competitive in the world. And I also agree about the political party system. We have to revisit that as well. So I'm for revision. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We have Ms. Noor Mahal Kirao.
Yes, I'm for revision para federal system government. Kasi at least magkakaroon ng kanya-kanyang plano para in every state, yung Luzon, Visayas, Mindanao. At least hindi nakakalimutan ng Mindanao, hindi nakakalimutan ng Visayas, and some parts of the Philippines. Kasi yun yung medyo napag-iiwanan pagdating dito sa, kasi ang focus is nasa national lang. So siguro dito sa about the Sabah claim, siguro i-revise din yun kasi kami yung naapektuhan bilang isa sa direct heirs. Naapektuhan ako, pati yung mga kamag-anak ko.
Okay, thank you. Now we have Mr. Ding Diaz.
The political geographical division of our country is really ideal for a federal system of government because we've got regions and each region can become federal states. However, there is no state that will survive without a strong economic base. So we go back to economics. Now, I would like to go back to prior to 1986. We are doing a lot of good things with the parliamentary system of government. We were able to minimize red tape and the government bureaucracy was getting to be efficient. Okay. However, because it was a Marcos creation, or so what's thought, then of course the framers of the 1987 Constitution did not want it. But let me say something. I believe a shift to a parliamentary system of government could be the saving grace for our country and our people.
Thank you. Yusek Astra Pimentel.
Definitely, I am for the revision of the 1987 Constitution because I call the 1987 Constitution an emotional constitution. Minadali ang paggawa nito, hindi masyadong napag-isipan, hindi dumaan sa mas masusing paggawa. Ituloy ang pagbabagong sinimulan ng Pangulong Duterte. He already created the Constitutional Commission to study the 1987 and propose a new constitution. We must move for the parliamentary federal system of government wherein Vice President and President will be voted as one. And there will be another term for the President and Vice President. Sayang ang ating Pangulong Duterte. Napakagaling, napakaganda ng performance, hindi mabigyan ng pagkakataong mamunong muli. And there should be regional representation in the Senate for the senators, 70-30 sharing of national wealth, anti-turncoatism, and strengthening of local government units.
Thank you. Let's hear from Secretary Manny Piñol.
The Constitution is a living document reflecting the feelings, aspirations, the dreams of a people at a specific time. The time is now to revise the Constitution. Let's move towards federal parliamentary form of government. We have a working model, the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao, although it is a hybrid because they have an assembly, but at the same time they also have congressmen and mayors. But BARM is working very well. As the former point person of the president for the BARM, I can tell the whole country that the BARM is working very well, and we could actually study the success of BARM in as far as bringing government closer to the people is concerned. Now, on economic reforms, yes, I'm in favor of economic reforms, but I am against the 100% ownership of land in the Philippines. Mauubos yung lupa natin sa mayayamang dayuhan kapag binenta natin yung mga lupa natin.
Okay, maraming salamat. And now we move on to Secretary Belica.
Yes, parliamentary federal form of government revision. At uno ko pong babaguhin ay ang justice system. Napakahina po ng justice system dito sa Pilipinas. Halos wala napaparusahang kriminal at korap. Dahil nagtatambak ang kaso sa korte at meron kulang na kulang po ang mga judges. You have only 2,500 judges to adjudicate for 110 million Filipinos. You know, kaya meron isang korte, sabi ko na I have 6,000 cases and may backlog. Kahit magtapos ako ng isang kaso, isang araw, 365 cases lang matatapos ko. Kaya ako hindi napaparusahan. I will strengthen the justice system. I will add more courts, add more judges so that napaparusahan po ang mga kriminal at korap. Dahil corruption po talaga ang dahilan kung bakit naghihirap ang ating bayan. At kung mapaparusahan po yan, may babalik ang penalty of death sa crime, sa mga heinous crimes and corruption. Marami pong babait dito sa Pilipinas.
Follow-up question.
I have a follow-up question. Okay. Sa mga nagsabi na they want to have kind of a constitution, revise the constitution or propose a new constitution. And there are some of you who said that, you want federal system at the same time parliament. Now, let's go back to parliamentary. Why do you think we need to why we need to change to a parliamentary form? What's the advantage of having a parliamentary form of government as against to a presidential form of government?
Well,
Go ahead.
in a parliamentary form of government, you can change a bad leader at any given time, and you can hang on to a good leader as long as you want to.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Marcoleta, Congressman Marcoleta.
The other positive aspect of a parliamentary government is that there is a fusion between the executive and the legislative departments, and therefore may expedite po ang mga batas na gagawin because they consult with each other. Hindi matagal ang proseso, lalong-lalo na kung ang mga batas na iniisip natin ay kailangang madaliin, gaya po ng halimbawa kanina ni Dr. Ang na imminent po ang problema na kinakaharap ng ating mga seafarers. Ito ay masusolusyonan kapag ang dalawa ay very cooperative departments of government.
Okay, thank you. Any rebuttal? Okay, Secretary Panelo?
Ang dagdag pa po doon, pag parliamentary kasi, as correctly stated by Congressman Marcoleta, may fusion. So in other words, hindi na sisisihan ang dalawa. Sapagkat magkasama nga sila a vote of no confidence lang, palit ka na. Pangalawa, yung pong magiging issue sa election, hindi na personalities, kundi political parties na. Yan ang kagandahan.
Okay, Ms. Pimentel, go ahead.
Exactly, under the parliament system of government, political parties will be strengthened, representation will be fair and objective, as well as in the parliamentary, based on studies all over the world, parliamentary form of governments are the less corrupt governments because yun na nga, madaling palitan ang leader na masama ang performance.
Thank you. Mr. Ding Diaz.
Dapdi,
Yes.
there's a follow-up. In the past, the Chacha Express started in the House. Pero ang pumipigil nito ay Senado. And you're all running for the Senate. So ako po natutuwa na parang lahat kayo ay gusto ng Chacha. Ito po ay matutuloy sana kung kayo po ay mahalal bilang senador ng Republika.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Ding Diaz.
In response to Vice Governor Suplico.
Please do, please.
Yes. Probably the reason for this is that we are running not for ourselves. We are running to further the interest of the Filipino people, which has long been suppressed by the wrongful leaders that has been being elected in our country, whose interests are all what are theirs, not what is the people's.
Okay, anyone? Okay, go ahead, Senator Honasan.
One major consideration is the cost. Not only the economic or financial cost, the political cost, the social cost. It is said that the 87 Constitution was a very angry Constitution. And it's a rule in life. You do not make decisions when you are angry, happy, tired, or all of the above. Lastly, one consequence is the local government code. We devolved authority and responsibility. We forgot to devolve the money. These are things that we should address frontally.
Go ahead.
In defense of the local government code, I believe that Senator Nene Pimentel fought for the correct distribution of the national wealth. In fact, right now we are very happy that President Duterte really fast-tracked the Mandanas-Garcia ruling para sa lahat ng local government units.
Okay, Secretary Panelo.
Doon po sa revision ng Constitution, meron nagsabi dito na maganda federalism, which is true. In fact, yun po sinulong ni Presidente Duterte. Subalit, nung isang araw nga, sinabi niya, wala, I give up. Kasi ayaw ng taong bayan. Pero mukhang nakikita natin, mukhang hindi naman taong bayan ang ayaw. Mukhang mawalang galang na sa mga senador. Sila ang kumukontra. Alam niyo mo bakit? Under federalism, mawawala yung kanilang term. Kasi kailangan mo ng mga dalawang senador sa region. Makakat yung term nila, kaya kinontra nila.
Okay, Dr. Witt.
Sige.
Go, Mama.
Just one more.
Okay. Mr. Marcoleta and Senator JV.
Ang problema po kasi, bago natin ma-revise o ma-amend ang Constitution, ay kailangan po talaga either a constituent body or a constitutional convention. Pinagtatalunan po kasi namin palagi kung ano ang gagawin. Kung Constituent Assembly, ang gusto naman ng Senado palagi, separate voting. Samantalang ang ating saligang batas, pwede namang joint voting. Ito po yung pinaka-problema natin kaya hindi natin ma-revise. Kailangan alisin natin ang pamumulitika para kung gusto nating i-revise, ma-revise natin o kaya kung i-amend ang
Senator JV.
Siguro matanong ko lang po tungkol sa federalism, no? Anybody can answer. Maganda ho yung idea, no? We will give, we will have autonomous states, no? Pero ang problema po natin, ang kailangan i-address doon, yung po mga mahihirap na regions, baka lalong mas maiwan. In the study of federalism, no? Okay po talaga niya. Kaya lang, ang magsusurvive lang ho is Calabar Zone, NCR, and probably Cebu region. So baka anybody can.
There's a follow-up question. You have a follow-up question?
May I just comment on that?
There is a follow-up question from Dr. Carlos, then I will have a follow-up question.
Okay, let's go ahead. Yeah. Go ahead, Dr. Carlos.
Yeah. Okay, it seemed like the spirit of everyone is really to migrate to parliamentary system. And I'd like you to consider the 3 pluses of a parliamentary system, which is 1, you only have a 2-week 10, 12-day campaign period, unlike what you're having here where you're campaigning forever. Number 2, term limits will not be a relevant issue because you can be 100 years old and for as long as you are elected as an MP, you will be an MP. And third, political dynasty will not be an issue because you will be elected by the electoral constituency. And yes, the part I forget that if you want the political leader to stay there longer than 2,000 days, then you get a chancellor or a prime minister who will be there until he falls dead. So aren't those 4 major selling points for a parliamentary system?
A reaction to Dr. Carlos. Go ahead, Secretary Piñol.
Actually, this is a reaction to the statement of JV, you know. Yung sinabi na kawawa yung mahirap na region kapag nag-federalize. Actually, yung BARB is the poorest region and it's doing well. So, medyo siguro kailangan natin pag-aralan na buti.
May pabadi tayo.
Go ahead, Senator JV.
Yes, I'm okay, but we just have to address that lingering question about federalism. But if it will be addressed, then I will be supportive of that if that can be answered.
Okay, let's go back to Dr. Carlos's 4 points. Any reaction to that? Go ahead, Yusek Pimentel.
First reaction to Senator JV's comment. In the federal system form of government that PDP Laban has proposed, there is an equalization fund. Tinatawag nating equalization fund wherein the poor regions will be developed also and will be helped by the federal government. And I totally agree with Professor Carlos about the points on parliamentary form of government.
Hey, go ahead.
Yeah, I have nothing to say to react to Professor Carlos' statement that tama po lahat yun. Pero siguro tama rin yung sinabi ni Senator JV that there are provinces and regions na hindi kaya. So I've gone around and I realized that there are regions na kaya. So pwede na tayong mag-selective federal government. Doon sa mga regions na kaya, probinsya na kaya, bigay na. Doon sa mga hindi kaya, suportahan muna na national government hanggang magkaya nila sila magsarili.
Ano naman dapat?
You have a follow-up question?
Yes, my follow-up question would be not exactly about, well, you've answered already my question, no? And I have a sense of what you want when you get elected, hopefully, as senators with regards to constitutional change. Now, my question is related to that in some ways, no? My follow-up question. As you know, in this country, there's such a thing as communist insurgency. And we're talking about constitutional change, and some of you would want to have amendments to the Constitution. Now, my question is, pabor ba kayo na institutionalized? I mean, when you speak of institutionalization, is talagang mag-create ka ng body and all that, and sustain funding and everything. The NTF-LCAC, institutionalized NTF-LCAC to address and to, para mawala na ang tinatawag ng communist insurgency as you go through this constitutional or amendments in the Constitution. So that's my follow-up question.
Okay, Deputy Speaker Marcoleta.
I am in favor
And
of
why? And why?
institutionalizing LCAC by way of a legislative action. Napakatanda na po ng insurgency sa ating bansa. Napakalaking pera ang ginugugol natin dyan para lamang labanan ng insurgency. Ngunit hindi nagtagumpay yan at ang nakita kong pagtatagumpay ay nakukuha dun sa localized approach na ginagawa ng administrasyon ni Pangulong Duterte. Kaya ako po ay naniniwala na kapag ito'y na-institutionalize natin, unti-unti, maalis po natin ang insurgency at ma-achieve natin
Thank you.
kapayapaan sa bansa.
Mr. Jess Aranza.
Ang LCAC po ay hindi military activities, hindi offensive. Ang pagkaalam ko, ang LCAC ay binibigyan ng karapatan yung mga barangay lahat yan na magkaroon sila ng sariling kabuhayan, sariling paghahanap buhay, upang sa ganoon, mawala sa kanila yung mga paghihikaya sa kanila sumama dun sa mga revolusyonaryo. So hindi ho military yan. Yan ho ay ginagawa na mabuti para magkaroon ng kabuhayan sila mismo.
Salamat. Mr. Diaz.
Ang aking pong paniwala regarding the communist insurgency, wala naman po talagang totoong ideologue dito sa atin. Wala po yung hardcore. At ako po'y naniniwala, maski na po yung mga rebelde na nabubuhay po sa bundok, hindi po nila gustong nilalamok sila sa kanilang pagtulog. Hindi rin po nila gusto na malayo po sila sa mga mahal nila sa buhay. Ang gusto po nila, at gusto nating lahat, mabuhay tayo ng maayos. Sa pamamagitan po ng NTF-LCAC, palagay ko po, malapit-lapit na tayo sa katuparan ng pagbibigay ng maayos ng pamumuhay doon po sa mga naliligaw ng landas.
So you are in favor of institutionalizing it?
Good.
Okay, Secretary Belhica.
Yes, in fact, when I was chairman and commissioner of the PACC, I was a member of the NTF-LCAC. And rest assured that if God allows that I be elected or work as one of your senators, we will institutionalize the NTF-LCAC and fight every move to defund it again. Maganda ho ang ginagawa ng NTF-LCAC. Talagang effective ang kanilang barangay development program dahil nararamdaman ng tao at mga rebelde ang gobyerno tumutulong at maabot sa kanila.
Okay, salamat. Yusek Pimentel, you were going to say something?
Without development, without peace, there is no development. The NTF-LCAC should be institutionalized. The barangay development program should be funded, and we should fight insurgency, even the recruitment of our fellow Filipinos who are abroad. Dahil kahit ngayon po, yung mga rebelde, nire-recruit kahit yung mga OFWs at kahit yung mga OFs para labanan ang ating gobyerno.
Daphne, follow up to Commissioner Belhica. Baka sakali pong lapitan kayo ng CPP, NPA, NDF at hingihan kayo ng permit to campaign. Kayo pa yung bibigay doon?
Hindi ho, over my dead body.
At kung may kaibigan kayo mangonsulta sa inyo, kasi sa local officials, realidad yan na babayad ka doon para makakuha ka ng permit to campaign. Anong advice nyo rin po?
Bahala na siya sa kampanya niya, pero kung ako nasa lugar niya, hindi ko gagawin yan. In fact, andyan ang NTF-LCAC, andyan ang mga kasundaluhan. Yun ang lapitan niya. Dahil funding the communism will only lengthen the war or yung awayan, and we should stop doing that.
Now, tinanong na ito ni MJ Mondihar. Ang NPA ba, si PPNDF, kalaban ba o kaibigan?
NPA, kalaban po yan. Dahil that's who they are. Pero tama rin itong sinasabi nila na marami po dyan, wala ng ideolohiya, ng gugulo na lamang. In fact, most of them should be treated as criminals, no longer as NPAs.
Maraming salamat.
Salamat, sir.
Secretary Panelo.
Thank you, Dayan.
Gusto ko lang po susugan yung mga sinabi ng mga kasamaan dito upang makita nyo ang damdamin ng mga kandidato ngayon kaugnay dito sa NTF-LCAC. Gaya po nung sinabi ko kahapon, sa aking paglilibot sa buong bansa, yung pong mga lugar na nabigyan ng malaking pondo ng NTF-LCAC ay nawala yung mga rebelde. Kaya kailangan talagang gawin ng permanente ito upang yumabong ang mga lugar na pinagbubugaran ng mga komunista.
Okay. Pakisagot daw po ang tanong, kaibigan daw po ba or kalaban ang NPA? Go ahead, Mr. Diaz. Yeah.
Neither. Okay? Dahil marami po, alam ko, marami po sa mga rebelde, sumama po sila roon, hindi po dahil sila ay naniniwala sa adhikain ng mga komunista. Sila po ay pumunta po rin doon dahil nakatikim po sila ng kaapihan, nakatikim po sila ng kapabayaan. Ngunit po sa samahan na yun, nakita po nila na meron pala silang kasama. Pero hindi po nila naiintindihan kung ano po ang pagiging komunista. Yun po ang katotohanan dyan.
Go ahead, Secretary Piñol.
I am for the institutionalization of the NTF-ELCAC. And contrary to claims na anti-communist campaign, it's actually a rural development program based on incentivization. No? So kung tahimik ang barangay mo, eto may pera ka. At very effective. And to answer the question of Congressman Suplico, yes, nangihingi ng permit to campaign ng NPA. When I was governor, hinihingan nila ako. I did not give 1 peso.
Okay. It seems that are we unanimous in thinking that the NTF-ELCAC should be institutionalized? Are there any dissenting opinions? None.
There's not. Okay. And also, follow-up question with that institutionalization. Would it mean as well that if you will be elected as senators, you will not defund NTF-ELCAC? Of course not, no?
No.
Yes. Okay, thank you so much.
Can I say
Meron lang akong...
Oh, madaming gusto masasabi. Go ahead, Secretary Bonel.
Kaugnay po dun sa sinasabing yung mga rebelde, sila ba'y kalaban o kakampi? Sa totoo lang, yung NTF-ELCAC na programa, yun ay pabor sa mga komunista. Sabagat hindi po bang pinaglalaban nila? Kabuhayan. Pinaglalaban nila kailangan ang kanilang mga kailangan ay tugunan. Tinutugunan nga po eh. Kaya pabor nga sa kanila yun. Kaya nawawala sila sa pagre-rebelde laban sa gobyerno.
Go ahead, Secretary Belnica, and we'll go to that end after.
Yeah, it's just a rebuttal. Iba ko kasing NPA eh. Ito ho yung may ideolohiya. Ito po yung kahit anong pakikiusap ng gobyerno, pakikipag-usap at inaabot ng gobyerno, ayaw pumayag. Yun, kalaban po yun. Pero yung mga nadadala sa kanila dahil sa mga issues na nilalabas sa korupsyon, kahirapan, iba po yun. Yun po ang inaabot ng NTF-ELCAC. So, NPA, kalaban po ng gobyerno.
Dr. Padilla?
Ako in favor of institutionalizing. Tapos makakontrolin natin with oversight yan eh. Diba? Kung it's a law. We can also, kasi yung problema, magandang layunin. I read the EO. Magandang all of country, all of government approach. Kasi the whole approach. Kailangan whole approach. Kasi yung kabuhayan, social services, tapos may law enforcement. Diba? So it's a ganda. Implementation lang ang bantayan natin.
So it means it's very important for the oversight.
Oversight is important.
Thank you. Senator J.B. Ejercito.
Aside from NTF-ELCAC, I would go for a supplement to this program, which is massive infrastructure development, because I believe that this will be the way to spread out the development to the countryside. No? The reason why the rebels or the insurgency is able to recruit is because of the stomach. No? Hungry stomach knows no loss. Madali mag-recruit. But if there are jobs and opportunities, you create growth development areas in the countryside, I think the insurgency will slowly die because people will now have jobs and opportunities.
Okay, Senator Honasan.
Itong insurgency, hindi ito laban between soldiers and rebels. No? Okay lang, masaktan sila, mamatay. Ang problema, morally unacceptable. Pag tinatamaan yung civilian, bata, matanda, babae, lalaki, that is unacceptable. So, no, how do you fight an idea? For an insurgency, for terrorism, you fight it with a better idea. Good government. At ang front line natin dyan, local government.
Thank you. And Secretary Panelo.
Ito ay kaugnay sa sinabi ni dating Senador Ejercito, yung supplement. Actually, yung pong NTF-ELCAC fund, yun nga ginagamit. Part nun ay ginagamit sa infrastruktura. Kaya nga precisely nagkakaroon ng farm-to-market roads, yung mga kalsada nila, yung sa bundok. Ako po'y nasaksihan ko yun dahil nagpunta ako sa mga bundok na ito at nakita ko na dahil sa NTF-ELCAC, sila ay nagbago na ng buhay nila.
Salamat. Nakita ko si Mr. Jess Aranza. Hindi ko yata natanong.
Sagot lang doon sa kung magkaibigan o magkaaway. Sabi ko,
Yes.
wala pa akong nakita magkaibigan nagpapatayan.
Yes, go ahead, Deputy Speaker Marcoleta.
Ang insurgency po ay talagang kalaban ng pamahalaan. Kaya nga ang tawag po ay insurgency.
Tama.
Ang idea ay para ibagsak ang pamahalaan.
Tama.
Wala po sigurong kaibigan na naghahangad na ang pamahalaan na ating pinakamamahal na dapat pagtagumpayan ay gustong ibagsak. Kaya kalaban po sila.
So, malakas na lahat kayo ay in favor of institutionalizing the NTF-ELCA?
Daphne, last question.
Oh, go ahead.
On the issue of NTF-ELCA.
Go ahead.
Well, meron ng mga senadores, no? Incumbent senators na nag-announce na tanggalan ng budget o defund
Exactly.
ng NTF-ELCA. Meron kayang reaction kayo doon?
What's the reason?
Reaction, please. Go ahead, Secretary Bell.
Yeah, napansin ko po yan nung malapit ng eleksyon. Saan inilipat yung pera? Doon po sa mga insertions. Insertions para sa kalang mga programa dahil po doon posibleng may korupsyon. Hindi ko nilalahat. Pero nilalagay yung pera sa korupsyon na dapat nandun sana sa paglaban sa terorismo.
Follow up to Commissioner Belica.
1 point ka
You
sa akin.
quoted a saying, no? Sa investigasyon nyo sa pork barrel,
Yes, sir.
na around 10 to 15% nawawala doon dahil sa corruption.
Tama po yan. Conservative po yun. May mas malalaki pa raw doon. Pero yun po ang sinasabi sa akin. Pinagbawal po ng Korte Suprema ang PDAF ang pork barrel system. Yun po ang aking inilaban noong 2013 na tinawag na Belica ruling. Pero now, I guess the legislators, a lot of legislators have learned how to skirt around the law. And yan po sinasabi ko that we have to create a anti-corruption body strong enough that will have jurisdiction over all government officials, not only with presidential appointees like the PACC, so we can hold accountable government officials and private individuals who get involved in corruption and impose a penalty of death against corruption.
Thank you.
So galit sila dahil yung projects ay hindi sa kanila.
Opo, galit po sila.
Thank you.
Actually, lahat po ng ang usap-usapan sa baba, basta raw bumaba sa distrito, doon daw po yun sa ibang mga congressman.
Okay.
So yung project may kasama ng contractor. Tama po.
Kasama na po yun. Kabisado niyo yan, Gob.
Well, narinig ko on the ground, no? Advance pa daw yun.
Tama po. Thank you for...
Let's go on to Secretary Panelo.
As an additional response to Congressman Rolex, yung po tinatanong nyo na may mga senador na kumontra sa NTF-ELCA. Publicly, ang masasabi ko po sa kanila, either kayo ay naliligaw ng landas or meron kayong hidden agenda sapagkat kinokontra nyo yung para sa mga taong makikinabang sa NTF-ELCA.
Senador.
We have a follow-up question or a message from Dr. Carlos.
Yeah, final follow-up. I noticed that some of you had used the term communist insurgency. Who is a communist? I think it was the only country using that term, by the way.
I don't think it's...
Sino ba yung komunista?
But we have a communist
Can we have some definition of terms?
Okay.
So unless, we know what it is, let's just stop talking about a communist insurgency. You just have an insurgency. It is not a communist insurgency. The so-called communist countries are out and out capitalist. So there's no stop using the term communist.
I agree.
You cannot defend that.
Thank you, Dr. Carlos. Reaction from Yusek Pimentel.
I agree with Professor Carlos not to call them communist. Kagaya nung katanungan, kung ang mga NPA ba ay kalaban o kaibigan, ang sasabihin ko, ang mga NPA ay Pilipinong nangangailangan ng serbisyo ng gobyerno.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Diaz.
Terrorist.
Going back to the NTF-ELCA, I believe that if elected senator, I would use NTF-ELCA to promote my advocacy of total economic emancipation to the common Filipino. That could be a very good.
Thank you. Let's hear from Ms. Kiram.
Yung tungkol naman sa kung ang NPA is kalaban or hindi. sa nakikita ko, may pinaglalaban lang din sila. Hindi ko sinasabing ano sila ng gobyerno, kaya lang may pinaglalaban sila na dapat pakinggan siguro ng national, ng gobyerno.
Hindi na nga
Kasi
mapapakinggan
mula noon hanggang
No, no,
ngayon,
no.
actually wala na yung iba. Tayong
Ay, gusto
sa
mo
mga
lahat
generation
sa
namin
government
pababa,
sa
hindi
iyo.
na alam kung anong ibig sabihin nun. So meron silang mga nire-recruit na mga mas bata. Tapos sumasama sila dahil may mga ideology na akala nila tama.
Salamat.
Quick
Go
question,
ahead.
very
Sabi
quick.
yun.
You mentioned na may nire-recruit silang mga bata. So basically, you're talking about child soldier, no? Or warrior child. If ever you be elected as senator of this country, how would you address that in terms of legislation?
Siguro po general knowledge sa mga sa schools, sa mga bata, pati na rin sa mga magulang na etong kailangan turuan po yung mga nakakabata sa atin kasi yung mga NPA or kung sino man na kumakalaban sa gobyerno, may mga pinaglalaban yan. Kaya lang ang problema, hindi natin alam kung ano ba talaga. Nung unang panahon, yes, alam natin, pero ngayon hindi na kasi natin alam kung ano talaga.
Anyone can answer the question about the issue of recruitment, no? Because she mentioned about recruitment of children, no? In terms of being child soldiers. So, if elected as senators, how would you address that?
Go ahead, Senator Hornason.
It's a very important issue, no? When you talk about child's right, yeah.
Dr. Ana, we might want to consider applying the power of information and communications technology to improve our data management. Madidiscover po natin yan, no?
Ano yan? Bet na wala. Anong madidiscover? Bakit maraming na-recruit sa mga magagaling na eskwelahan yung mga yan? Kung madidiscover, kahit discover na, wala namang ginagawa ang gobyerno. Kaya maraming mga batang hindi nakakatapos ng pag-aaral at nakakiyat sa bundok. Ano yan? Sino ang may nag-stop? Ako o sila? Omes, ano na yan? What happened? Nawala ang ano. Ako ang bumagsak.
In terms of that ideological framework,
Nawala na ako
which
ng
is not
internet.
the case. That is the reason why, because I'm a political scientist, I'd rather that you use a little bit more precise term. Let's just call it insurgency, please, because it's not communist insurgency as communist from the theoretical framework of Karl Marx and other socialist thinkers. Para lang malinis.
Yeah, I got
Maybe. Thank you, Dr. Carlos. Again,
the child soldier.
Yeah,
It's
before
very
we go on a
important.
break, we would like to know
How
about
would you prevent recruitment of children, to participate in insurgency, in different aspects? As senators, let us say you're senators already, no? And you have to legislate a law to prevent that. So how would you address that? Yes, sir?
Ms. Pimentel first. Yeah.
Education is very important. At
No.
the child soldiers.
Nire-recruit nga yung mga nasa university.
Child soldiers are members of the indigenous peoples. Dahil nga ang mga indigenous peoples have lesser access. Ito nga yung nais nating ipaglaban dahil yung ating mga IPs have no access to education dahil walang paaralan o kung meron mang paaralan, napakalayo sa kanila. At dahil dito, madali silang ma-recruit, madali silang mabilog ang kanilang mga utak.
Okay, any addition to that?
Yes, yes.
Go ahead, Secretary Panelo.
I agree, because there is no legislation that can stop it. You have to educate them. The whys and the wherefores of such kind of ideology that is very destructive. Wala po talagang kahit na maglagay ka dyan ng batas. Pag yung mga dahilan kung bakit umusbong ang rebellion at ang tinatawag na insurgency dito sa bansa ay naririyan pa rin, ay hindi niyo po matatanggal kahit na 1,000 batas ang ipasa natin sa Kongreso.
Okay, salamat. Dr. Padilla.
I just want to say I agree with both Yusek, Pimentel, and Mr. Panelo, Attorney Panelo. You cannot legislate that, no? Economic development is the answer. That's why we have to really give them economic development, no? And education. And the indigenous people have to be protected. We have to treat them special. We have to give them ways and means to earn a living. Once you have that, hindi na sasama sa mga insurgents. Kasi pera lang yan eh. You know? It's more money than anything else. Walang ideology. Give them livelihood. Yeah.
Mr. Jasaranda.
If you disperse economic development, encourage industry to locate branches or stay in areas, in far-flung areas where there are no developments, you will be able to develop a create and balanced development and income. You can achieve a more equitable distribution of wealth.
Okay. We are about to wrap it up. Let's just hear from Mr. Marcoleta and Mr. Hanasan.
Everybody knows that recruitment of insurgents is rooted in injustice. At ang injustice po ay maraming forma yan. Meron siyang economic deprivation, nakikita niya yung mga iba't ibang mga hindi magagandang nangyayari sa lipunan, wala siyang makapitan. Ito po yung problema. Kaya nga po, hindi natin malilegislate talaga yan. Pero yung LCAC, ito po ay isang approach na ginagawa ng gobyerno para sa ganun ma-address nga po ito. Kahit pa unti-unti, magsimula tayo at sa dako-dako roon ay makakamit natin yung inahanap nating tagumpay sa parting ito.
Thank you. Go ahead. Senator Hanasan.
Ma'am, babalik tayo sa data. Let's look at the demographics at family level. Okay. If we're looking at child soldiers, mas malalaho ang problema natin ngayon. WHO reports that 100 Filipino children die every day between the ages of 0 to 6 from malnutrition or malnutrition-related causes. So we're raising a new generation of mentally retarded children. Suppose one of them becomes senator. May problema na naman tayo.
Okay, thank you very much. Our panelists okay now? We're ready to go on a break. Thank you again to our panelists, and thank you for our candidates for addressing all the questions, sir. This is just the end of round one. So we have to move on, and don't go away. SMNI Senatorial Debates 2022. We'll be right back.
Ganon kahaba yun. Ha? Round 1 pa lang? Talaga naman.
Pero dyan sa dyan sa recruitment ng iyan ng mga NPA, ang sinasabi nila ay education. Samantalang how come na education? Yung mga nasa university, itong mga nire-recruit na ito, first year, second year.
Yes, tama.
Anong magiging solusyon nila doon? Yung itong mga senador na itong nakatayo ngayon, alam na nilang may nangyayaring ganon. Anong ginawa nila? Anong tinulungan ba nila yung mga manggulang na nagsisiiyak doon sa wala naman silang ginawa tungkol doon eh. Lahat na lang legislation, lahat na lang batas. Asa na ang mga ini-a-apply ba nila? Yan ang kahirapan sa atin, lahat na lang paggawa ng batas. Okay,
At saka
gumawa
ano,
ka ng
tita,
batas. Nasaan na yung batas na ginawa mo? Bakit ayaw mong i-apply?
at saka ano ganito, natatawag mo na kalaban talaga ng gobyerno 'yan. 'Di ba? Sabihin mo na nga, na bibigyan ng pagkakataon. Okay, maraming beses na binigyan ng pagkakataon, anong ginagawa nila? Wala naman, eh. Yung pa rin kasi nga, ang gusto nila, ideolohiya nila, pabagsakin ng gobyerno.
Oo, at
So,
saka sharing
papaano
ng
matatawag
power
'yan,
sharing
mga
ng
'yan,
gusto
'di
nila.
ba? 'Yan yung mga ano, 'yun yung kahit nga mga inosente pinapatay. 'Di ba mga terorista 'yan, eh. Ibig sabihin dapat 'yan kaya nga dapat nga yung NTF-ELCAC, salamat tayo diyan sa mga senador na nandiyan, kasi suportado nila ang ELCAC, 'di ba? Ang
Oo,
problema nga
pero
lang, kahit
ilang
paanong kahit paanong sabihin nilang programa na ibibigay nila ro'n,
yung ibang senador na
wala.
nag-cut off ng kanilang pondo, ayun ang dapat sipain diyan sa Senado.
Mm. Wala, eh, talagang ano, eh, 'di ba?
Kasi ang dami ring nare-recruit, biro mo PUP, UP, okay, UP, pugad talaga 'yan ng ano, ng NPA. Pero
Mm.
yung PUP, Santo Tomas University, bakit merong nangyayaring ganyan? Ano bang ginagawa ng mga ano, ng mga dean nila, mga principal nila diyan? Bakit ano, hindi nila nalalaman na may recruitment na nangyayari sa kanilang mga university?
Kaya
Dahil
nga.
tinotolerate o talagang may utak NPA din sila?
Mm.
Katulad na yung PUP. Karamihan
Grabe.
doon galing sa PUP, ang mga nare-recruit na mga ano. Kawawa din naman yung mga magulang na mahihirap, iginagapan sa pag-aaral, tapos mapupunta lang doon sa ano, sa NPA na ang ideology kalabanin ng gobyerno, ibagsak ang gobyerno, at ang gusto power sharing. Pwede ba yun? Power sharing ang communism, dini ang communism, wala nang sinabi ang communism dini. 1% na lang. Kaya nakakaano din yung ano, yung problem ng mga recruitment na yan. Kawawa ang mga magulang na ano, ang mga anak ay nabibrainwash ng katulad ni Ilago.
Tama. Anyway, sandali ha. Doon sa mga ano, doon sa mga nasa Facebook, i-off ko muna kayo ha, balik na lang po kayo.
Nasa ano ba ako?
I-off ko na lang ho kayo yung mga nasa Facebook.
Nasa
Balik na lang po kayo ha. Balik na lang po uli kayo. Magla-live ulit tayo sa Facebook.
Sinabotahe daw yung usaping ELCAC.
Oo nga. Ayan. Mag-game tayo uli. Facebook uli. Facebook.
Hindi ako makapunta sa Facebook dahil ginagamit ko yung ano. Ginagamit ko yung ano, yung iPad, nandiyan ang Facebook. Sino pa nasa GF mo? Wala. Sa kanila yung cut-off.
Sa akin ho yung cut-off.
Okay. Kasi tinatanong nangyayari dito
Hindi, sa akin ang ano, nawala talaga yung internet kanina. Kaya ano, nawala talaga yung internet. Kaya, pasensya na ho kayo ha. Nawala yung internet kanina. Ayan, live na ulit tayo. Grabe, no? Ang haba.
4 hours na.
Oo, haba. Ito na, oh. Ano sila? Ayan na naman sila, oh.
Second, ano na yan eh, second,
We are back. We're now at the second round of our debate. Our questions at this point will be from one of our SMNI anchors and a representative from a sector. For this round, we have the same mechanics of the debate. Each candidate has 60 seconds to answer each question, and later on, we will have 30 seconds of interpolation and rebuttals. Our first question is from Sas Rogando Sasot, SMNI anchor based in the Netherlands.
If during your term as senator, the executive department entered into a non-aggression treaty with China to not allow any foreign country to use one's territory as a base for direct or indirect aggression and intervention against the other country, how will you decide during the ratification of this non-aggression treaty with China?
Okay, we will now start with Deputy Speaker Rodante Marcoleta.
The question is
Difficult.
on whether or not the Philippines will sign a non-aggression treaty with China.
I think it's for other countries.
I think we have to be guided by our state policy. I will go back to that because our state policy states that in our relationship with other states, the paramount consideration is our national sovereignty, our political integrity, our national interest, and our right to self-determination. I will be able to process that by being able to reflect on these guideposts. If in my determination, all these particular factors and elements of our state policies are served, then I will act in that regard. Thank you.
Thank you. We move on to Senator Gringo Honasan.
What will drive our decision to sign a non-aggression treaty is our foreign policy, our security policy, and economic policy. And this will be based on how we define our national interest. But our audience is not only China, but the entire global community. We must continue to occupy high moral ground by pushing for peace and economic stability, political stability in the region. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's hear from Senator J.V. Ejercito.
As long as as our sovereignty is protected, then and our territorial integrity are both protected, then we have to study on this one. And likewise, if we also agree that we want peace in China. If we can have joint exploration probably, but we have to make sure that if ever it's in our property, we have to in territory, we have to be on the upper ground. No? We have to make sure in the Senate that we will not be shortchanged. In fact, we have to be on the high ground. So, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Jess Aranza.
We have a favorable decision from the arbitral tribunal court. How will that be affected if we sign? Will that totally erase that victory? If it will not, then I will agree. But if it does, then I will not.
Thank you. Let's move on to Dr. Mingita Padilla.
I don't think I will immediately sign it. I don't think it's even necessary, because if it's a non-aggression, it means we will not be, do anything against the other. It's like I don't want my hands to be tied for that. Because if something really necessitates me partnering with another country because they did something to us, I don't want my hands to be tied. So I will not sign such a treaty without studying it very well. It should not be against our country's interest. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. And Ms. Nurmahal Kiram.
Kung makakatulong po ito sa Pilipinas, then it's okay. Magsasign po tayo. Pero kung halimbawa wala naman po siyang kinalaman or konti lang po yung mapapakinabangan po natin, then
Pag-aralan muna po natin ulit. Ha?
Thank you. Mr. Ding Diaz.
When it comes to ratification of foreign treaties, I believe the main basis of any particular senator would be what is good for the people, because what is good for the people is going to be good for the country. Now, considering that the other country in particular is China, then we are talking actually of the entire region, if not the entire Asia. A non-aggression agreement, tulad nga po ng sinabi ni Doktora, wala naman po ito dahil non-aggression. But in actuality, kasi po, world powers play by perception. It's always a mind game. It's always a psychological game for them. And it's the same thing that is happening in the West Philippine Sea, same thing that's happening in Europe, same thing that's happening in any particular country. We play our cards right. I will sign if it is for the betterment of the Filipino people.
Thank you. Yusek Astra Pimentel.
When we look at the history of the Philippines and China, we have always been trade partners. Nagsimula pa sa barter hanggang sa ngayon ay kapartner natin ang Chinese. Wherever we look, wherever we go, there are Chinese Filipinos around us. The non-aggressive treaty, if we look at all the conditions that's being there, I would consider it, most especially if what's being said there, what's being placed there are towards peace, development, economic development, exchange of technology that is geared towards mutual development. Thank you.
Thank you. Secretary Manny Piñon.
Again, let me repeat that foreign policy is the exclusive domain of the president. But I will share my thoughts on this issue. Number one, is there really a need for a non-aggression treaty? Is there a threat of aggression in the first place? If there's none, I don't see any reason why we should sign a non-aggression treaty. Second, is there really a need for a non-aggression treaty? Would, as emphasized by Mr. Aranza, would the WPS issue come into play?
Attorney Roque,
if this is settled, then I will support it. But if that is not settled, I will not support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Secretary Greco Belgica.
no, it's tantamount to surrendering our opportunity to protect ourselves.
Correct.
I think it's a trap. It's a trap to now, who will define and how will you define aggression in the first place? Suddenly they call you out to be aggressive, then what do you do? So I think that will not work. It is an impossible condition for peace. I still maintain that the only way to have peace is to make your enemies know that you're ready for war at any time.
Secretary Salvador Panelo.
My position would be then as now. The president espouses this kind of foreign policy. We are friends to all and enemies to none. But if any of our friends assault our territorial integrity and sovereignty, then we become enemy of that friend of ours. Kailangan po, ang lahat ng mga tratado na papasukan natin ay kailangan palaging batay sa interes ng ating bansa. Hindi pwede na tayo magpapaloko, magpapabola at mahihikaya tayong pumasok sa isang tratado na pagdating ng panahon ay pagsisisihan natin. Kailangan po pag-aralang mabuti. Pero gaya nga ng sinabi ng iba nating mga kasama, teka muna, non-aggression. Baka talian mo sarili mo dyan. Baka ikaw ang pitahin ng sinasabing kaibigan.
Thank you. And now all the candidates have answered. It's time for interpolation. Go ahead, Deputy Speaker Marcoleta.
Sinabi po ni Kadjes Aranza at ni Secretary Piñol na sila'y magdidesisyon lamang kung walang epekto ito dun sa arbitral decision. It is as if that decision has something to do with the question at hand. Ano po ba ang ibig niyong sabihin na dapat masettle doon sa decision? Ano po ba yung decision?
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Aranza.
Yung pinanalo nating desisyon, siguro alam mo naman yun. Ang tanong ko lang, yung ba ay nakapending? Pero sinasabi natin na hamot nakapending yan, habang kung anumang pagdating ng oras, babalikan. Pero kung yun ay aalisin, anong bali walang pinaglalaban natin, bali walang pinag-usapan natin. Ganun ho ba ang gusto natin?
Daphne, follow-up question on that.
Go ahead, Dr. Uy.
The question of Ms. Sass is actually if you will enter into non-aggression treaty with China, but the operative word there, I think, operative words there is the specific is no. It's like asking you to commit that there should be no foreign military bases in the country. So if you will not ratify or you will not join that kind of alliance or agreement with China, would it mean as well on the other hand that you're open that the country would have foreign military bases? Is that so? Because the question is no foreign military bases in the country, which equates to non-aggression. That's what the question is all about. So now, since you said that, we don't want to do that because, it would compromise the sovereignty, national security of the country. Now, the question is, so would it mean that you're open, that the Philippines would have foreign military bases in the country in some ways? Or, to that extent? That's a question, no? That's just a question.
Okay, let's go back to Mr. Marcoleta. Go ahead.
That will complicate matters even more because our constitution prohibits the presence of foreign forces in our shore, and then of course we cannot barter our state policy that the state should pursue an independent foreign policy. We will not be able to maintain such neutrality or independent foreign policy if there is that kind of condition dangled to us.
Yes.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
Go ahead, ma'am. Ms. Pimentel.
Entering into a non-aggressive treaty with China actually puts us at an advantage because that is the time that we could already set our ground rules with them. We could always give them what we want as far as the relationship between China and the Philippines.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Belchica.
Simple as disarming yourself in front of an enemy that is armed against you. So, in the situation we don't have the military capabilities to fight China. And the posing threat, yung pag-withdrawin ka na, alisin mo yung mga arms mo, is already saying na surrender ka na sa akin. And if you don't surrender to me, then I will be aggressive to you. So we can't get to that kind of relation.
Secretary Panelo and then Senator Honasan.
Regarding the concern of candidate Aranza, he says that the non-aggression treaty might affect the arbitral ruling. Let me say that the arbitral ruling cannot be diminished by anyone or by any force on earth. That is permanent. Whether they like it or not, we want it, and it will be there forever, like the Rock of Gibraltar.
Thank you, Senator Honasan.
The Philippines is 120 years old. When we deal with a country like China with a history of 5,000 to 8,000 years, we better be careful. And there is such a thing as diplomacy. The situation sometimes is, even before the terms of reference are clear, we broadcast ourselves over media, which puts both parties in a corner. We paint ourselves into a corner. So our foreign policy, our security policy, our economic policy is a function of our ability to enforce and leverage it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, candidates. Unfortunately, we are out of time. Before we go to our closing statement, I would like to announce to our audience to please watch out for the final round of
wala na tayong hope doon. Sa Constitution may nakalagay ata na in other areas. Baka doon tayo pumasok.
All right, let's go to Mr. Diaz and then Mr. Marcoleta.
By economic emancipation, what I mean is giving to the people what they are due. And that is the ability to rise above the misery and poverty that they are encountering right now. Sa akin pong palagay, ito po ay may isa sa katapwaran sa pamamagitan po ng encouragement, motivation of the two kinds of investments, foreign direct investments and local investments. And by the proper supportive legislatures, this can happen because the Filipino is capable of rising above himself.
Thank you. Deputy Speaker Marcoleta.
Yung tanong po ni Kadjes, na-define na po kasi sa ating national territory na wala na po yung historic right or legal title. Kaya hindi po natin magagamit yon kahit na po anong sinasabi nating kota kinabalu. Yun pong food security kanina, may nagsabi, ano po ang pagkakaiba ng food security sa food sufficiency? Hindi po yata nasasagot yun. At pagkatapos nito, ay kailangan nating magkaroon ng pangwawakas pero hindi natin magawa sa loob lamang ng 1 minuto. Napakahirap po yata ng aming kalagayan ngayon.
Okay, maraming salamat.
Can I respond to?
Maraming salamat. I'm sorry we are out of time. I wish I could give you more time. Maraming salamat sa ating mga candidates and our panelists. But before we go, I would like to give you 90 seconds each. Should you be elected as Senator of the Republic of the Philippines, what legacy will you bring to the Filipino people? Let's start with Senator Honasan, and we're going to go down the line here.
Sa aming mga kababayan, the Philippines is a blessed country. And our most precious resource are our next generation of citizens and leaders, our children. May kasabihan, we Filipinos, historically, we never miss an opportunity to miss an opportunity. So magkaisa tayo, magtulungan tayo. Saludo po ako sa inyo.
Maraming salamat. Senator J.B. Ejercito.
Noong 2013, noon ako yung unang iniyaan ng sarili ko sa sambayanan. Ang sabi ko, gusto ko guminawa ang buhay ng sambayanan Pilipino. After 6 years of being in the Senate, I pursued programs and legislation that is designed really to uplift the living conditions of our people. I'm quite proud that I was able to pass 2 landmark laws, Universal Healthcare Act, which seeks to give access to good quality healthcare for all Filipinos, and the creation of the Department of Human Settlements or Housing, so that the housing program the housing program will further improve, so that there will be no more informal settlers in 30 to 40 years time. Likewise, I push for infrastructure development, the railway system, the airport modernization, because as I've mentioned earlier, this will spread out the development to the countrysides, create growth development areas, and produce jobs and opportunities. Sa ating mga kababayan, marami na ho tayong ipasa, pero marami pa tayong dapat gawin. Kailangan po natin matutukan ang ito, ang Universal Healthcare Act. Sana ako'y hayaan yung tapusin ko ang implementasyon nito para mas lalong maramdaman ng sambayan ng Pilipino. Dapat po zero balance billing, lalo-lalo na senior citizens, indigents, may hirap, at lalo-lalo na ang PWDs. Ito'y work in progress, kaya nga isa sa mga rason kung bakit ako'y nagdesisyon na bumalik sa Senado upang matapos ito. Isa para sa kalusugan, isa sa para sa babahay, at syempre isa sa infrastruktura para sa trabaho. At muli po ay ibalik po natin ang good sa Senado. Marami pa tayong gagawin at gagawin po natin. JBS po.
Thank you. Mr. Jess Aranza, your legacy.
Mahal kong kababayan, gagawin ko ang lahat upang maibalik natin ang sigla ng ekonomiya ng ating bansa na siyang solusyon sa mga paghihirap ngayon. Gagawin ko rin na matulungan ang ating mga magsasaka. Ang inaisip ko ay isang Pilipinas na walang mahirap, na sana masaya ang tao, pantay na pantay, ang hindi naman pantay ang income, but pareho-pareho silang nabibigayaan ng ating pong may kapal. Mahirap po sabihin ang lahat. Marami na akong nagawa sa pribadong sektor. 5 level cases ang naifile sa akin sa paghabol ko sa mga substandard at sa mga smuggled goods sa bansa natin. 250 billion ang hinahabol ko. Walang tumutulong sa akin, maski saan sa Kongreso. Kaya ako'y naghiinayang, kaya ako'y tumatakbo upang sa ganun, baka sakali may mandato ako, ay may bigay ko sa tao kung anong dapat na ibibigay sa kanila. Salamat po sa inyo sa pakikinig at ang kasabihan nun natin, ang ating bansa ay isang mayabong na bansa. Wala hong dahilan kung bakit tayo maging mahirap. Question lamang, tatakbuhin natin. Ang industriya po ay siyang sinatawag na backbone of our economy. Gagawin po natin yan at gagawin nating masigasig at maligaya ang ating mga kababayang Pilipino. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you. Dr. Mingita Padilla.
First of all, salamat ng marami sa SMNI at sa nag-organize ito at sa mga panelists. Maraming salamat po. Ako po isang doktor na nagsilbi na sa bayan ng 34 years. Marami na akong nagawa sa pribadong sektor. Tumulong din ako sa gobyerno sa maraming paraan. Gusto ko makatulong pa sa mas malawak na paraan. At kung bibigyan niyo po ako ng pagkakataon, ito lang po ang masasabi ko. Anong legacy mabibigay ko sa inyo? Isang public servant ho, na lahat ho ng aking dedikasyon, karunungan, integridad na binigay ko sa pagiging doktor ay iaalay ko sa inyo lahat bilang inyong senador. Yun lang po masasabi ko sa inyo. And kalusugan, kabataan, pagkain, food security po, climate change, seriously, hindi natin na pag-usapan. Lahat ho ito talagang ipupursige ko. And finally ho, I always tell people, buksan ho natin ang mata ng ating mga puso. Doon lang natin makikita ang tunay na liwanag. Buksan natin ang mata natin, ang ating isip, at turuan ho natin ang ating mga anak. Pumili ho tayo ng mga tapat, mga matalino, may alam, at may pusong mga leader. Yun lang po ang aking hinihingi sa inyong lahat.
Thank you. Ms. Noor Mahal Kiram.
Iano ko po ang bill na i-recognize po ang Sultanate of Sulu. Bakit? Dahil mula po noon, nakalimutan na po natin ang kasaysayan natin. Diyan po nagmula ang gobyerno dati. Hayaan niyo po na magkaroon po ng boses ang Muslim. Dahil sa sobrang tagal na po, walang naging boses ang Muslim dito sa Senado natin. Mag-start nung pagkatapos ng term ni Santa Nina Rasul. Dito po, mapagbubuklod po natin, ibibigay po natin ang peace and development. Dahil po sa Sultanate, nung winala po nila ang Sultanate, dyan po nagkawatak-watak ang Muslim. At the same time, eto pong ating mga tribes, humihingi rin po ng boses dito sa Senado na para mabigyan naman po sila ng karapatan na pareho po ng dito po sa national. Ang Sultanate po ang makakatulong. Malaki po ang maitutulong namin sa inyo. Dahil po dito sa Sabah claim, nanalo na rin po kami sa arbitration. Ito po, malaki pong maitutulong namin dito sa gobyerno. Matagal na po namin pinapropose po yan.
Thank you very much. Mr. Ding Diaz.
Marami po ang mga suliranin na inaharap po ng ating mga kababayan. At ako po, nasabi ko nga sa isang panayam, ay hindi ako masyado nag-aalala sa pandemya dahil alam ko lilipas yan and we will learn to cope up with it. But I'm really more concerned about the economic repercussions that have been brought about by this pandemic and the crisis. You know, alam po natin marami po ang nagsara. However, what is a shimmer, glitter of light na nakikita ko po, yung resilience ng mga Pilipino. Nakikita po natin ang Pilipino kahit po saan itapon. Kaya po niyan lumutang, kaya po niyang maging magaling dahil po sa kanyang angking, talino at galing. Ang Pilipino po, nakakalungkot lamang na pinapakinabangan. Kanina po nag-uusap po tayo about seafarers. Ito po ay katumbas na rin ng pagtatrabaho sa ibang bansa. Bakit po ang karaniwang Pilipino para magkaroon ng pagkakataon ng mas magandang kinabukasan, kailangan po mga ibang bayan sumakay po ng mga dayuhang barko upang mabigyan at magampanan ng kaganapan ang kanyang responsibilidad sa mga mahal sa buhay. Kung pwede naman po, dito na lang sana. Ang tanong po lagi ng aking mga pinupuntahan, sino si Ding Diaz? Si Ding Diaz po, isang karaniwang Pilipino. Walang maraming pinag-aralan, walang mga sikat na eskwelahan. Ngunit handang gugulin ang anumang produktibong natitirang taon sa kanyang buhay para paglingkuran ng tapat ang karaniwang mamayan.
Thank you. Yusek Astra Pimentel.
Astra Pimentel po, lumalaban para sa pag-asa at para sa katatagan ng sambayanan. Ipagpapatuloy ang sinimulang pagbabago ng Pangulong Duterte sa pamamagitan ng pagiging boses ng ating mga overseas Filipinos at overseas Filipino workers. 12 million, more or less, are the Filipinos overseas. They need our protection. They need that we advance their welfare. Ang mundo po ay nababago ang istorya dahil sa mga Pilipinong nasa halos lahat ng bansa sa buong mundo. Magpapalakas sa lokal na pamahalaan sa pamamagitan ng pagsulong ng federalismo, sa pagsulong ng Magna Carta for barangay officials, at magtatayo ng dignidad ng ating mga kababaihan, kabataan, at ng mga katutubo. Bilang isang Maranao, bilang isang Talaandig at bilang isang higaonon, nandito ako para bigyan ng pag-asa ang ating mga kababayang katutubo. Kung merong AstraZeneca na pag-asa at panlaban ninyo sa pandemya, merong Astra Pimentel, bakuna ninyo sa Senado.
Thank you. Secretary Manny Piñol.
Ako po si Manny Piñol, isang tunay na magsasaka na naniniwalang pwede tayong magkaroon ng sapat na pagkain. 30 million hectares, 36,289 coastline, lima sa pinakamahaba sa mundo, sapat na tubig. We can be food sufficient. But we have to correct some flaws in our legislations and policies. Number one, baguhin natin ang rice tarification law. Pinapahirapan natin ang ating mga magsasaka na lalong nasasaktan sa mataas na presyo ng abono. Baguhin natin ang ating marketing system. Alam niyo, as I speak, ang presyo ng tamban sa Zamboanga del Norte, 5 piso ang 1 kilo. Pwedeng dalhin sa Manila, pero sino magdadala? Government must come in and arrange the shipment of these goods from the production areas to the market. Kailangan din nating baguhin yung ating policy on importation. We have to return to the mountains and protect the forest. We have to conserve our water resources. We have to build roads, infrastructure. We have to support local industries. And most of all, kailangan natin ng isang bangko na totoong na magbibigay ng pautang sa mga magsasaka sa mababang interest. And lastly, we could start a nutrition-based food production program by legislation, and we have to institutionalize this para hindi pabago-bago ang ating programa kapag nagpalit ang ating Pangulo. Salamat po.
Secretary Greco Belhica.
Ako po si Greco Bellica, nagpatanggal ng pork barrel at DAP sa Supreme Court. At ako din po ang pinuno ng Presidential Anti-Corruption Commission, ang opisina na nilikha ng Pangulong Duterte para labanan ng korupsyon. Sa akin pong termino, pinakamaraming sinibak, pinakamaraming kinasuhan, pinakamaraming kinulong, at pinakamaraming inimbestigahan ng opisina ng Pangulo dahil sa korupsyon. 154 cases po against high-ranking government officials ang aming sinampa, 800 pong government officials ang aming pinasibak ni Pangulong Duterte, 24 po ang aming pinakulong na government officials at 13,000 pong reports on corruption ang amin pong inaksyonan. Ito po ang trabahong pagpapatuloy ko sa Senado. Ang problema po ngayon, maraming sikat na kandidato, sikat na korap. At ang Pilipino po bumoboto ng korap basta sikat. Ibig pong sabihin, maraming mananalong korap. Mga kaibigan, kawawa po ang ating bayan. Pagpapatuloy ko po ang labang yan sa Senado
Why don't you give the name?
Ng mas malakas na laban sa korupsyon.
Give the name.
Kaya ko po yun.
Thank you. Secretary Salvador Panelo.
Sa Senado, itutuloy ko po ang mga sinimulan ni Presidente Duterte, isang serbisyong malasakit at matapang. Susuportahan ko po ang mga batas sa build laban sa droga, illegal na droga. At lahat po ng mga batas na magbibigay ng katugunan sa lahat ng pangangailangan ng mga kababayan natin, ang mangingisda, ang magsasaka, ang mga drivers, ang mga OFWs, ang mga ina ng tahanan, at lalong-lalo na ang mga senior citizens at mga at higit sa lahat, ang mga special children ng ating pagkalinga. Itutuloy po natin lahat yan. Susuportahan po natin ang sinumang mahalal na presidente. Kung ang presidenteng yan ay manghihikayat ng pagkakaisa at itutuloy ang mga reformang sinimulan ni Presidente Duterte. Ako po,
Bongbong Marcos!
si Sal Panalo sa balota,
Yan!
Sal Panalo, Panelo, number 50 sa balota. Meron po akong slogan. May slogan po ako, pakinggan niyo ba yan? Panelo, Panalo, Senado. Kay Panelo, kayo ay panalo. Salamat po.
Deputy Speaker Rodante Marcoleta. Okay, thank you very much.
Bibihira po ang nabibigyan ng pagkakataon makapagsilbi sa bansa at sa kanyang mamamayan. Ang isang senador po na may elect ng taong bayan ay kailangan huwag niyang sirain at huwag niyang sayangin ang pagtitiwalang ibinigay sa kanya. Ang senador po ay dalawa lamang ang kanyang gagawin, yung constituency function at saka yung legislative function. Ito pong legislative function ay nababahagi sa dalawa. Ito po yung paggamit sa tinatawag nating formal inquiry na kung saan ay gagawin mo lamang para mag-legislate. At yung isa naman ay oversight function para sa ganon ay mahimay mo at makita mo kung paano ini-implement ang mga batas. Napakarami nating magagandang batas na hindi po na-implement. Katulad po ng EPIRA, hanggang ngayon, mataas pa rin po ang singil. Yun po ang ating public education, yung Republic Act 8487 ay nilabag po ng Department of Education. Hindi po kailangang mangyari ang mga ito. Magaganda po ang batas. Ang senador po ay dapat gumawa ng mga bagay na maiaayos lahat natin ang magagandang batas na ginawa natin. Kailangan ng senador ay mag-iwan po ng magandang halimbawa kung ano ang kanyang tunay na gawain. Dante Marcoleta po, hindi sikat, ngunit maglilingkod ng tapat.
Thank you. Well, tonight definitely gave us a deeper understanding of the candidates' stand on certain issues. And we hope that after this series of SMNI senatorial debates, the Filipino people will really be able to decide on who to vote for this coming elections. And once again, we invite you all to please watch out for the final round of the SMNI presidential debate on March 26th, right here at Okada, Manila. Thank you again to all our candidates. Thank you so much for being here today. And thank you to the panelists, Dr. Carlos, Attorney Rolex, Dr. Uy, and Mr. Ang. Thank you so much for sharing your expertise. And thank you most of all to everyone who watched us tonight. It was a pleasure moderating this event. I am Daphne Osanya Paez. Have a good evening.
Maraming salamat, Daphne. Inyo pong natunghayan ang SMNI Senatorial Debate 2022. Naway naging sapat na gabay.
Ayan na.
Si Troy Gomez, Angel Pastor.
Ayan. Si Angel Pastor, yan. May ano yan, sariling ano yan eh. May sariling Facebook page yan eh, si Angel Pastor.
O ngayong dating nahalalan.
Sa mga matatapang na kandidato, maraming salamat sa inyong pagdalo upang ibahagi ang inyong mga plano na maaaring pagpapatuloy sa pagbabagong nasimulan.
Ito po ang SMNI, kung saan laging ihahatid ang impormasyong tama sa katotohanan at hindi magtataksil sa bayan.
Dahil ang SMNI ang totoong boses ng bayan, maraming salamat po sa inyong pagsubaybay.
Abangan sa Marso 26 ang Part 2 ng SMNI Presidential Debate at muli nating tunghayan ang pagharap ng ng mga nagnanais tumangan sa pinakamataas na posisyon sa pamahalaan, ang susunod na Pangulo ng ating bansa. Ako si Angel Pastor.
At ako naman si Troy Gomez. Ito ang Smni Senatorial Debate 2022.
Mabuhay ang Pilipinas kong mahal.
Tingnan nyo, ang sasayan ng mga, ng mga senador. Di ba? Lahat sila, sama-sama sila. Maganda.
Right.
Kahit na apat na oras at kalahati po ang tinagal ng...
More than. Kasi mga
Grabe.
4 na oras at 40 minutes.
Tignan nyo, no? Maganda naman, wala namang tension
Wala namang
kanina.
negative.
Walang negative. Ang ganda, lahat negative.
Oo.
Si si Mang Jess, si Mang Jess, yan.
Jess Aranza.
Jess Aranza. Loyalista yan. Taga-La Union yan, Tita Pia. Taga-La Union yan si
Yung panelist yung si Rolex Suplico, si Attorney Rolex Suplico, yung isa sa panelist, from Iloilo yun eh.
Yan, governor yan. Tapos tatakbo ngayong congressman.
Kaya pala. Yan,
Galing.
yun eh, katambal yan ay Admar sa SMNI.
Yan, sila ni Admar. Ang bait yan, si
Mukha nga mabait si Attorney Suplico.
Ang daming guest, Diba, nakakatuwa, 26. Ayan, anyway, maraming salamat po ha. Good night po sa inyong lahat. Hindi ko alam kung makakapag-live tayo mamaya o whatever. Basta tignan na lang po natin kasi ang haba ng oras. Anong oras na ho? Tatry lang ho natin kung makakapag-live tayo mamaya. Pero maraming salamat sa mga nasa Facebook, sa YouTube. Maraming salamat po sa inyong lahat.
Sa mga nanood.
Thank you po sa inyo dahil hindi ho kayo umalis. Hindi nyo ho kami iniwan. Ang habang oras na pinagsamahan natin. Maraming salamat po sa inyong lahat. Tita Pia, maraming salamat sa pagsama mo rito, ha? Thank you po. Salamat. Bye-bye. Thank you. See you sa ating next live. Bye-bye po sa inyong lahat. Bye-bye.